Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
fucking all coming right up. Fucking all coming right up.
to Playoffs Day 2 here in Challenger League, live from the lovely Paris. I'm Janira, your host for today, and you guys have seen me last Monday, but I remember we also saw quite some interesting bangers. We went all the way to 3 games in both best of threes with TenStar and Ascend, the ones to comfortably be sitting in that upper bracket semis, and unfortunately for Death Row and Unlimited, they got knocked down to the lowers. Something very similar is happening today. Not the same teams, we got some different ones, but before we talk about those, we have some lovely analysts all the way from Ireland here. We have both Whippet and Gibson. Hello, welcome back.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Another day of Siege action coming up, and to be honest, it's going to be a great one.
It is going to be a great one indeed. We have some interesting teams here, so I want to share your feelings. How do you feel about today's games?
This is, well, from the moment I saw this bracket lined up, this was the day I was excited for. These matchups, these 4 teams, they are almost like the perfect dance partners for each other. They will push each other to the limit. We've already seen some very close games this week, but it is going to be very exciting to watch these 4 teams go head to head.
Well, you guys have heard it from the analysts. You've heard it from me. You're like, Ginny, what games are we seeing today? Because you keep talking about how excited they are, but we haven't even heard the teams yet. Well, I got you. We have WYLDE versus LAN Party Hotel, and that's going to be followed by some of the favorites, MKERS versus JZLING's JZLING. Now, if anything, we said it already. We're really hyped. We're really pumped. I know you guys at home are too. Well, at least I hope so, unless you're spamming drops in the chat. Why? Just watch, okay? We got some great things happening here. So let's talk about the first matchup. WYLDE versus LAN Party Hotel. Now, both of these teams have done incredibly well so far. They've finished top in their groups. And if anything here, do we think that WYLDE might have a little of an advantage?
Well, I think when you talk about WYLDE, their gameplay style is really fun to watch as neutral. They're not afraid to lose a round. You know, to them, it's everything straight on and let's see what we can do and make something happen. And a big part of that is individual brilliance. Players like Aces, who we'll touch on a little bit later as well. Yeah. So for me, if you're a fan of WYLDE, it's a very good time. You've had a pretty good year so far, and I know that most of the players that are involved in this see CL as something, you know, in their head, they see themselves as the favourites, not MKERS, but obviously the community might differ their opinions.
Would you say it's pretty wild?
I think it's a pretty fair assumption.
I just would like grow here.
He hears puns all the time. He's like, not Jenny now too. He's like,
they don't
oh,
impress
no.
you. No.
I have to do with too many puns casting with Gibson. It never ends, it feels like.
It is what it is. Well, LAN Party Hotel, however, is that not a pun?
No, not quite.
Okay.
Not quite. But they are, I think, one of the most overlooked teams coming into this one. When we saw the groups getting formed up, a lot of people didn't put LAN Party Hotel particularly high in predictions. Myself and Gibson kind of guilty of that one as well during the group stages. But they are the V4 super team. They are an absolutely fantastic roster. They've had a core 3 players that have been together for a long, long time. And realistically, their structure is going to be a problem for teams like WYLDE, who they face actually today. And I'm really looking forward to actually watching them go head to head. And I think I'm going to be a little bit of a V4 stan here and say they are going to make a far deeper run than a lot of people are expecting.
So when we're looking at LAN Party Hotel specifically, just their name, are they having a LAN party at a hotel?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly the way they play, if they get good results, they'll be having a party for this one anyway, if they can get over WYLDE today.
Do you think realistically that's going to happen?
That's a difficult one. That's a really hard one.
I like putting you on the spot straight away. I'm going to let that sit in, let that sink in a little, marinate, you know, let those thoughts come together because we still have another game that we should be talking about, and that's going to be MKERS versus JZLING. Now, looking at MKERS last time around, they actually came in as the favorites, and everyone was like, yo, they got it, but they didn't get it, did they, a bit?
I mean, for me, MKERS are obviously coming in as the favourites right now. The way they had massive results against teams like TenStar, they beat TenStar in the opening stage of group stages 7-1 from a result with MPL champions. You were there, you got to watch TenStar be crowned, and they got destroyed by MKERS. The big caveat, though, is TenStar had just shown everything. They had just shown the entire strat book to get over Heroic and MPL, and MKERS had around 8 weeks or so of no officials, all time to prep, and they are very clearly a team that likes to have a good preparation on their opposition, and the way they've executed, especially on their offensive side, has been so clinical. Now that might change, that teams are prepared for them and change, but certainly until we see them play later on today, MKERS still remain the favourites to win.
Do you think JZLINGs have what it takes here, Gibson, to just tell them to like, shut up, sit down?
I think once again, JZLINGs are a side that some people are sleeping on. They didn't win their national league. They lost the final in a LAN. But the thing is about them, they have so much experience. Leonski is a name that's synonymous with Challenger League, and you look at the individual players they have too. If I was JZLINGs, though, and I was thinking about a way to beat MKERS, you want to do it on your defence. That's how they win most of their games. I think their defensive win rate's around the 68% mark, which means most of the time they're getting a 4-2 split, which is pretty unheard of in the current era of Siege. You're expecting to see 3-3s. So if they get that and they get to start on defence, there's a very good chance that they could beat MKERS, but it is a tough ask.
I want to cut in just a little bit on that one. While they have a really high defensive win rate, their offensive win rate tends to fluctuate. It sits at an average around 55%, which is, still better than a dead 50-50 split. But if it goes to a situation where they have to rely on their offenses to try and get over MKERS, it will be a little bit of an uphill battle. Now, defensively, they have been rock solid, as you said, but that's just my one little concern as we move into today's match.
It's funny you say that, though, because their attacking win rate's actually still pretty good. It's 55%, which means they still win more attacks than not. Now, I will put an asterisk beside every little stat we say about JLinks, because they did play one group game with a sub, and they lost it. So when I talk about their stats, I'm talking about the 5 that they played as a full team, because if we're going to do that, they're technically the only undefeated team inside of CL. And with that 55% win rates, if they can get something going against MKERS again, it's another thing that they can build on.
We discussed 56% specifically with Demo last time around. He was very proud of 56% in terms of predictions, and we were like, that's barely a pass. So, 55%, I agree, it's good, but, I want to stick to that. It's barely a pass.
On attack, it's really good, though.
On attack, it's really good.
It is a really good stat.
I agree.
To me, though, it is a little inflated. They did get one game where they won 5 of their 7 attacking rounds, which pushed it up a little bit, but I'd still say any team with a 55% attack win rate, especially with a 68% on defence, you have to say, for a side that doesn't really have a style, in quotes, JLinks don't really have a defined style, those stats are very impressive. Yeah,
we could have used that attack win, on Monday. I feel like that would have been great to have, but we didn't. However, Monday's games did impact the bracket specifically, as we mentioned earlier. Tenstar and Ascent, they're sitting comfortably in those upper semis, whereas when we're looking at Death Row and Unlimited, they're unfortunately down in that little lower bracket corner, and unfortunately one of them might potentially be going home. Looking at the games that we have today here, Whippet, are there any favorites in terms of going to those upper semis?
A lot of people watching at home are going to look at WYLDE and say they'll be the favourite out of that matchup. I have a feeling it's going to be much closer than people are going to say. It is going to be a tough matchup. WYLDE, their playstyle is, a spectacle. It is an absolute fireworks show every time they step in the server, but LAN Party Hotel might be the kryptonite too, that they might be able just to break them down slowly with that that structure they bring in for MKERS. JLings, this excites me, because JLings, if they want to win, they have to be in phenomenal form. MKERS, we've seen how good they are. They can absolutely smash through teams. They might be able to do it again today.
We spoke about the play styles of the teams that we're going to be seeing today, but we haven't really spoken about what makes these teams. So besides the play styles and the map picks and the win rates on attack at 55%, players are also very important here. So looking at the rosters that we're going to have playing today, we're going to be starting off with JLinks here. Is there any individual that we should really, really be looking out for?
Draw. Every day of the week. It's as simple as that. I know that there'll be a little discussion later on today about his stats specifically, but whenever he is on it, he is the best player on JLinks. Him and Turco, I spoke about dynamic duos earlier, have a great 1-2 punch whenever they play together, and I think if he can get going, there's every single bit of a chance JLinks can win. And obviously, you've Leonski front and center. He is a player, I said it before, he's synonymous with Challenger League. It's hard to remember a Challenger League where he didn't play. And could this be the final, or the time where he actually breaks that duck and gets the whole way? Well, I know there's a lot of viewers who definitely hope so.
Or maybe it's cursed.
Maybe it's cursed.
Well, LAN Party Hotel, it sounds like a very interesting name, but again, a very interesting roster that they've put together, haven't they? They
put I think this is the best way to describe it, is the V4 super team. When this region got merged together, not a lot of people had a lot of high hopes coming into this, and they were by far, by a massive margin, the best team in the region. And
look at the smiles.
I absolutely love it. I mean, look at the front man as well. Even the player I wanted to highlight has been that standout, that key, that guy on the team. His rating so far in this competition, a 1.21, a KD, a plus 21, a cost of 75%, and even has himself a 1vx to boot, has been the star player, the standout guy, and has been absolutely fantastic when they've needed them to be.
But one thing you talk about, the super team, a couple of those players have a pretty long history of playing together too.
Exactly. I mean, Grun, Mango and Yuki have been together for the longest time, and when you have a core that's been together for so long, it is so kind of pivotal. You can lean deep, you can go into the deep water and always find a way back, and that's why I really am looking at them against WYLDE and say there's a good chance they can get over that hill.
Well, I really like the pictures of LAN Party Hotel more. I think, just like they're doing the classic esports pose, but like
Gamer
usually,
pose.
yeah, but the gamer pose, you're like supposed to be like super serious, right? But this time they were smiling, like, look, they're gamers, but they're happy to be gamers. So I'm saying they've probably seen a lot of sunlight. I think that's a good thing. Like it makes you happy, it gives you that vitamin D, it gets you going. So MKERS. Have they seen sunlight recently? What does their pose look like? I wonder. But what does their roster look like in terms of individuals? Who can we count on this time around?
Well, the biggest one, I think everyone's going to look at it, is Lolo. He has been one of the highest rated players in all of Siege in the last 3 months. Only recently actually got overtaken by JZLING after what a pretty ridiculous performance on Monday night. But has been in this roster for a long time, part of that core, went to SI in 2020, has got all the big game experience you could have want, is a massive player, and the stats speak for themselves when you look at how Lolo plays and how influential he is for that team. It has been brilliant. If he wakes up and if he is alert from first round, he's going to be a very scary thing to shut down.
Well, waking up, I mean, it looks like, they have the classic gamer pose. They look awake. I'll give them that. But let's see, WYLDE. Does WYLDE look awake? Is WYLDE a roster that we need to be looking out for? I mean, you said it yourself, but as a collective, who's like screaming right now?
Well, look, if you're looking at that WYLDE roster straight off the bat and you've been following the history of Siege, Corey and Aces will stand out to you straight away. They've played at the very highest level, but there's a third star that has been born for WYLDE over the course of this year, and that is Kaneo. Kaneo for them in other tournaments this year and through their Nats League has been phenomenal. And the best thing about it is he started this year as a sub. So whenever WYLDE were starting their year, we had a little talk to them, and they were like, right, we've got a roster, we have BZ in there instead of Kaneo, but he is going to be a big deal. And I think a lot of teams in particular are starting to look at Kaneo as that third piece of the jigsaw for WYLDE. And those three, when they're all singing on the same song sheet, they can win a game by themselves.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna cover the game like this for the rest of the day. I'm doing the esports pose, the gamer pose. I think we're.
Is it intimidating?
I don't know, chat.
There must be a reason players do it. Like, surely.
I mean, to be fair, like if you don't know what you're doing with your hands, right? You're just like, oh, where do I put them? You just go like this.
Do you know why they're doing it? Because they're not happy that they're not playing ranked.
I mean, could be the case, but what I do, however, want to touch on, something that made all players happy, specifically Ascend and 10-Star, was the fact that they had some individuals that just absolutely popped off. And that was so crucial for them to actually end up securing the series because, again, we went all the way, best of threes. We had every single game played. So again, these individual performances here, are they going to be incredibly important today?
Definitely. So you spoke it there now, JZLING, and of course, Deadshot had phenomenal games on Monday, but today there's specific players. We touched them on already. Aces for WYLDE is a big one to watch. Avon as well on one side. Lolo and Draw is a big one that I think everyone's looking forward to later on. If whichever one of those players can really step up a gear, we'll have a big one. We had a talk when we saw the initial draw, and we were talking, pardon the pun there, by the way, but when we saw the initial draw, we were like, if you can get Draw and Lolo in that later game today, on their the very best versions of themselves, we're going to see double-digit kill games from both of them in every map.
I mean, or they might cancel each other out perfectly. The big thing is if Draw can get enabled by the rest of his team, and that is going to be a very dangerous thing. If JZLING's enabled Draw, it might just be game, set, and match from that point. Is one of the scariest players to face on his day.
Wow.
A lot of players are actually like that on today's Playday, at least. I mean, you don't want to go against Aces on his day as well. We saw him have a standout performance in one of the last group stage games as well, where he was absolutely, I can't remember what team it was against actually, but he was actually tremendously strong, and the way he was able to move around the map and essentially decide, I'm winning this game by myself.
Well, whether or not these players are going to be winning the games by themselves, we'll find out shortly. We're first going to take a little break because we discussed quite a lot. We have even more coming your way, and that is going to be WYLDE versus LAN Party Hotel. playoffs, day number 2, Wild versus LAN Party Hotel is coming your way. We have 2 incredible rosters facing each other head-to-head, toe-to-toe, as they're going to be trying to just get to that upper semis. So let's start it off right away. Let's talk about LAN Party Hotel. I think that's one of those teams that, as you said it yourself, maybe a little bit of an underdog coming into it today.
A lot of people looked at this team from the V4 region and didn't have the highest of hopes. Now, I will be the super fan on the desk for all of V4 and LAN Party Hotel. This roster has all the potential to be the surprise result giver. A lot of people look at this saying, okay, there's strength here, but they really have that deep run potential. And the big thing is, they've only shown 4 maps so far. They've shown Club, Oregon, Border, and Cafe. I put an asterisk on it because when they go to Cafe, they don't have a good showing, but they look so strong on Club, Oregon, and Border throughout the group stages. If those get through, and the likelihood is they do get through in the band stage, they are going to be very much poising themselves for a good result against Wild. Well,
we know what maps they like to pick, so that means that Wild knows what maps they want to pick. But Wild, on the other hand, they are coming in here with some international, competition experience, if anything. So they're looking pretty strong.
Wild look really strong. All the way through their national seasons, they were very good. They topped their group as well, where they only lost 1 game, and that was, of course, to Job Seekers, who I think caught everybody by surprise in the first game week. But since then, Wild have been much better. The one caveat to the way Wild play, which could really be a thorn in their side, is they tend to go to overtime. I think 2 out of their wins over the weekend were in regulation. They were brought to overtime for the other games. And against a structured side like LAN Party Hotel, that could be something LAN Party Hotel could really take advantage of.
So it's going to be more about who shows up today. Which team is going to be, switched on their monitors, had touched some grass, seen some sunlight, looked the happiest in their roster picture. That was LAN Party Hotel, by the way. But still, maps, however. Monday, specifically, we saw Chalet and Border on both best of 3s. Is this something you're expecting today?
With Wild, you just never know. The one thing I can tell you for certain is I wouldn't be
Wild.
surprised if Bank and Theme are gone. They have a very heavy ban rate for those 2 maps. Chalet, they did lose a game on it in the group stages, so that's something that maybe they might want to get rid of. They actually started banning it after they lost that game as well. So they left it unbanned, they lost the game, and they went,
maybe not.
Let's start removing that one from the pool. So based on what I've seen from Wild anyway, they're maybe going to try to force the likes of Sky or Border, but we will wait to see whenever the map bans do come in.
Would Sky and Border, however, be good for LAN Party Hotel?
Skyscraper would lean a little bit more in their favour. I think you can shut down a team like Wild pretty significantly here. It's harder to make rotations, and that's what Wild like to do. They like to be in multiple places at the same time. Border, on the other hand, that scares me for LAN Party if Wild get forced all the way there. And I'll throw a little bit of an extra choice here. Cafe is going to be a pretty high priority for Wild to get playing on. They have been so good on there, and considering the fact that we've seen LAN Party Hotel have losses on there in recent history from the group stages, even dating all the way back inside of their national system, I do feel that that's going to be a map we'll see.
Well, thank you guys for answering the exam questions. We're now going to be looking at the solutions because we have the maps actually confirmed, and then we'll see whether or not you guys actually know what you're talking about. So, looking at the bands here, Whip It, I can already tell by your facial expressions you're like absolutely loving it.
Well, we see Chalet. That's the first thing. That's my favourite map inside of the competitive pool, so I'm very happy to be going there. Once again, Chalet's been played in every single series so far, this playoff stage. Wild going to Clubhouse, not too shocked either. We've seen them have strong performances all throughout their Challenger League campaign there. Oregon as a decider is a little bit of a scary promise because Wild have been so good there. While they might be a chaotic team, they love to bring a little bit of structure in Oregon. The linearity seems to work for them perfectly, and that could be very dangerous if LAN Party Hotel need 3 maps.
Yeah, definitely. Clubhouse, they have a 100% record, and that from the groups for Wild. And I'm going to say as well, looking at Oregon, they went there twice and they got the wins on that map as well. So based on what I've seen, I'd like to argue that Wild may have just won the ban phase.
Oh, okay.
But there's still seeds to play. The ban phase is a small part. It's what the players do when they get in the server.
So saying that Wild, with these map picks, the bans that we have in front of us, it's leaning more towards their favor. Are you comfortable making a prediction then?
I have to. The banner is right behind me. I got to go for Wild because it's right there.
Okay, that was like premeditated, guys. That was the idea.
Was it? I thought it was just pure luck.
Maybe. It could be. I don't know.
Luck of the Irish. We'll go with that one.
Okay, I like that one. Whip It, are you sitting comfortably with the hype man of LAN Party Hotel?
Well, I said I'd back LAN Party, so I'm going to have to back them. I also have to go against Gibby in this one. I can't agree with my Gio for that one, so I think LAN Party have the ability to get it over. It will be a 2-1, though, if they get it done.
Oh, we're even throwing in like the amount of games. I love that. And the fact that we're saying, however, that it is kind of swinging in the favor of Wild in terms of, you know, the map picks, we also touched upon the importance of individual performances. So looking at the head-to-head specifically, these are the individuals that we are expecting to be showing up here. How likely are we to see these two just like absolutely pop off?
So I'll go first and talk about JZLING. It's not the player you might have expected us to touch on. Everyone expects you to talk about Aces or Kaneo, but I want to touch on him because he's kind of the glue for this team. He is the player, whenever the other three aren't getting it done, the big three, he is always in a great position to win a game. He's planted it 3 times, even on opening picks. He's not a player who's supposed to do it, but he's got a pretty good record. But the cost is what stands out to me. Even though he doesn't get as many kills as the rest of the players on the team, even though he's not as flashy, the fact that his cost is so high at 76% means he's having big impacts on the game. He's alive in the late game, he's winning clutches, he's getting the diffuser down. So to me, when you're looking at players that aren't entry, always go straight down to the cost, and JZLING always shows up whenever Wild need him, and I'm really expecting him to have a massive impact for them if they do go ahead and win this game.
Is Avon going to have much luck on the maps that we're seeing here right now?
Different role to JZLING, but certainly has all that potential. Is a little bit of a mid to late game warrior, if I'd say. So look at the Operators faction, Nomad being the primary offensive pick and being able to have a 21 positive KD ratio and a 65% cost. High impact player, high impact operators with the Melusi of the defense as well. These two are going to go head to head. And this might not be as flashy as a fight that you might see between other players. It won't be Aces and Corey running around, but this is going to be the absolute trenches. These two will be the difference makers. These are the workhorses of the team, and it will be very interesting to see how things end up between these two players in particular.
Yeah, and we're going to go back to the conversation about maps here because we've seen the picks and bans that came through here for Wild and LAN Party Hotel, so we know where they're going to be taking us. We know the individual players that we're expecting most likely to be showing up here, but I think one of the interesting thing is the fact that, hi there guys, one of the interesting thing is the fact that we saw similar maps throughout both play days here. Is there a specific reason for that? Is that something that teams are maybe no longer afraid of just letting them roll the dice?
Well, a big part of that has to do with hiding strategy, and you know, you don't want to show too much, so teams will keep maps hidden away in the back pocket. But once you get to the playoff stage, well, you're not going to hide it anymore. Like we've seen Border played quite a bit already. It was banned a lot during the regular season in the Nats leagues for both these teams. So that's why it's in. Chalet's a map that I think teams like. They just like playing on. You can have a bit of fun on attack and defense. You can roam effectively around the map, and for Wild, going to Chalet is something they can take advantage of because they like a rush, and Chalet has a couple of opportunities for that.
We've seen Wild do essentially every single rush possible in this game. It's ridiculous. They have no kind of care for it. They see an opportunity, they go and they commit completely and 100%. I mean, that's their signature style. They love to be aggressive and in your face. When we look at this, and Chalet is going to be, I think, leaning to them, they're going to have a fun time playing. I think both these teams are going to have a fun time playing. I think that might be a key, actually. Who can have the most fun playing this? Because, yes, there's pressure on, but realistically, no one's going home at the end of this. You're only going to lower brackets, so I guess the stakes aren't the highest right now, so who can have the most fun might be key to this.
I think we're going to be having quite a lot of fun here on the desk, you know, just a little bit.
We're working, we're not allowed to have fun.
Oh, I didn't get that memo. I guess I missed the script. I didn't get it. Well, whoopsies. LAN Party Hotel, however, we spoke about their playstyle. We spoke about these maps specifically potentially favoring Wild, and coming in here as quote unquote, dare we say it, the underdog. Can this team in general, like their performances over the last couple of weeks, their performances in their national league, can that impact their mental here? Because the first game, however we said it, is most likely potentially, you know, favor for Wild. It's their map pick. How strong is their mental? How is that going to impact their performance here?
Well, I think the fact is they fought from being the underdog team in the group stages. No one rated them coming into it, at least in our talent crew running those. We didn't have them high in our predictions. We were like, yeah, we don't know how we feel about this team, and V4 is a little bit of an underrepresented region. Only one team got to that stage. But they are an absolutely rock-solid team, and their performance through the groups has been fantastic as well. They suffered one loss throughout it. I believe actually 2 losses through the groups, and they've been really strong. They've always been able to bounce back. If they get off to a running start, Wild are in trouble because they can control the pace of this game.
So are we saying that that first map is just absolutely detrimental to both of these teams?
I would love to say yes, but we saw the last day that it doesn't really. We've had a bit of a back and forward over the best of 3 series. I think, though, Wild, because it's their map pick, they're going to want to win it. Although Chalet, like we said, it could suit them. So maybe if you are LAN Party Hotel, you want to go and break that serve as early as possible, because then you're guaranteed, you feel like at that point we'll probably see 3 maps.
So when we're speaking about Wild and just their preference in terms of maps, in terms of playstyle, they like to rush. They just like to, get in, get the job done with, and, go back. Is that something that LAN Party Hotel has the assets, has the ability to stop for just a brief period of time?
They're certainly going to know Wild's going to do it. It's not going to come as a surprise that Wild will be in their face and aggressive. So clearly, if they have good preparation and they can read into what Wild's going to do, it will be key. One thing I'll watch out for is when we get into the game, keep an eye who's going to hop on cameras at the very start of these rounds, because that's going to be a very good telltale sign for teams what Wild's going to do. Because you hop on your spawn camera, you see where they are, you kind of formulate your plan for what they're going to do. Because Wild kind of move in a block of 5. They kind of move as a big unit and try and get the job done as quick as possible. So that might be one of those key little small factors that LPH can use to give themselves an advantage.
Could there be a downfall for Wild, moving in as a group of 5, just having it all together all the time?
It can be, depending on how well set up they are for the refrag. You feel like if they lose a player, they want to have a player nearby within a couple of seconds who can get that kill. But on attack, 100% agree with Whippet. That's the way they're going to go.
Yeah.
On defense, Wild have a habit of finding blind spots. Aces in particular is this habit of just finding that one corner of a map where there's no drones or there's no player on the flank watch and having an impact from that spot. So you need to minimize the amount of blind spots you have. And I think this is a game for LAN Party Hotel where a good drone network is key.
Yeah, banning Nook as well. Do not let aces on the Nook. And also, I think a Valkyrie ban's going to come out from Wild so they can have that extra bit of fluidity when they're on the offensive side as well. I mean, if Nook gets through, I'm going to be very intrigued to see what aces can do on that operator, considering the fact you can sneak behind those enemy lines. As you said, Wild, without a Nook, can create those or get into those blind spots. Now, you can walk into something you might even have camera coverage on, and no one can see you coming. So it will be very interesting to see how that one goes. But, I mean, the operator ban's another point of this would go, because it's almost hard to tell with Wild what's going to get removed from the operator selection.
Yeah, you don't get the feeling that they necessarily target ban when they play. They just get rid of operators they don't really want to play against in the first place. Sometimes whenever they're starting on defense, they leave Alibi. Alibi's ban rate has gone up a little bit, but we know with the players they have, they like to have that ability to get around the map as quick as possible. I think LAN Party Hotel, they'll definitely look to ban the crutch operators for a while. And would you be surprised if you see Dokebe getting banned with the impact she has now, and in particular the impact Kaneo can have?
Not one bit. I mean, Kaneo has somewhat formed a little bit of his legacy already on what he can do with that SMG-12 in back pocket, so we'll not remind Liquid about what happened to them that time. But, I mean, this is going to be one of those things where pocket operators or, kind of crutch operators will get banned away from a team like Wild, because you want to disrupt the people who are comfortable on those high impact roles, and Kaneo is a perfect example of that. You take away that logic bomb, you take away his fragging potential, and all of a sudden you start seeing a little bit of openings to be able to get rounds against Wild.
Is there any operators that you don't like playing against?
All of them. All of them. I'm not great at the game.
Oh.
I will give some love. I know that there's a member of talent who's not here at this event called Fresh, and he doesn't like playing against the ACS-12. We'll just put that out there.
The only person you can actually get kills against is Fresh.
Yeah.
Wow. From the guy with the tiny notebook, yeah?
It's a great notebook, and it has all the stats I could ever want in it.
What is the most important stat?
It's my predictions. I don't want to share them yet because I want to curse everyone.
But you just shared them like 2 minutes ago. You told
as the script.
I have script.
The script for the game is in the notebook.
Can I steal it? Okay.
Pass the script over.
Right. Okay. So the script here says that I can't read this handwriting.
Blame the education system on our island.
That's what happened.
It's actually in runes, so it's a secret code.
Oh, so that's why no one can read the script.
Exactly.
That's why no one knows what's happening. Well, while we're waiting for one of the players to get ready, we're gonna keep discussing this matchup. So I want to go further into Wild. We said that they had international experience, whereas when we're looking at LAN Party Hotel, as you said it yourself, Whippet, they're kind of a team, brought together. They don't really have that much. Is that gonna play a factor here tonight?
You'd think so. You really would, but as Whippet said, LAN Party Hotel have got away with not showing a lot, so that could be a surprise for Wild. Although when you look at the list of teams that they've beaten over the course of the year, they've beaten Rogue, they've beaten other big sides like that as well, it's going to be really intimidating for LAN Party Hotel. But at the same time, I spoke with Rorik from Dunlimited, and he said LAN Party Hotel are a team that he's maybe a little bit worried about. He says they're very good at what they do. Grun, Mango, and the boys can be a difficult one for them to play against. So if I'm going to say Wild are going to win this one, but
But
it is, as he said, the V4 super team. Some people like to call them the Czech super team.
Okay.
There's a reason why super team is at the end of that sentence.
I heard like super teams weren't really a super team. I think it's just like I was told, again, this is like a little birdie, don't come for me, that super teams are coined super teams because people like to coin them super teams, but not because they actually work out as a super team.
I think that's a pretty fair one. We've had a fair share of those inside of Siege. Some people or some teams have been done super teams and have kind of fallen a little bit flat. We'll not name drop them in particular, but I mean, they've earned their moniker so far.
No, I'm joking. Don't leak.
I mean, they've earned their moniker as a super team. They have been fantastic in their nationals, and realistically, they got second in place in their group. They're 1 point behind Death Row. They looked fantastic all the way through those 2 weekends. They are a team that is serious, and I think demands a lot more respect than people perhaps are giving them. I'm going to be intrigued to see what the social vote is before this game goes live as well.
Well, I know you guys are at home spamming caster start the game, and as much as I would love to tell the casters to start the game, I unfortunately do not hold that authority. So instead, I do hold the authority to go to a little break. We're gonna all just get a glass of water. We'll be back with WYLDE versus LAN Party Hotel.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for bearing with us while we got all of our players in the lobby. Welcome back. This is the second night of EU Challenger League coming up, and we're about to get stuck into game and map number 1 here. We've got WYLDE and we have got LAN Party Hotel, but don't be fooled by the colourful and playful name, I guess, and colourful logo that LAN Party Hotel have, because I've got a feeling, Demo, that they're going to be bringing some pretty good Siege tonight.
I hope so. They're Czechoslovakian side, which, if you don't know,
easy for you to say.
Obviously a big word. But, check. It's a region that we don't really have a lot to really go off because it's a kind of emerging region, isn't it? You know, we kind of see the inclusion of it. Is it V4 Masters they're part of?
V4 Masters, yeah.
So that, you know, there's a new kind of sub-region that emerged, kind of same way we did with MPL, where we're kind of combining a bunch of regions into it. And that's how they've ended up here, is because they're actually really good in their own respective region and definitely one of the top teams that we see. And I think in the kind of siege that they play, it's obviously going to still be, you know, a new team trying to figure out their ways in that. But from what we've seen, you know, they've got the basics right, which, as we always look to, Ollie, if you can't do the basics right, you're done. Even professional teams struggle with the basics.
I love how you say we when it's really you that are just the most critical person
you had
on the basics.
No. You had an absolute meltdown with droning on Monday night.
I did, to be fair. I did.
It
must be bad if I'm getting involved with it as well.
It's all about the basics, and if you do the basics right, you will have so much more success.
Well, 2 basic bans for a clubhouse are a Hibana and a Maverick. And that's exactly what we have got so far here. LAN Party Hotel are going to be starting things off tonight on the defense. Azami coming in as Wild's favoured defender defender ban. Oh, you can tell it's map number 1. This is likely going to be some form of information. We're going to get rid of the Valkyrie. So, fairly par for the course. Nothing too concerning here. Obviously, puts a bit of pressure on the old hard breach. We're going to see a lot of secondary hard breach gadget now brought in aid to try and counter some of this play. Something else that it does demo is it makes the basement a little bit better.
Those bans, Hibana and also the Maverick, impact tricking will be very, very common here this evening. Well, you would expect it to be. Impact tricking, if you know what that is, it is a way of... It's a way of denying access to hatches and walls by just simply throwing an explosive grenade at it. You most commonly will see this with Freezer Hatch, for example. That is the main one because you can open up angles, you can open up the flooring, and then kind of throw up the impacts, and it will catch on to any number of tabletops inside the kitchen. It'll blow up. It'll remove any hard breach gadget on it. Hibana is very easy. You can just burn through because you have more Hibana pellets than what you do impact grenades in the game. Whereas Thermite and Ace, they don't really get that luxury.
No, makes things very difficult indeed. As such, we're even seeing the Ace 6 picked from. And this is looking like a little bit of an interesting composition here. We've got the Blitz coming in as well. Now, there's likely going to be a secondary hard breach gadget on the book, but again, that isn't too much to consider. You're going to be looking at more of a direct approach here, especially with the Blitz.
So I have an idea what they're going to go for. Knowing that you're going to go up against impact tricks, they're going to use the Blitz straight down dirt. If there is people inside of dirt, nobody can impact trick because there's going to be a door with a player on, a Blitz especially. You cannot impact trick the hatch. They do have another hard breach gadget that they can use for said hatch. Jay has actually slipped in by himself towards Garage, found the opening pick on the Avon, and yeah, here comes Canio with the Blitz down dirt tunnel. He is up against the smoke. This is going to be a tricky one for him, but Corey will find said smoke, so immediately quick early aggression from Wild has gifted them 2 kills.
Mengo's thinking about a bit of a rotate back to site as well, just hanging around at the bottom of those main stairs. Yuki dug in next to B-Bomb, so players from LAN Party Hotel have recognised the immediate pressure here, and not only have they lost any potential for a roam game that they might have had, but they've actually left themselves quite light. They've lost the smoke, which is something that you're going to use to try and deny area and time. More importantly, they've lost control of Dirt Tunnel, and that, of course, is going to be a big problem. Now, the saving grace demo is that there's only one secondary hard breach gadget left, and it's in the hands of Corey. So this is likely going to be a fairly one-dimensional push, only coming through on the horizontal plane with very little vertical.
The fact that they got the opening picks has helped them massively. You cannot do this push in a 5v5. It's just, you're literally holding 2 angles as a defender, and it usually does stop the attackers. With having that man advantage, the defender's going to be very, very slim, and they will start taking swings, knowing that they need to get some kills back. Corey is downed, and Kanyo's trying to hold him back, using the shield to block those bullets, and it is tricky. Does he go for the pickup? He could just be rushed as he goes for it. Good call, though. Good rotate here from Wild. Just taking the time. They know they still have a minute to go. You know, there's no point risking Canio to die for a pickup whenever somebody else can go and do it for him.
Absolutely, you can see that Wild are really just pausing here to wait to get that revive off onto Corey, give themselves back that full 5 advantage, and then they can look to try and execute this plan elsewhere. Yep, Corey can now rotate, start thinking about getting the hatch open. Yuki, no impact grenades.
They use
left
it on
here.
the Blitz.
They've already used those impacts, and I don't think that Mengo has any either. So they're going to be looking at really that kitchen hatch getting open, there's not a lot they can do about it at this point, Demo.
Corey's not even looking to open up. It should be open by now, but there we go. Now he will place it down, and actually it's going to be the moto hatch is going to be opened up, Ollie. So while they're kind of everywhere and anywhere, I have no idea what the thought process from WYLDE, what the comms were, but I suppose if you have the man advantage, just take everything you can.
Absolutely, we hear the blitz coming in now as well. Jay will be the first player on WYLDE to fall, but the damage is being done here slowly but surely to LAN Party Hotel. Groon, that's the wrong way, my friend. No point running over toward Oil. You've lost control of the site. You've lost all your pals. It's going to be a fairly straightforward round there for WYLDE, but quite a messy one. A lot of rotations coming in there. No clear plan, Demo. It looked as though they were just rolling with the punches as they came to them.
It's classic WYLDE, isn't it? That's it. It's classic. Just, if you don't know WYLDE, I personally see them as a good, solid team who have some great players in it. The strategies are very unorthodox. That has to be said. What is classic to WYLDE is, oh, that's a bit risky. For other teams,
yeah,
WYLDE play with fire. That is how they play this game. We've seen during group stages some of the plays that they went for, Amaru's and all sorts. It's high risk, high reward. They live on the edge. I'm here for it. I'm 100% here for it. It's up to LAN Party Hotel. You know how WYLDE are going to set up. It's just you have to be ready for everything with this team. That's the tricky thing about WYLDE. You may know what's coming, but nothing. Do I dare say kag? Do I dare say that word?
It's round 2. Calm down. It speaks a lot to the way that WYLDE use the 6-pick as well. You know, again, we've seen 3-4 people 6-picked out there. Really not afraid to make a plan up inside of that preparation phase. I don't imagine they were expecting to go upstairs. Especially to CCTV and Cash. It's a very unpopular site these days.
You don't go here.
And for LAN Party Hotel, it used to be a very good site, but now with a couple of the changes that come through, you can make it work. But when you start thinking, you're bringing a bandit, Thatcher's available, secondary AMP's a thing, like it just seems a little bit old-fashioned.
Oh, Haven, what's he doing down in blue? Goes too close to Corey. Will lose his life. So again, WYLDE have been gifted that opening pick. Here comes Corey to open up that main breach. Nobody home for the bandit trick, so wall is going to be opened up successfully, and that's the tricky part. Honestly, getting that wall open, some teams struggle with that, immensely, Ollie, but WYLDE's in good shape right now.
Yeah, 50 seconds for the wall to be open, not bad at all. And there was a lot of value seen there just from that player on the rappel, getting rid of a couple of insight pieces of utility. Bulletproof camera and a wub gone there, I believe. Still got a shield for Hunt Baby at the top of these cash stairs. Of course, where Giesler decided to make his way up, but there's actually been a bold rush on into sight here. It looks as though WYLDE are just going to push in deep, but if they're going to go one at a time, surely they're all going to fall. And as expected, Jay is taken out. Canio trying to make his way up garage now, but there's still a player going to be on that garage catwalk.
He's down.
You see a diffuser get recovered now as well. Groon has been downed there. Canio's certainly going to find that out soon if he didn't know already. It looks as though with the way he's moving, he's fairly cautious here.
Still difficult for WYLDE. Look at the utility on the side of LAN Party. You have 2 C4s. You have all 3 smoke canisters. All they have to do is just use it as the plant sound gets heard. That is how simple it is right now for LAN Party, and it's a tricky one for WYLDE. I wonder if WYLDE at this stage, do they ever rush for kills? Because, trying to go through this, it's gonna... And also, Canio, he doesn't have a lot of HP. Even just, a little scrape of a C4 is enough to kill him.
Well, he's just tanked a good deal of the Toxic Babe canister there. Corey is going to be on the rappel, but realistically, unless he's able to shoot out C4s in the air as they're going, which can be done, but it just isn't too easy. Hunt Baby's got himself in a great spot. 1 Toxic Babe canister left and 30-odd seconds to try and burn. Still with 2 C4s, 1 in Yuki's hand, 1 in Mengo's. Those 2 players, they are dug in deep. They are not concerned at all with what is going on inside of construction. Mengo going to go for the drop. We're going to see the C4 come through. Will be shot out mid-air, but the secondary C4 is there. Has been blown a little bit too early. Aces now has 1 more chance to try and get this plant down. 10 seconds left to go, but he's got to wait for the smoke to dissipate. Corey potentially going to push on through now as he stuns on out, trying to dislodge the player at the top of those stairs. Mengo, you should have stayed downstairs because you've made yourself a perfect line of sight. We see Yuki get down. LPH are going for the kills, but that's not going to matter if the plant is confirmed, which it is. Caneo, he's going to grab the last 2 frags there. Got to feel a bit sorry for Lamparty Hotel there. They did the right things, just a little bit in the wrong order.
Yeah, panic. Wasn't it just... First C4 gets tossed out, gets shot, and there must have been the call, oh, they shot the C4. But the smoke was perfect.
The smoke was doing
canister
the job. Yeah.
that took it down to, what, about 9 seconds there? Then you could have used the C4. And not only could you have used the C4, Bandit could have still stayed downstairs, by the way.
Mango to stay below. The hole was open.
Used the hole. Look where the plant happened. Yeah, it was definitely there for Lamparty.
Bad plant spot from Wild, really. You know, to re-attempt on that same spot.
I mean, where else are you planting, though?
But that's the whole point. You know, if Lamparty had read into that a little bit more and gone, oh, we've got the line of sight now to see where the plant's going.
I think Corey played that really well. Do you see the way he counted the utility? He counted 2 C4s, yeah. He counted the smoke canisters, and then as he knew, okay, they've used all the utility, we know we have to get the plant down, they're going to try and stop it. What are they going to do? They're going to try and run at us.
Yep.
Use the flashbang. See how good that was with stabilizing the round there for Corey and just kind of bat them back. So it was well played by Wild. They took their chances. I mean, you can't say Wild played that bad. They played it the way it should be. You know, played it to a T. It was just Lamparty. They messed up the utility, and that's what happens. It's an unforgiving sight. We've mentioned that. That's why it's not favorable, because it's so difficult once you run out of that utility to deny the plant. That big, massive breach. You're not beating it. You cannot beat that.
And you imagine if they'd have lost Garage 20 seconds earlier. It would have been an even bigger nightmare, because then there's more time to try and burn that utility. Alas, we are going to a separate site now. I'm going to be heading to gym and bedroom instead. Still a reluctance to go downstairs, which I'm a little bit surprised about. Obviously, round number 1
didn't go rinsed, to be fair.
But it is by far and away one of the more defendable sites on the map. Wild are going to come in with this east side clear. Presence already inside of the garage, not wasting any time. They know that they need to dislodge these players inside of Cash, and there are going to be a few.
It's Wild looking for the clear. They have a good chunk of utility, only plenty of flashbangs and nades on hand. And speaking of nades, Yuki's going to be down. Even though, is there the pickup? Jay eliminated. Canio tries to chase the kill, and there's going to be a lot of trades all in. It will be in favor of Lamparty Hotel. 1 minute gone, and 3 players dead for Wild. It's down to the Heart Breachers.
You can see the silhouettes of the remaining defenders making their way up main stairs now as well. Scurrying out of dodge. They've largely got the job done, taking out a large portion of the attacking force coming in from that construction side. Still with the ace to open up into logistics. Isn't going to be the easiest of challenges for Corey, especially when he doesn't have much information as to where these players are going to be. Tucked in to the closet, potentially. Great angle, but Corey's got the heads up. Shuts Groon down. Corey can now start to advance on through. The Evil Eye is going to be giving a lot of information, though, and there's no real way of dealing with that aside from getting up close and personal to it. So Hunt Baby, for now, he can sit pretty safe inside of the bathroom. Still with a minute left to go, it's a lot of time for these defenders to hold on. Mengo, he's taking a bit of an alternate approach and is going to be keeping a close eye on that construction door, but will be rewarded and then taken out. It's going to come down to a 1 versus 1. Corey versus the Aldo. What a round from Corey. Wild were in tatters after that initial roam clear, but Corey has made it happen, picking up 2 really important kills.
Brilliant. If there's one thing I love, it's a Thermite with confidence. Did you... Right, here's the thing about Wild. It always expresses in their gameplay. Whenever they, something goes wrong or something doesn't happen, they just go, oh, well, let's do this then. Like, they are so headstrong in what they want to do. They don't sit there and just wait about. They're straight in, only they always have to keep doing something, always have to keep moving. And Corey had a perfect example of that. There was the whole trade village that happened over towards Cash, and he's sitting there thinking, okay, it's just us two. We know we've cleared Cash. They're going to be in sight. I'm just going to start walking in, see if I can find some kills. And that's exactly what they did. It is the definition of just walking in and getting kills. And just lack of refrags, it has to be said. There's so much information as well.
Yeah.
You don't have to be holding those angles, giving Corey the chance to kill you.
The Maestro camera was still up.
Sitting cameras hold crossfires.
The Maestro camera was quite literally looking at Corey.
Timeout has been called. But Corey, 7 kills, I think, isn't it? My goodness, there's 8 kills. What is it? Whew, a lot, anyway.
3 rounds on the attack of Clubhouse.
Attackers need to locate and
no mean feat. Lamparty Hotel, they need to hit that reset and they need to hit it quickly.
He's 8-0.
Heart Breach is 8-0.
That's Thermite.
Not a problem.
Ooh.
Let's see what that 45 seconds did for Lamparty Hotel here. Previously, when WYLDE saw this site, they had a full change of operators, and similar is happening now. Corey's switching off the thermite. I mean, to be honest, at this point, get him on the nook. If he's 8-0, sorry, Giesler.
Sorry, there's too many one-trick nooks in that team for Corey to be having a go. Apologies.
Get him on the nook. Get him on something different. Get him off the thermite. No blitz this time, Demo.
Nope.
But we are going to get a Dokkaebi instead.
Yeah.
So we've still got a little bit of pushing power there. Secondary hard breach gadget on Corey. Still, you've got that little problem of impact tricking, so I'm not anticipating to see a heavy kitchen-sided push.
Yeah, Canio is known for playing the operators that really nobody else wants to. You know, he's on the quote-unquote fun/bad operators, to say. I'm not saying, obviously, Dokkaebi's not a bad operator, but, like, who's playing Blitz? Who's actually putting their hand and say, yeah, I'll play it? Nobody! But he does. He loves it.
I got the Blitz Black Ice in one of the viewer packs.
Ooh,
yeah.
Look at you.
I was really gutted, though, because I'll never play it.
Oh, what
a shot from...
I mean, it took him a while. Let's be honest. It took him a while to kill him there, but still.
Corey's feeling the confidence now, isn't he? He's like, right, what do fraggers do at this point? Oh, they go upside down repel on windows. That's what I'll try.
Big issue with losing him. He had the hard breach gadgets, and now you're relying on aces with just the Selma charges, and he can only realistically open dirt and a hatch. That is it. That's all he can go for.
It's going to be Moto, isn't it?
Even getting the hatch open is not going to be possible because there's still 2 impacts.
Yeah, it's got to be Moto hatch. There's no other way of getting around it. You need that guarantee.
If only there was some form of operator that could electrify hatches.
If only we had someone that had something like a claw which was electrified.
Claw, you reckon?
Yeah, I think a claw would be good.
I think you make him maybe a 1-speed. I think that would be good.
Because the claw would like stick into stuff, wouldn't it?
What kind of guns are we looking at? What's good?
You could give him like a shotgun.
Okay.
Like a kind of shotgun style.
Right.
Yeah.
What about give him a gun that usually we see attackers use?
Another good idea.
What about an AUG?
Yeah.
Give him a C4. Wow.
Give him a beard.
Wait, Milosh?
Well, it's certainly slowed WYLDE down, hasn't it?
It has. And they need to think of a plan here.
Now have to come up with a plan. And as you said, when the plan doesn't go well or when they have to make adjustments to the plan, typically it's very much a walking approach. And we've got aces inside of blue. Of course we do. He's the hard breacher. Why wouldn't he be here not using his utility? He's about to take on a couple of challenges and he's going to pick himself one up. Yuki is there with the trade, but the position has now been announced. Jay, he's waiting for the Q to call and maybe waited just a little bit too long. Giesler joining into the fray now as well, but the Malusi is still going to be slowing these players down. Jay has pushed himself in through Moto and can start to try and win some trade and some ground there. But the frags are coming back as quickly as they are going the other way, and a quick repeat from Mengo sees it to be the first round for LAN Party Hotel.
Yeah, I mean, WYLDE just no real intention of playing basement the way it should be attacked, and they just tried to all walk down blue. Wow.
Stick your only hope of hard breach in blue.
At the end of the day, if you are on an operator that has hard breach gadgets, you need to make sure that you can get the kills to back it up if you're going for those risks. I mean, if you're playing any operator that has, utility that's valuable for your team, you don't want to be losing that before using it. Use it, then sure, go wild, but quite literally. But I mean, I think Corey, it's risky, it's boisterous.
Oh, he's back on the thermite now.
He's back home.
Back on the thermite, back home. He's been to the dizzying heights of 8-0, and he's gone, you know what, I'll stick to what I know, guys. Give me the diffuser and some exothermics and I'm good to go.
It's just same lineup as what they did last time, and really, how can you go wrong with this lineup? You've got nades, you've got plenty of hard... I mean, you don't have a lot of options for hard breachers, of course, in this game, but you've got plenty of it. You can make those big openings in the wall. And that's also another thing is sometimes we've seen, Ace or even Thermite get banned out, and sometimes it does make this top floor a little bit easier. Without those Thermite breaches, you can certainly dance around it, because Habana doesn't have the same impact. So, I mean, there's 2 ways to look at it. Do you want to fortify maybe some of the top floors better with your bans, or do you want to just make sure that the basement is Fort Knox?
I'm surprised to see LAN Party Hotel bring in a Cade as well this time. Yuki's placed that on the construction wall. I'm just not quite sure that the Electroclaw is really necessary here when the Thatcher's available.
Oh, he's used them for...
He's got the garage as well, I suppose. Yep. But still, the Thatcher should just be able to get to all of this, no problem.
Canio can see that immediately. Canio will know where they're going to be placed also. Does he? Hopefully. Yep, there we go. We'll reach it anyway. So that's, Kides sorted. Garage wall opened up. Just have to get that main breach open, Ollie, and they should have no issues. And honestly, it's just going to be a simple repeat, isn't it?
It certainly should be. Giesler? Maybe looking for a little bit of potential from below. He does, of course, have the nades. Going to try and assist The Bandit not being able to trick there, and for Corey to be able to get that breach off without a hitch. Now, Mango's actually rotated into the garage now this time. Yuki's got himself down from below, but will manage to get himself up. Jay, unfortunately for him, doesn't have any nades left, but he can still try and put some pot shots through this floor.
It's a big risk for Mango now going inside of garage, because that's 2 players essentially cut off from the rest of the team. You've got Grun and you've got Mango inside a catwalk. Sure, they're safe for the meantime, but we know that Wild will eventually rotate and they will start using utility. They don't have any nades, fair enough, but they still have some flashes that they can utilize. And if they lose 2 players all in, don't get anything in return, then that's going to be rough. That's going to be very difficult for LAN Party Hotel to actually come back from, especially considering that Mango, he has a C4, which is needed for this.
It really is. Mango ideally should be in cash, or at least the C4 should be. Now, Aces has made himself in below, but I'm not sure if he knows that Mango's going to be there. Maybe there could be a bit of a lack of info here.
It's a risk.
All Mango's got to do is try and hop up. The C4 will go down, explode, and Aces takes a good chunk of damage. The game is up now. Wild occupying the ground floor, and we've got LAN Party Hotel occupying the rafters. We're going to see a kill come through as a trade. Still, Grun is going to be alive here and maybe gets to find himself.
Hello?
You saw the head! Giesler picks himself up a freebie. That's garage control now for Wild.
They have wasted a good amount of time, and considering that there is still plenty of utility, you have the smoke canister still in the back pocket. Wild may just need to try and push in for the kills, which Jay has tried to go for, but has been shut down immediately by the smoke. There goes the Toxic Babe. Corey on the breach finds Avon. It's a 2 versus 3, but look at the HP off the diffuser carrier. Aces, he takes 1 sniff of the smoke and he's done.
Yuki hasn't got a great deal of health to speak of either, and with no C4 is relying on the gun. Ace is going to pick him off. The smoke's going to do the rest. Hunt Baby credited with that one. The diffuser can be picked up. The smoke's been replaced. Giesler, he has to go for an alternate spot, and Hunt knows this. Hunt finds the kill onto Corey. There's 3 seconds left. You can't come off the kit now. Swings with the shotgun. LAN Party Hotel, they finally start to chain him together here.
4 kills in the round, I think that is, for the smoke. Much better from LAN Party Hotel. The utility working 10 times what it was the last time. And I'll be honest, the little switch up with putting the Bandit inside of catwalk, sure, you're probably looking at it and thinking, well, you know, that's obviously going to be a bit of a risk. You lose then the C4 the Bandit could utilize, but the fact that it wasted a lot more time for Wild dealing with 2 players, and also they were able to do a good chunk of damage to those players. And then that's whenever the late game smoke comes into great effect.
Well, it was the C4 from Mango that was thrown from Garage Catwalk that went on to Aces that put him on 1 HP. It was all a big part of it. The fact that Mango was still able to get a kill from the catwalk as well, and I think he just bought Grun a little bit of time and a little bit of, there was a little bit less pressure directed onto the one player. Never an easy position to play inside of the catwalk. Often now, especially with the changes to Doc, we see, you know, a bit of double French action up there. We maybe see some Rook armor plates or some Doc Stim pistols getting played up there as well. So doing a reasonable job with just the Wamai.
One thing that I think Wild will struggle with, I think Jay's a big culprit for this. Have you noticed that whenever they have the man advantage, Jay will just do something by himself and get killed? What's the thought process behind some of these plays that Jay's going for? Because it seems as if it's harming the team. I understand that you realize, Jay, that there's a smoke that you need to eliminate because that's going to cause you issues, which it did. But if you're going to execute, wait till everyone else is ready, because you're just giving players 1v1s. And if you don't win those, you look like the fool. And that's sadly what's happened to him. Just moments like that can really change the dynamic of how a round goes. You've done so well to get that early lead. Why just waste it? Why throw it away?
It was a big 1v1, Jay versus Hunt at the top of Cash, and it was a big 1v1 that Hunt won, and it was the start of a slew of kills that came through for him. Wild are going to be attacking into gym and bedroom this time. Again, a site that they've been successful in previously, but it was really off the back of Corey. Picking up 4 massive kills after their initial approach really fell quite short. They're not going for the same now, though. There's focus and attention now being paid to the jacuzzi wall instead. And Cash and construction side of things is looking, for the most part, fairly untouched.
Yep, much slower this time from Wild, and they're looking to play a little bit more, I think, reserved and not wanting to give away any of those picks. Interesting change-up that we see from LAN Party Hotel. I don't know if they did this last time, but they have fully reinforced bathroom walls. So this is something that you will see some teams do. It doesn't happen like immediately. You will see sometimes a pocket reinforcement actually kept. But they've just went to reinforce the jacuzzi walls and then also reinforce up the bathroom. And what that essentially does is it's good and bad because it stops the attackers getting into bathroom so early, but then also you just kind of forfeit control of the breach. And what we just seen that JZLING did was very simple. You're straight in the gym. That's the only issue with that play.
Couple of kills there, picked up quite nicely for Wild, and looks as though they're just framing up here. We've got Jay at the top of main stairs. Aces has swung and found himself a great frag over onto Ivan, and you just feel like Hunt Baby's in a bit of a box at the minute. Yeah, sure, he's found himself a kill, but the plant's now going down. He's going to start getting pushed very shortly. Aces from the windows will see to it that he is put to an end as well. The plant going down, a much better round there from Wild, not relying on that clutch factor from Corey.
Yeah, great round, has to be said. Wild just doing basics. Again, just, I said, you do the basics right, you will be gifted in this league, because we know in this league teams will make mistakes, and if you can just play, I suppose, not as bad, isn't that essentially what everyone does? It's not like you play better than the enemy team, just don't play as bad. And that's kind of what's happening. I think LAN Party Hotel, they forfeit way too much. We're reinforcing those walls. Wild see that immediately and they're straight in. And the thing is, if you, in your strat book, if you are reinforcing both of those bathroom walls, in what universe is there going to be positions that players are in where you can then get picked off by somebody walking into gym as easy as what it was? That shouldn't be happening. If you know you don't have that breach control, then don't sit in the open.
It was almost like a... I don't know if LAN Party Hotel would, heads in the sand a little bit there with what they'd actually set up for themselves.
Because the whole thing about that strategy, if you do reinforce up the bathroom walls, is then you're trying to play in towards cash, you're trying to play in towards construction, because you can hold anyone pushing in towards gym, you can hold them from construction. And you may be thinking, oh, but remember there was a guy in the window, damn, what are you on about? Just one guy. You have so many players still towards that side of the map. You can run out on them, use the windows, jump out, trade, whatever it is you need to do. That's doable. You can easily take off one player and then still hold everything from construction.
I can't believe how much we're seeing CCTV tonight.
Mad.
To say that it's a site that we very rarely get to see when you start thinking about something like EUL or... It's crazy to me that we're seeing teams really prefer it. I mean, it's Wild's first choice here. They've got the entirety of Clubhouse to go at, and still they've picked CCTV.
Well, they went for double French. And remember, I think me and you cast at G2, wasn't it? Whenever they were playing Clubhouse. Who did they play against? They played Clubhouse week 7, week 8. I forget what week it was, but they played it, and we've seen some form of dock action or rook, whatever it was from, I think Virtue was up in that position. Actually worked really well for the cache. If you don't know about how cache room is, we've mentioned before about how Catwalk is so tedious to really hold. The double French meta now, where you have the full health stim pistols, you have the potential to revive yourself with the rook plates. That's just going to fortify and shore up Catwalk even more so. And plus, you also get heavy players with 2x's or 1.5x's that you can challenge onto those longer angles, and you can really take the fight to the attackers in that environment.
I love that bulletproof camera just there for the drones and stuff like that. Kaneo's picked himself up a really good C4 there too.
What a kill. Thermite.
Not sure how he had the info for that one. We've got Corey below as well, maybe looking for a bit of a rotate up those main stairs.
Oh, losing the Thermite is big because there's only one Selma charge left for Grun, and that means that they can't have a full walk-through breach, which is what you would want for cache. You can only open up just a small portion of it, which is either going to have to be a crouch hole or it's going to have to be a jump-in, and obviously the jump-in gives you that sound QOA, which isn't that favourable for the attack.
I mean, look at Corey's position there. He's primed and ready to shoot something off if he can get the angle onto it. Just can't.
Oh,
just does get the angle onto it.
That's it.
It didn't look close, but Corey's managed to shut it down, and that's no hard breach left now.
He didn't get the other half, but all that does is just open up literally a toe angle. That's all it opens up. They cannot get through that breach. They are hard stuck with having to push in either through the main breach or have to walk through that terrible construction door where there's like 20 million angles you can get shot from. Yuki has been able just to walk in while they're trying to get themselves stimmed back up, but they're still holding firm. Wow, Wild have just ripped through them all. You would think that they were attacking the way that was being played.
Flawless round from Wild and very well deserved. It was kind of funny that, I mean, you see the double French, you think, oh, we'll give Catwalk a miss, shall we? We'll push through construction. Forget it. Just forget that as well. Back to the drawing board, please, with that attack, because we didn't see East Wall get pressured. We didn't see enough.
Lose the Thermite immediately.
The Thermite was going. The opening picks there that Wild were able to grab. I mean, you never can pick who you're going to get on that opening. You don't know who you're going to be put face to face with. Wild had a good opportunity of taking those small little advantages and snowballing it into something a little bit bigger.
They're looking good, this Wild team today.
I tell you what, I worry for Lamparty Hotel today. I really do. I thought we were going to come in and this was going to be already a lot closer. But I'm looking at this and thinking, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 7-2, 7-3.
It's feeling very one-sided today. And I don't think we felt that at all during our Monday night matchups.
No.
Not once did I think, wow, this is just that one team playing so much better. It was so close. Especially whenever we know who else has to play today, Ollie.
Yeah.
The Italians. Could be a quick one today.
Potentially.
Get the restaurant booked.
There's still time. There is still time. I think this map this round will again set a little bit of a pace.
Of course, well, 6-2, you're in the driving seat, defense and clubhouse. You have this basement now to fall back onto, which we've mentioned is so strong because you have got rid of the Maverick, you have got rid of the Habana. Impact tricking is going to be common. We also see a Thunderbird, which I think says a lot about Wild and just the kind of team that they are. When do we ever see Thunderbird?
I don't want to burst your bubble, but we saw it on Monday.
Did we?
Yeah.
When?
I can't remember, but we definitely saw it on Monday. Now, you look at the lineup that Wild have brought here, and the reason why I think that this will set a little bit of a pace is because there is a heck of a lot for Lamparty Hotel to deal with.
Oh, I mean, this is just your classic ranked aggro lineup. That's all it is.
This is a nightmare to go up against.
Yeah. It is just going to be Wild running around the map. That's why you have the Thunderbird, so you can just go back in, heal yourself back. Oh, and now he goes again. That's the way that Wild are going to be playing this, but it's actually not working out too well, Ollie, as they are going to be a man down. Chircaneo hasn't been killed officially, but he's pretty much dead on catwalk. Nobody with him, and Wild have fled back to the site. They've got one kill. Again, that Thermite. Oh dear. They've lost the Thermite, and Buck does not have hard breach gadgets.
Yeah.
Oh dear, oh dear.
While it's not gone swimmingly for Wild, I think that they'll be pretty happy.
This is right. So now, without hard breach for the basement, you have to pick your poison. You have the man advantage, which I think helps a lot. Having that extra man is going to be invaluable for Lamparty Hotel. You have two options. You blitz down blue, which we've seen Wild try and do that. How'd that end up?
They don't have a blitz.
No. Oh, come on, right? Or you push down main stairs and you try and take long, and you try and walk in through Moto Door. Both avenues, you are walking into single doorways. That is the issue now without having any hatches open, having dirt opened up. Lamparty Hotel just have to trade. This is what I'm saying, how crucial it is that they have the extra man. If they just take the trades, they'll be left with one player standing. That's all they need.
You can tell why this is taking a long time, and it's because they've got no drones left. We've watched them there stall out for 30 to 40 seconds just because they are starved of information and they're having to push absolutely everything. They're opening Ash Rush spot here, Demo. This could be a quick play into Church. Groon, he's got that angle from above and he can open up a nice hole ready and waiting for Mengo to try and push in. Bit of a no Finkerston pistol left either.
No hatch, it doesn't work.
But there's still a couple of nades, so they might be able to dislodge the player. Yuki just picked up a massive kill there. Gisela is going to be there with the trade, but wasn't expecting the player directly behind. A quick push there from Lamparty Hotel. We'll see them rewarded.
Dirt was open the whole time. I had no idea. Did you know Dirt was open?
No.
Mostly because we didn't really have any interest in that because we had that massive roam game happen. But wow, yeah, having Dirt open really changed the dynamic of what I was explaining. I mentioned you need to have different avenues of approach whenever you're looking to push in towards that basement. And of course, having Dirt open is going to give you a massive doorway that you can walk through. And just the positioning, if you think about main stairs to Dirt door, if you want to hold main stairs, you have to turn your back to Dirt. If you want to hold Dirt, you have to turn your back to main stairs. And that's the issue if you're a defender trying to hold both of those angles.
So we're going to see the same site attempted again here by Wild, but with a very different lineup. They haven't got the Mozzie, they haven't got the Thunderbird, and they have not got the Oryx. Instead, we're bringing much more set up the Fortress.
I mean, it's a full 5-man change-up, isn't it?
It is. We've got the Mirror, we've got the Maestro for information, we've got double catcher utility in the Jaeger and the Wamai, and it's really, okay, we are going to set up Church just how we like it. And you can see how far you get.
We never mentioned about how strong Mira is. With Habana being gone,
yeah,
tricky Mira windows to deal with unless you want to be running a Twitch every single round. And you do look at the lineup and you think maybe you could fit in a Twitch there, maybe for the Finka, but then you lose flashbangs, you lose a bit of burn in that regard. But yeah, Mira's strong for holding down, obviously, the main stairs, which is where we see that main one on triple wall, but also just helps give a bit of information towards blue. So you can see if anyone drops in towards oil pit. And more than anything, if you see a Mira window as an attacker, it's a deterrent. it's a repel. It kind of says, okay, don't come down here because there's a mirror window.
Because for all that you can get up to them and punch them, you've still got to get up to them.
Yeah, there's going to be a guy looking at you.
When they're being played in those sort of aggressive positions, it's very difficult to get anywhere near. I don't know if you caught Ace's charm that he's playing with there, but I don't know how do you play with that? Get a glowing pumpkin.
Let Maurice do what Maurice wants to do.
Honestly, I would lose my mind.
Don't you dare question Maurice. How? Apologise.
Well, we'll see if it works.
Apologise.
No.
It's you give him that credibility. Apologise now, or else I'm not casting. You can go find someone else to work with.
If he gets himself a kill, I will. I'll do a full written.
Apologise for him, Maurice. I'll sort him later.
Let's see if it's good for a kill or not. Slowly, we're seeing Lamparty Hotel set themselves up, get a bit of flank protection out there and start swinging that sledgehammer and opening up some of the angles. They've got a little bit going on here inside a kitchen.
Is dirt open?
Oh, we're actually getting that open from above as well. Groom's not taking any chances.
No dirt,
fully reinforced dirt. It's a very slow way to open up the kitchen floor, this, isn't it?
It's safer, though, because you don't get C4 from below.
It is.
Which is the advantage, but yeah, like you mentioned, it is a lot slower. And you do waste a bit more ammunition in the old skeleton key, which we know of.
Oh, dear.
Oh, straight into the plunge in towards Mo. It's a good pick on... Oh, no, he missed the Maestro camera. That was the whole point of him dropping in, is to eliminate that utility. We see a swing from JZLING, but that's a good trade-off from Maurice. There he is. Don't you dare question the charm.
Well, he's got himself a kill. Let's see if he's good for another. Going to be playing behind the mirror window now, looking to try and defend off the hatch. Ivan, he's going to be at the top of blue stairs. Yuki, you can rotate all you like down to dirt, but it isn't going to be open, my friend. Oh, unfortunate there. We do see the Wamai come into action. Still desperately trying to get rid of this Maestro camera. Hunt Baby's found some success, though. He's been able to take Corey down, and that should alleviate some of the pressure on that church wall. 25 seconds left to go. Jay's picked himself up a great frag onto Yuki as he tried to sneak his way through, and Kaneo can start to re-peek onto this mirror window. He's still going to be very safe here. Aces is cutting him down, but the flood comes in. 2 versus 1 now as Groom's got 2 left to find, but he's going to get cut in the crossfire. Jay, he seemed to keep himself on the edge of the action for the entirety of the round, just striking when he needed to. And guess what? Because kitchen hatch wasn't open, he was able to sit under it for the whole time.
Yeah, ignored kitchen hatch. And the thing is, look how much utility they wasted as a buck player, opening all of that, and then you just...
Not doing anything with it.
Just gets left.
Yeah. We see Mengo drop Moto.
You know, it's like fingerprints on an abandoned handrail. What's the point?
It's like what?
It's like a memory.
Fingerprints on a handrail?
On an abandoned handrail.
Oh. That sounds like some sort of murder investigation sort of...
Is that a good novel?
That's how like a murder
novel.
mystery starts. There was fingerprints on the handrail.
Abandoned! Make sure it's abandoned. Nobody's used it in years. Just fingerprints left. That's all it was. Just a distant memory. Never to be used again. It's like last time you ride a bike. Now, you know what bike's just sitting there just rusting away. It's like what's happening in my kitchen.
I rode a bike last time we were in Paris.
Did you?
Yeah.
I don't think I've rode a bike since I was maybe 12.
It is true that you never forget. I jumped back on, I was like, I don't know.
You see, I've upgraded to,
Chris Hoy.
I've upgraded to a car, so I'll never need to ride a bike again, you see, Ollie. That's the difference with me.
Match point for Wild, 6-3. Lamparty Hotel. They really need to give themselves a bit of a wobble because we're not seeing a lot of problem solving going on here. We're seeing a lot of things happen to them and they're not responding very well to them. So last time this was a site that was played in a very aggressive way by Wild.
They didn't even get really... They got main breach open, but didn't even get construction open. Didn't really have any map pressure that I think put Wild under any form of stress. Again, that double French being brought in. Double French was not even tested. We didn't even get to see how it worked out, which I'm quite sad about.
Well, maybe we'll get to see it this time. We're seeing the breach opened in a bit more of a meaningful way, although no one's going to be playing on that rappel for the meantime.
What is that bulletproof, by the way, from Aces? What has he put? See where he's put the bullet? No, the other one. It's towards construction doors, Treacle. It's in construction, to the right of the door frame.
He puts it on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just whacked it in there.
He used this last time to shoot drones, believe it or not.
Did he?
Yeah. It actually worked somewhat.
Oh, I know why they're doing it, because they're going to feed the information for the C4. That's how they did the last time, didn't they?
That's how they got the C4 kill last time.
That's how they did it. It just seemed very late, so that's why I panicked.
Yeah.
I see him placing it down as their walls getting opened up beside him.
Corey just waiting for his time to strike. He had a nice little flank through those main stairs last time as well.
Does Cano have it pre-placed again in the same spot? It looks as if, because he doesn't have the C4 in hand, yeah, it was the exact same position, but this time Hunt Baby just runs through it. Not going to fall for that one again.
It is the only way. Aces has taken out the drone there, though. Something that LAN Party Hotel have been pretty terrible at is that drone economy. Only got 3 left currently. Still with a minute left to go, you need to have some to do some of that final fact-finding. Kaneo, he's got himself taken out there. Yuki getting pressured here from inside the garage. You can see the traces coming through from multiple angles. Jay isn't finished, but he will be taken down. Grun there able to land the finishing blow. His kills do start to trade, but Aces, look at him go. Corey might be down, but he is not out. Effective 2 versus 2.
Rook armor.
Still a chance for Corey to get himself up here. Aces, if he can get the line of sight.
Does he not have armor plates?
There is one left in the basket, so I don't think he might have picked it up. Avon is actually able there to shut him down. So regardless of the Rook armor or not, I think there's still one left there in the backpack. Aces does still have 2 stims though. So effective 2 versus 2 now, and no meaningful utility for these attackers to use.
One C4.
Gisela from below, going to pre-place that C4 and go for it. Takes Grun down, leaving this all up to Ivan. 9 seconds, no chance of getting the plant down. He has to find these kills, and he hasn't got a clue. Aces drops the hatch. Unfortunate. He might still be gifted the kill here. He is. I don't think that's how he was anticipating getting the demo, but it's how he gets the kill nonetheless.
Taking a tumble, taking a slip.
I think everybody's done it, haven't they?
But yeah, Wild holding firm. I mean, Aces just being able to pick them off. Honestly, Corey not picking up the Rook armor. I was sitting there waiting, surely that's going to be an easy revive for himself, but nah.
Could have been one of the first ones we've seen as well.
Could have worked really well. Also, you think of the position he's in. You know, that's it. You have to kind of go out of your way now to try and kill Corey, and yeah, what can you do?
Well, that was a very quick and convincing win for Wild on Clubhouse, but there is more still to come. So we are going to take a very short break. We're going to throw this one back to our analysts. They'll break it down and set us up for map 2, which will be Chalet.
Wild have gone wild, and they won their own map pick, which is actually pretty new here because on Playday 1 of playoffs, neither one of the teams won their own map pick, so they're already off to a good start. Now, welcome back, guys. I'm Gina, your host, joined by Gibson and Whippet. Gibson, you had like this crystal ball. You had this piece of information that you were so kind to share with us, and it was about Wild's playstyle.
Yeah, it's the enigma of Wild that we spoke about. We know that they have this weird and wacky play style. Straight off the bat, first round, they went so aggressive and raced to a 3-0 lead. And really, it was, I think it caught LAN Party Hotel by a surprise.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is a weird one because in reality, LAN Party Hotel knew the way Wild were going to play.
They did. I mean, to really summarise that style of play from Wild is look at round number 3. They got down to a 2 versus 4 with just the hard breaches left. It was Aces and Corey, the two most experienced players on that roster, and they just found a way to win. Almost summarises Wild perfectly. They walked in, tucked their ones, and isolated picks absolutely perfectly, and dismantled what was left of LAN Party Hotel, and that triggered the timeout getting called out by LAN Party Hotel, which was kind of needed at that point because they just suffered 3 pretty strong losses in a row.
Yeah, and we spoke earlier about individual play and how important these were yesterday, last week, Monday, to ascend to 10-star, being able to secure themselves in their positions. And we said, if this is going to happen again today, that's most likely going to be the deciding factor in some of these matches. So the individual play style from LAN Party Hotel and from Wild as well, both really showed up.
Yeah, absolutely. The one I really want to highlight, of course, is going to be in round number 5, where we saw Hunt essentially win with a 4K with smoke, locked it down. It was on CC and Cash, and he was able to use his smoke counters perfectly to burn enough time and win a absolutely critical 1v1 fight with Corey, who was the only player who could cover the case going down. He swings out wide from red, gets that pick, and all of a sudden the round opened up. He swings wide deep and denies that plant going down, getting the victory for his team. Huge 4K, huge individual performance. And while they didn't get the map victory, it showed that they can dig deep and they can have individuals that can have that huge impact, especially when all the pressure's on their shoulders.
Yeah.
And you spoke about Corey and that one, losing that gunfight, but in round 7, we have a little clip to show you about the impact that Corey had in the round. So, a little bit of an idea. He gets behind, gets below. He knows that they're going to try open up that construction wall. So what he does, he plays the position, he gets rid of the Ace Selma charge, and then that forces LAN Party Hotel to try flush him out. He drops below, and he wins his ones and wins that right. Just before that too, though, Whip, it's something we don't see too often. Aces was actually on a camera, enabling Kaneo to get a kill with a C4, and that's how that round was basically won.
Not a common sight to see Aces on a camera, but it was his own utility he placed down. He was using it to get rid of drones instead of construction so he could peek out wide. But of course, he got that information relayed to Kaneo, who had a C4 down below, and was able to get that opening pick. And Wild from that round again, just utilising every small little advantage they could find. And that clip perfectly highlighted exactly how they play.
Yeah, and as much as we're speaking about individual performances, the team in general from the side of Wild, it felt like more of a cohesive unit. It looked like every single one was really pulling their own weight and making sure that they're contributing in some way, shape, or form to the overall.
Yeah, well, just look at the stats straight off the bat. The 2 Tier 1 players, Aces and Corey, 12 and 4, 10 and 5. But to me, 100% cost. How often in a map do you see a 100% cost? And if you look at the score on the left, that's always the one that matters. I'm just going to say it. I said to Whip it when that game started, it was going to be 7-3 to Wild in map 1.
Yeah, you called it absolutely perfectly. I mean,
the crystal ball.
He's brilliant predictions. I should probably listen to him more often when it comes to it. But as you said, Aces 100% cost means in every single round played, he had an impact. And just look at this: 12 and 4 on the Ace and Doc. Not a common combination, but get used to seeing more Doc in play. I have a feeling a few players might get themselves promoted to that role as this playoff stage goes on.
Well, he does definitely look like a happy gamer. And you look like a happy gamer yourself as well, Gibson, because your predictions have been correct. Fortunately, Whippet, as a LAN Party Hotel advocate, cheerleader, it has not come to terms yet, but we still have the next mic going, and that is going to be their map pick. Chalet, LAN Party Hotel, how does it all come together?
So they've already had, a couple of rounds up against Wild. They don't understand how they're going to play today. It is their map pick, so I'm going to hope it's going to sway a little bit more in their favour. Now, we know Wild do enjoy this map. It does lean attacker-sided, so if they can capitalise fully on that, it's going to be important. And it can be difficult for players like Aces and Corey to have significant rotations because you can lock them down from positions not even in the map. You can get on rappels on balconies outside of library and on mezzanine to shut down these key areas. So if they can play that well and lock down Wild's rotations and movement, they have a very good chance of having a far better showing and even potentially grabbing the map.
No, we said earlier on as well, Gibson, that first map was going to be incredibly important. And Wild were actually the one who won their own map pick. Surprise, that happens here at CL. And they're actually the ones who are now in the driver's seat. They have that advantage, just not that much pressure. Chalet, is that still going to be their playground?
I think, and I'm going to disagree with Whippet a little bit on this one. I think Chalet is a map that Wild are actually pretty happy to be going to. And there's a couple of attacks we've seen from them in the past where they've had an impact. You're going through that window on the bottom of main stairs straight into those bar game sites where teams spend loads of time usually trying to take library control. Wild usually go that direct line and have an impact that way as well. They'll identify where the roamers are and say, do you know what? Well, if they're over this side of the map, we're going to go direct site and force the defenders to come back. Now, there is a reason why LAN Party Hotel came here. You know, this is their map pick, so they are going to have something planned as well. But you cannot let Wild into this building early, or they're going to go straight for it. And on your attacks against Wild, we've seen it before. Where's aces? Find aces, and you'll do it, because you know we had a couple of aces yesterday, and coming back today, well, we had a very different type of ace.
Yes, we did. We had the aces.wild show up. Absolutely huge. I mean, MVP of that last map for a very, very good reason. But this is going to be a very interesting map to see these teams go head-to-head. And the fact is, the LAN Party Hotel haven't shown it yet through the group stages. Yeah,
well, Wild likes to go into the buildings through the window. IRL, that is not advised. Use the doors. Safer. But we're going to be heading over to our casters, Demo and Ollie, who are going to be walking you through the action. Maybe we'll see some window jumping.
Ginny, thank you very much indeed. We're going to be covering game number 2 here, Demo. We've got a little bit of Chalet action. I don't think that game 1 necessarily delivered to the level that we were expecting from LAN Party Hotel. Maybe they can bring it here on Chalet.
Or maybe it's just Wild are delivering to the expectations we had.
I mean,
look at it that way.
Did we have those expectations, though? I think, thinking back to the predictions, we maybe trolled this one a little bit in hindsight.
I mean, Wild were always a dangerous team for me. Could have been dangerous to anyone who came up against them, or simply dangerous to themselves.
Danger, danger.
They're dangerous to themselves
High
sometimes.
voltage.
Because the thing is, like, Wild can like just look incredible, and then they do things I'm sitting there thinking, what are they doing?
They still got away with a few things in that last game for as well as they played.
I don't think LAN Party Hotel punished Wild the way that they probably should have.
I think another team would punish Wild a bit more. Yeah. Let's see what we get for bans.
I mean, winner of this game, and if it is going to be Wild, then they could potentially be playing either JZLINGs or MKERS. Like, you know, realistically, I think a lot of people would predict, you know, probably MKERS versus Wild. And then we'll really see how good Wild are.
It's a big game to have early on that, isn't it?
But there's one you want to get out of the way with, because if you win that, you are, whew, you're rubbing the hands in glee.
Nook and Ying. Some very meta bans here for Chalet. The Nook ban, obviously, it's a staple.
It's a specific ban, of course, to many of the Wild players. We know that that's an operator that they will just kind of toss between themselves. Coordinated good luck, have fun. Don't know if you noticed that.
Is that like a 3-2 on go?
Yes.
Are they just
Yep.
are they showcasing their ability to do executes?
It's good communication, that has to be said. You have to credit them for it. It's what you want to see from Wild. That level of teamwork.
With the Jaeger ban. And the Azami. So, again, nothing too unusual. I think the Jaeger ban maybe comes in as something that's a little bit more off the cuff. It does leave up a lot of information, though. You're left with Mirrors, you're left with Echo, you're left with Valkyrie.
Valkyrie's open.
You're left with quite a lot here as a defender.
Even Alibi open. Probably one of, I think, Alibi's best maps. Well, she's just good anywhere. I'm a big believer of ban that operator.
Are you an Alibi crutch?
No, I'm not the crutch. I remove the crutches. Like, the thing is about Alibi is she is a coach's dream. If you think about how you can incorporate her into a lot of setups, shotgun and a shield. That already just, you're in heaven if you have that combination. And I think that's why Alibi can be, you know, flex picked into really any lineup, and I think that's why she becomes a bit of a headache. And not only that, the gun, free speed, there's added bonuses to that also. Just overall, it's just fits into a lot of what coaches say. Okay, maybe we do need this because we need an extra shot, we need a shield, we need something else.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I like the lineup that we're seeing Wild bring here. Getting rid of the Kali and going for a Thermite instead. Doubling down with Kaneo bringing Ace, so they're going to look to try and get both walls open here. And with Jay on the glass, it gives you the option to play from outside to in a little bit more.
I mean, Thatcher is open and they haven't went for it. Knowing that there's going to be a basement, surely you would expect some form of denial on these walls. You would expect that if you're Wild, but they haven't went for it, so it is very risky. Corey has placed one of his Thermite charges. It looks to be down in the outside snowmobile breach, but it's actually been, I think, has it just been electrified off? I think it has been, Ollie.
Potentially been tricked. He placed it upstairs.
Yeah. That's a common area that you'd place
it. It's very straightforward on that. And not only that, but it's not too bad to get with the Twitch drone either. Giesler is going to get his Twitch drone in there, and I think he did get it. Yeah, just hides out for a second underneath the couch and confirms. Now that breach can be opened. A little bit later than they would have liked, but it's a job that has been done nonetheless. Corey, for the most part, now can just sit here. He's got 3 stuns, but they need somebody playing that breach, and he hasn't got a secondary piece of hard breach to try and work across to the other side.
They need to eliminate the second Electroclaw, because that Electroclaw is placed to deny the long angle that Kaneo is going to try and open up. As you can see, both of it being electrified. You can see it tucked in. to essentially just in the wall, pretty much. So a lot of pressure on getting that opened. Sure, there is still a nade that Jay could utilize on the glass as well as Ace's nades, but there's going to be some Wamai discs in the way of that. And what's that? That's an alibi who's just appeared out of nowhere. All he drops the hatch. It potentially could have been the worst moment.
It wouldn't have been the best time, would it? I think one of the nades has just been taken out by the Wamai there. That's a little bit of lack of due diligence, I think, on the side of Wild, especially given that there was a drone sent in there. But Aces has gone above, and he has seen some success. He can now look to try and maybe work that Electric Claw off and assist the rest of the team getting that open. Mengo just going to stretch his legs now, maybe go for a little bit of a stroll up those main stairs. Groon, he's almost spoilt for choice on angles to peek here. He's caught inside a blue and doesn't really know whether to keep an eye on the door or the newly made breach. Mengo still debating going for this flank, but we are going to see Jay come through with a great swing. Goes a little bit deep and is taken out, but the trades are there. Wild, they are full sending, full committing here, and the plant is going to be going down. Mengo, you get the eyes on, but you're getting shot in the back, my friend. The plant's still being confirmed here, and all the kills just get wrapped on up. JZLING picks himself up too. Had to draw for the pistol for the second, but Wild never in any doubt.
Did you see the fear that really Lampard Hotel were living on? Whenever you're playing your warden towards what was it, blue main stairs area, you're probably expecting smoke grenades and you're expecting plants to go down inside a snowmobile. Snowmobile plants happen pretty much immediately. They're seen as rush strategies. A lot of teams will not kind of go for that play as their final execute. You either go for the rush and you try and plant immediately, which is, that's where you want to have your warden. But as soon as it gets into about a minute and a half into the round, the team's going to be looking for the more traditional wine cellar approach. If they're moving towards wine, they're opening trench wall, it's obvious they're going to be planting in that place. That's whenever you should have the warden rotated towards blue and can challenge those long angles on the trench breach, can stop the Glams walking in through the single doorway. It's little things like this, positionings, and really heads-up thinking from Lampard Hotel that is struggling. It is there. There is moments that they can upset the apple cart for Wild's attacks, but they're not doing it in the right way, similar to what we've seen in Clubhouse, where they weren't using the denial the correct way. They were panicking. It looked as if they were trying to maybe retake above. Yeah. Did we not see the Wamai just kind of linger in the stairs? If you're going to go for it, go for it. Because what is he really doing just sitting on the staircase? And it's polar opposites, because Wild are a team that will go for it. Yes, and without a moment's hesitation. You need to make the play. Or what will happen, though, if you don't make the play? You'll die. The play will make you. Lampard Hotel are showing a distinct lack of being able to adapt. And it's almost like they are just so headstrong into their own setup and what they have planned and prepped, or what they have set up, that they're not willing to make those changes on the fly as they're needed. And it will be something that does come back to hurt them if it continues. Little nade there from Aces. Isn't going to see any damage. It will remove any ability to keep that wall safe and secure. So we've seen this extension quite a few times for the top floor. Top floor is generally seen as the worst defending bomb site for this map. It's too easy for the attackers to gain control of main breach and then open things up from there and get an easy plant. So what we've seen teams do is really go for a heavy extension. You will start to see a lot of walls being opened up. You will have now this shield be played inside of jungle, where it can be placed for more aggressive lines of sight. And ideally, as a defender, you've opened up all these angles and you're extending across and you're trying to kill the attackers before they even get inside the library. That's the whole point. As soon as they jump in through windows, they're going to die. That's where a lot of the attackers will stem their attack, is from library. So if you just deny them early doors, it's going to be favorable for you. Bit of a rotation coming through here from Lamparty. We've got Yuki downstairs. He seems to have set up a little bit of shop there. He does have a C4 to work with, so could be waiting on a bit of information to come through. Of course, the yokai drones are going to be a factor in this round if they are still up and at 'em. Corey going to start to try and open up this breach. Ivan, he's really caught between a rock and a hard place. That's not where you really want your Echo to be. He finds himself one, swings for the second. No one expected him to be there. He's looking to pad his stats further and grab a third. Draws for the bear in 9, but can't hit the shot. Couple kills now traded back, and everything's all equal. There is still an opportunity for a plant here, and Yuki, he can no longer try and hold from below. He needs to rejoin his teammate in Hunt Baby and try and deny this plant from going down. A little bit of time here for Wild to recompose themselves. The diffuser is caught inside a site, and if there is a yokai drone on that, it could be quite difficult to recover. For all that the stun won't be active, it will still give that information. JZLING
Going to look to try and smoke out a little bit deeper, but it's replied with one on its own. Toxic Babe canister now coming on in. This is going to be great to try and burn that clock out. JZLING has a little bit of information. Maybe a quick hop in here, but Canio didn't expect it. Baby's found himself a very important kill. The plant now has to go down from JZLING. He hasn't got enough time for much else. Yuki with the C4. Is it going to be him or Baby? Baby goes for the swing here. He's got the shotgun at close range. He's going to finish off JZLING and be able to secure the round there for LAN Party.
All of that came down to Avon. What a play he made as the Echo. Look at the reinforcements that LAN Party Hotel went for. They reinforced the 2 walls that look down towards Blue Corridor, towards the Blue Stairs. They've reinforced those. What that does is it denies any form of denying the plant from a different angle that isn't just walking into office. That is the issue with that setup that they went for, because they switched around the reinforcements instead of fully reinforced the 2 main walls into office that crosses into fireplace. You've now moved one of them across to try and hold down, where we see the alibi with the shield. It fortifies that position. But in doing so, if you don't hold those attackers back, they can get a very successful plant down where all they have to do is hold one angle. At that point, he just needs to go and get the kills and really upset the apple cart, and that's what they did. You hit them with a stunner, and look at that point from WYLDE. They didn't really know what they wanted to go for. They were humming and hawing. Do we push? Do we not push? Do we plant? Do I cover? Do I go to this window? Do I not? And that's whenever you start to really beat teams, just down to time management, isn't it? Because that's whenever it's all well and good having a plan, but whenever the plan goes out the window, that's where the real team comes into show.
Much better reactive play there from LAN Party, and I'm glad that they showed it there, because we kind of criticised them at the start of that round for their inability to make a decision, and Ivan really made the right decision there, and quite a quick one to just boldly swing 2 players.
But you need to go for that.
On a different day, it doesn't work out, but guess what? Here and now it works, so that's all that really matters.
A Cali. Deary me.
A Cali for a bar.
So, for those who are unaware of Cali, is kind of the substitute Thatcher if Thatcher is banned. Thatcher is up, so I don't know why Cali's here. Don't know what she's bringing, apart from maybe getting rid of a shield, which Zofia can do that. Anyone with a nade can do that. I'm very confused. Don't tell me they brought the Cali just for a pocket play where he opens up the window immediately to send Canio in. Surely that isn't why they brought it. It can't be. It cannot be why they brought the Cali and Ollie. I think it is.
Well, it's certainly working for him, Demo. Canio's picked himself up a couple. Mengo looking to try and respond, dips himself back down those library stairs. Groon going to have to get himself back towards site as well. A couple of players lost it. What a shot from Baby! Sit down, aces! He is immediately trade though, so can't live off the highs of that one for too long. Still, 2 players alive here for LAN Party, Mengo and Groon. But they don't have the safety of the site entirely here. Mengo just going to be holding on to the bottom of these stairs. JZLING, time now to gather a little bit of information. Wow, they've got plenty of drones sent out there. He's going to learn there's a couple outside in kitchen corridor, but, tell me something you don't know at this point. The site is pretty much entirely compromised with the vertical control that's upstairs in library, and with the pressure that we're seeing Corey put on with the Cali.
Oh, Hatch is soft.
Hatch is still left soft, so that could do with being open. There has been a player that's rotated now into that small closet area, Groon. He's going to have the same lightning reflexes that Baby had and be able to pick himself up a big kill here. For the meantime, WYLDE, they seem to be stalling out just ever so slightly, Demo.
I think they're going to give JZLING just a bit of time to see if he can find a pick, but never mind, Canio's done it instead. 3 in the round, and now Mengo. Well, minute to go. 1v3. Not a lot he can really do, I would say, in this position. It's down to WYLDE to get the diffuser down, and I think they'll do that in good shape. Ollie, they're playing very patient. They're not trying to give away any picks. Down goes the plant. There should be easy cover from above. Mengo swings, and immediately shut down. Canio with the quad. I can't believe it. They've brought a Cali for a simple pocket play, which has turned into that. The WYLDE effect.
Anything could have done that job as well. So many different things could have done that job.
I can't believe that you have sacrificed a Cali, who is, by the way, not a good operator because you have a sniper rifle in a close quarter game, right? Not holding no long angles like that. And you've basically used it just to open up a window. Yeah, but it worked. So you have to give them credit. Bloody geniuses. Sooner we realise that, the quicker we'll be able to get on with our lives.
Well, they're going for it again. They're going for it again. Same site here from LAN Party.
Can't work again, it can't.
Why you go back to this site when kitchen's a thing blows my mind. Because you think about what's just happened. I mean, look at Wild now. Full 6-pick. Why not? It's the M&M.
It's the Maverick.
It's the classic Maverick in, get into garage, Maverick open a line in the wall, deal with the player.
You sound a bit bored seeing this strat again.
But it is, like, we were seeing this last year.
Oh, yeah, here we go again. We were
seeing this one last year, though, Demo. At least last round was exciting. It was you know, head-to-head
it's like
gunfights.
Groundhog Day, aren't you? Just seeing the same thing over and over again.
We're back again.
Here we go.
Here we go. Drone out garage, Corey. Let me know it's free. Kaneo, get ready with the sledgehammer.
Get ready to shoot the camera. There we go.
Yeah, camera through the wall.
Then he
Sledge me
goes.
open. Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Get ready for your free kill, Canio. Maverick's going to come in that.
Oh, Mengo! I tell you what, Jay's having a horrible night tonight, isn't he?
He's been so by himself.
He's been so bad on the opening pick.
His cost must be really low tonight. It has to be, because he's just not getting traded back. He's just not.
But he's just getting caught out on his own.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. And there's nobody there because he is by himself. Nobody is in a position to refrag.
I mean, but that's unlucky. Why is someone peeking bathroom window at you?
Still. You have to remember what you're up against.
What are we up against?
An alibi. It's really the best way to go about it. So, yep. In comes Wild. Obviously, losing that line's going to significantly give them that oomph factor, I would say. But, yep, there it is. I'm just stone cold faces, me and you right now. We're just like,
well, they're actually going to push straight into side. That's not the adaptation that we usually see.
It's working.
And it's working for him. Corey's found himself one. Giesler another two. Kaneo, he's got the kit and he's inside the site. Ivan, you're looking upstairs for someone. Everyone's in the site, my friend. You got to try and push yourself down. He's got a bit of info here, but he's likely not even going to get past the staircase. Grabs one onto Giesler. Could actually try and separate these. The plant position is good, and Wild have a lot of opportunity to hold on to this. One of the main vulnerabilities could be the Maverick line that they opened a little bit earlier on, but Ivan might not be aware of that. We do have a drone, so Wild know at least where he is for the time being. They're going to start to throw out this remaining utility in order to further burn the clock. Ivan is just going to have to push up and take a head-on gunfight here, but he doesn't know that both players are in there. Two different opportunities to peek, a window, a breach, and well, it's going to be the window. Unfortunate situation there, Ivan. It was definitely doable, but it was the odds were really stacked up against him there. And Wild, they almost added an extra layer to that strat demo where you get the kill on the guy and then you just push in.
Because it's the only guy in sight, essentially.
The site was light.
That's it, and they just flick the switch. That's I'm pretty sure that was the initial idea that they had all along, because remember what operator that we seen get spawn peeked immediately? The Lion.
Yeah.
That's where Lion comes in really valuable, is whenever you just want to go for it. 1, 2, 3, go. Lion charge is going to help out.
What do you do?
Immensely. You don't even need it.
Can you say that again?
What do I do?
1, 2, 3, go.
Yes. Are you good?
I'm pretty good, yeah.
Good mood today.
I'm better for Lampard going to a different site.
Well, back to this.
I mean, it's not ideal, is it? But why are we not seeing the kitchen?
You want a good kitchen, don't you? Why do you want to see a kitchen? Let's ask you the questions.
This isn't an interview of me.
Get in here. Give him an interview.
Not a lot's working for him at the minute.
Do you think just a nice new bomb site
Change
will
it
do
up.
them good?
See what happens.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers
To be fair, this is the only site they won.
It has been, yes.
But are we relying on that again?
the bomb.
The thing is, Wild will see where they went wrong themselves. They'll see the setup that Lampard Hotels went for. They've obviously, I'm pretty sure they did notice that the double walls were reinforced again to give that piano angle. So they know that they can essentially walk in and hold one angle and it'll work. You could put one guy in double window, it would work magnificently.
The big change this time is the Hibana being brought. And if there's anything that you bring to do breaching at long range, it is the Hibana. So Wild know that they're going into exactly the same setup. They already got the plant down last time. They've only got to go a little bit further until they pick up the round win. So
It was a stat padding plant, to be fair.
It was a stat padding plant, but now they know what they're up against.
There you go. They
It's gonna be
know
a
the
little bit
positions
easier.
because they know that Echo plays aggressive on the half wall or could be aggressive close up on the breach, and it was the half wall. Yep. So he got 2 kills from position last time.
You can't play
They
the
read
same
into
spot.
it. Good adaptation from Wild.
Flores drone's coming in now to destroy some of the shields, and I mean that's essentially given piano control away to Wild as well, because there's no security for Lampard to play in there right now. Starting to readjust the site just somewhat to see if they can adapt to this new coming push. Yuki going to find himself one with the shotgun at close range. He's able to dip back out of there, so while they don't have full control over piano, they can still dip in and out as they choose. But obviously one of the big problems there is with the way they've reinforced Demo, because if that breach gets open, there's not a lot Yuki can do about it from there.
Because he has no angles into Piano, so they can try and open up, obviously, the right-hand-sided wall, and that will give a bit of cover, and he can just simply crouch in behind the half wall and go for a plant. Wild, they know that. That's going to be their main effort. But as long as they have good control, and I mean, Gisla's in a great position, it has to be said, where he can have that quick shoulder peek, and then goes to plant. Holding one angle, that's all they need to do. Good control, of course, onto Piano. There's a shock on Yuki. Misses his chance, and yep, Wild can now play the post plant all. It should be quite simple from here.
Should be fairly straightforward. Yuki's going to try and make it difficult, though. Goes for a little bit of a trip outside and finds Gisela. Green going to play aggressive. Can he find himself one? No. Gets shut down in the process. Yuki is getting very active here, though. Going to try himself for a bit of a C4 long out of the window, but doesn't able to reach the mark. Aces, he's going to try and join in on the action here as well. Yuki's picking up a slew of kills, but he's still got a diffuser to get down if he wishes to win the round. And, well, it's just going to be a bit of a step too far. Shut down from the balcony. Just static, I think, from LAN Party Hotel. They did the same thing and expected the same result.
Yeah, you have to give credit to Wild's adaptation. There on point. Opening kill has to be said. That kind of sums up, doesn't it? You know exactly what gave you a headache. There's your painkiller.
Disappointing to not see any sort of change there. I don't think you can be running the same strats round after round and expecting them to work when it's the only site that you've been successful in. It's
just the adaptation from LAN Party. That's where they've struggled today. Has to be said on both maps at the moment.
Yeah.
And we mentioned that the attacks on Monday were not good.
Wild have been good on the attack tonight.
The attacks today have been very strong from Wild.
Much better.
Mm-hmm. But again, it's just that one-sided kind of ness that we're seeing, I suppose, isn't it? And it is a shame because we had such a good Monday.
The thing about Monday, it was one-sided to defenders, but every team suffered it. You know, there was moments from teams that were good on the attack, but the majority of the game was quite defender-sided. And now you look at tonight, and it's like Wild have just really stormed away on Chalet. Clubhouse was a bit closer.
It was like 7-3, isn't it? Usually
it started off a little bit closer. It felt a little bit closer.
4-2 half, wasn't it?
Some of the rounds could have gone a little bit different, I think, on Club, but this has been very decisive. It definitely represents the siege we've seen tonight.
Yep.
Let's see if LAN Party can try and make something happen here on the final defense and maybe change their fortunes as they switch on to the attack. Bit of aggression attempted there by Grun, but unfortunate for him, not able to find anything.
So they're going to be heading for a basement extension towards the mid-floor with also having one player above. So they're eyeing up, trying to defend kitchen, trying to defend dining only, because obviously that takes away the ability of using the hatch if you're an attacker side, and also denies access to anyone wanting to push in towards lobby. So if you have one player downstairs in kitchen, the way that they're trying to defend that man in kitchen is in having players above using vertical angles onto the main way that you would want to clear out kitchen from an attacker perspective. If that makes sense, you're doing good. You good ears on you. Sometimes it's tricky to explain about the old telestrator. I need that sometimes, Ollie.
We'll get that on Monday. Oh, he gets shut down straight away. Corey, where was the information? The smoke now comes in, but it's a bit late. Humbaby has got the glasses, but is not able to activate them. And even now not able to because Kadeo is able to get taken out. Glasses or not. Shut down there on the long angle. Wild. Not quite in tatters, but not far off.
The duality of Wild, everyone. This is what I mean. This is that's the siege they play. They want to do this, they're going to go for it. It's obviously a risky siege. We know that. This could have worked. Couldn't have worked. Yeah, and it's, what can you say? It's just Wild in a nutshell.
What is going on?
I don't know.
We got Jay.
Here he is.
Intense fight in dining room. He still loses out. What's going on? Grun. Unbelievable stuff. Gisela, what can you do now? Are you going to be the saving grace for Wild? I'm pretty sure that Grun's long gone out of there. Avon, he will be above and can maybe drop down if given the chance. Gisela, you've got 40 seconds. What are you going to play? You do have the diffuser. But as we can see, all the defenders have got themselves back onto site. And with the only breach being Garage, it's going to be a pretty tough task to try and get yourself and fight your way successfully through that single doorway.
It's just only a matter of time, Ollie. Will he get a kill? Will he not get a kill?
Is that the odd at the minute? Oh, no.
What did you have it on? What was your odds?
No, he wouldn't get a kill.
Oh. You've won! You've won a prize!
What's the prize?
You get one from the big basket if you get another one.
Okay.
Let's see if he can predict another. Does he clutch? Does he not clutch?
Well, let's see if Lampard can pick up another round, because a 2-4 split on the defence, whilst it isn't ideal, it isn't the end of the world. Maybe they're able to get something going here.
But they struggle on the attack today already. That's what they've shown us, and I think WYLDE have kind of had their way with the defense in Clubhouse, and I don't really think you can have a whole lot of flexibility with a Clubhouse defense for a lot of the bomb sites. I think for Shelly you have a lot of freedom to go for a lot of different avenues of approach, and I think that's going to suit WYLDE down to a T. It's more roamer friendly, which that's immaculate for them as well. It's just going to be a good half, I think, for WYLDE. Look at the lineup again. You've got some of the staples that you would expect to see with these offsite holds. Ollie, the Alibi comes in, the Oryx is there. Pretty much similar to, I suppose, what LAN Party Hotel went for. They even have the coverage with bringing in the Warden in case there is any quick plants, because that's really the two options that LAN Party have. It's either you try and challenge these roamers, which is where WYLDE wants you to be pushed in towards, waste time, waste utility, WYLDE can get out and about, get the kills, or you try and ignore that and go for this rush that you generally see on Snowmobile. But then guess what? They have backup. They have a Warden. They're ready for any of those pushes.
No smoke's being brought from LAN Party. Instead, they've got the Ossa. So there could be an intention there to try and get a plant down.
Screams that, doesn't it?
Behind the Ossa shield. That is going to require quite a lot of space to do so, though. You need a good bit of control to get that down. But fortunately, they're not going to be dealing with any Toxic Babe canisters.
Yeah, not a lot of denial. Few C4s, realistically, but then can easily be baited out by the Ossa shields, perhaps. You know, I think immediately as a defender, if you see an Ossa shield, you have to just toss something at it and get rid of that immediately. So that is good for burning, I suppose, the plant denial. Trade an Ossa shield instead of a person, yeah, that's a good trade deal.
Certainly is. Mengo going to be trying to get a bit of drone work done here. Ivan just taking his time, getting into big garage, not wanting to take any chances there. Wow. Really setting themselves up toward this wine side.
They've gave it up, WYLDE. I think they're maybe playing for the retake, which having those holes open in towards dining would kind of scream that, isn't it? Where you can try and hit them in the later stages. Hatch also being opened up. Nobody from LAN Party Hotel has any form of control on top floor. So that is scary for them. If they lose that hatch, if they lose Grun above, yeah, it's danger season, because that hatch then can be used against the attackers.
We're already starting to see players circle here. Grun going to get himself into a couple of engagements. Doesn't really have any other option but to lie down for the time being. WYLDE more than happy just to let them know that they are there and start to slowly but surely apply this pressure. Secondary hard breach gadget used after we see the secondary EMP used to open up that wall. It's only going to be a hop-in though, so it is by no means ideal. Looks as though we are going to see the breach get open though, but still there's going to be a deployable shield to try and work with there. Also, shield has been placed, but it's been placed for the long angle. Aces on the prowl, Kaneo as well. This is going to be well timed from WYLDE. They are looking to really put the pinch on to Grun, laid down, and Grun going to get caught looking the wrong way. Giesler with a C4 that sees true as well. Mengo, he knows that everyone's retaking above, and he needs to try and join in on the action, as he is the only remaining hope here for LAN Party, but a flawless round for WYLDE. They were happy to bait in LAN Party there.
Yeah, good retake strategy. Being able to give it up very early on, and it kind of gives, I think, LAN Party Hotel that insecurity, false sense of confidence, I suppose, thinking, okay, you know, we have control of dining, and you looked at the Ash. I think, for the most part, Grun did play that the way he needed to, and he didn't want to give his life up. All he did was hold on to one angle, but nobody's helping him. All it takes is one guy coming down from behind. I don't even know if they had anything to call for solar, for example. Never mind the hatch being open, even just solar stairs pressure, was that existent for LAN Party? But no, WYLDE, that's the way that they envision that strat going, and it worked at T.
And when you're going against WYLDE like that and they are bringing those very slippy operators, you need to have a better idea of your flanks. We need more claymores, more air jabs, better drones. A lot of the things that you really look for if you're going to go for a very well coordinated wine push, if you are going to have the intention of holding upstairs, you can't just be led down behind the desk. You've got to have eyes on something, at least try and cover one of the options, one of the staircases, get a little bit of teamwork going upstairs, because it just seemed like Wild had X-ray vision almost in that round. They knew exactly what was going on, and the retake looked very, very straightforward for them.
But no, Wild, I think, certainly playing the way they want to. Good style of siege that they have. Surely just the unpredictable nature that Wild is makes it a nightmare to prep for. Has to.
Yeah, very different.
Because this team can play that slow play style, but then just out of nowhere. Sometimes I do feel the only thing I would say about Wild is they are sometimes their own worst enemy. That has to be said.
It looks good and fun when rounds are coming easy to them.
It's good when it wins.
It's good when it works.
When you lose, you're sitting there thinking, what is this team doing?
Yeah.
That's the dynamic.
So far tonight, they're winning. And it's not looking too bad for them.
And it's looking good. Wow.
2 rounds is all that stands between them and a victory against LAN Party Hotel.
One thing I've noticed is, I think just the rounds in general, they felt a lot one-sided towards Wild. There hasn't been too many close rounds.
No.
That has to kind of play a part into it. LAN Party have looked pretty deflated for the majority. Not a lot of bite back, I think, in any... No real drive for trying to pull kills back. I think that's where they've really let the game slip away, is they've just allowed Wild to build up these kill advantages and, you know, just gave Wild the confidence, haven't they? And oh, that's better, though, from LAN Party Hotel. This time working in a bit of coordination, but there's the trades. Oh, Aces lines up 2 of them. Pistol comes out, but there's Corey above. Aces is pistoled even. What do you say? What do you say?
Well, 55 seconds and we've seen 5 kills, 4 of which onto LAN Party Hotel, leaving Hunt Baby in a very difficult position. Now, bear in mind, LAN Party Hotel had just taken a tactical timeout. Hunt Baby, please don't just crouch in.
Yeah.
Please know that Jay is there. Stun going to go out, not going to work. Jay gifted. Easy kill for Jay, easy clean up there for Wild, and it puts them on a match and series point.
A West main stairs rush, trying to eliminate players inside of kitchen and dining. Wild were actually ready for it. Look at all the angles they had above being made.
A lot of angles above, a couple of early warning goo mines as well. And I think Aces was just in the right place at the right time.
Just, yeah, being able to swing on to that.
Apparently that's how the strats played, Demo.
Apparently.
Take notes.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Match point
the bomb.
for Wild. They're going to be going down to kitchen and dining. I mean, after we've already spoken about LAN Party looking a little bit deflated, that round isn't going to do anything to help that. If you've just taken a timeout, you've just tried to recompose yourselves, you've gone in thinking, yep, it's a fresh round, 1 round at a time, let's do this.
Yep.
And bang, everyone's dead in the first minute. It's not going to feel great now going into what could be the last round of the night for them.
Instead of it feeling deflated, it feels as if the whole balloon's pop. That's it.
Okay.
No, well, deflating, you can, like, you know, a football,
you
that's a
could
bit deflated, you can
re-inflate it, yeah,
re-inflate
you can
it.
pump it back
It's
up.
just, that's
Yeah.
bin.
5 seconds to go.
Little pin.
Look at this. Like,
Oh, you've
like
given him a nose as well, Jay.
this just kind of sums it up, and just Wild have just taken their stride.
Yeah.
You know, they know they have four round buffer. LAN Party have not looked good in the attacks at all tonight. Take your time, Wild, honestly.
Do you draw smiley faces with a nose or without a nose?
C4.
Attackers have recovered their defense.
What do you mean?
I use the C4 as a nose.
As the nose?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Who's doing... I don't have time to be doing that in my ranked games. It is nothing but seriousness in my stacks.
This is serious business right here. To be fair, Jay is on the WAMI, so maybe in between the magnets replenishing, he can just make a few punch holes.
He's tried to impact trick the Selma charge, and did he get some of it? Looks as if that is certainly, yeah.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
He hasn't really, because you can still jump through that. Canio has found potentially the first, or the last first opening pick. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure either way. It was onto the Aruni.
Or the first last opening pick, whatever you want to call it.
Amaru, sorry. I commend the confidence of Groon going for the Amaru pick in these times where things haven't really been going their way, but it hasn't ideally worked. We're going to see a little bit of Sen's action as well, Demo. Now, obviously, the intention here is to try and cut off a little bit of line of sight and make getting into trophy a little bit easier. But never easy to do.
Half the round gone. Not a lot that Lampari have in control. They have a breach open in office, but still Piano is in favor of Wild. Have the sense. I still wonder what the play was going to be. I assume it was going to be sensing using the drone hole that is towards dining and then cover off a lot of the different angles that you can gain. That would be the only thing I can think of, but at the moment, actually starting to rotate players above because that's where they know the danger is. Wild have lost 2 players now, Ollie, and maybe Lampari Hotel are getting back into it.
Good comms from Lampari Hotel as well. Bit of pressure on the double window. Nice little push there as well to shut Aces down. Still, the job isn't done. Vertical control can now start to take shape as Yuki swings the hammer above. Wild players are having to get themselves nestled in here to avoid being spotted. Yuki takes a good couple of points of damage there as we're going to see a little bit of fight back here, but Ivan adds insult to injury. A little bit of a Claymore kill onto Corey as well. And Giesler, he's left with it all to do. Wild, they won't be sweating too much. They still have a couple of rounds advantage here, but that's a good start from Lampari Hotel.
Yep. First kitchen that we see as well, Ollie, and it's been defeated.
Maybe that's why we've not seen it.
I blame you.
Blame me all you like.
Always blame you.
Still match point.
Is indeed.
Do you get confused, by the way? Next time that Mengo's player camera comes up, I always feel like the plant's going down.
How so?
He's got a yellow wall.
Right.
And, you know, the plant just immediately flashes up yellow on the sides. Like, that's something that we keep our eyes out for to, you know, just so that we know what's going on. I always feel like the plant's going down when Mengo's camera comes up. It just gives you that, like, striking moment of panic. Like, what have I missed? How's the plant going down? He's on defense.
So last time Wild were here, they went for the retake strategy. It worked a charm. It was a great strategy from them. A couple of changes from Lampari Hotel. Capital comes into the mix.
I think they threatened the Capital last time, but didn't lock it in.
Oh, well, just not going to see it this time either. That's a very similar kind of looking lineup, which does worry me again. Because what's going to change this time around? You brought in the Ossa, which had no impact. I mean, they're struggling to get some of the walls open as well.
Yeah, I'd like a bit more commitment to the hard breach. I guess they've got the Thatcher this time in response to the Cade. The Cade did cause them a couple of problems.
They've only got 2 exothermics. You can either open up the snowmobile garage, or you can open up long angle or open up trench. You have 3 walls, 2 charges. Where's your options going to be?
Plant's going down, look.
Stop that. This isn't like LANs where you see like the full arena get lit up. You think this is? You think you're back in Montreal, living it up?
Why am I going to burn the first little bit of utility coming through there?
Oh, he's got that Kite Claw to a T. Yep, been electrified, picks it back up. Re-tricks it, but nope. There's the Thatcher. And here comes the rush. Wild Corey's been clogged up by Jay, but he's got 2 kills in response. Corey, he has to look on from the grave. Where did the other 2 come in? The other 2 came in from nowhere, Ollie. They came in from trench at the same time. Knowing that the players are going to be off-site, knowing it's that duo of Aces and Canio, very well read by Lampari Hotel to not only hit them through the main breach, but also on the behind as well.
But the diffuser was outside for that whole time. Fortunately for Lampari Hotel, they got it over the line. But it was potentially not going to be that simple, Demo. The diffuser was cold on the ground outside of the garage.
I mean, plenty of time still to do that, but I mean, Corey got stitched up.
Corey did get stitched up. He got a body blocked by Jay.
That's a tilter.
I mean, unfortunate.
Well.
It's not over till it's over, Demo.
It's not over till it's over.
6-4 starts to look quite doable here.
Surely not. It can't be.
Quite doable indeed. Wild. Forced into a top floor as well.
We questioned Lampari Hotel and their adaptations on the attack. They played a blinder for around being able to adapt to strategies that Wild employed last time.
I really respect the call to go for a rush there, because that West main push fell flat on its face. It was awful. However, that was perfect. It worked really well. Obviously, they need more than a quick rush in their arsenal to get the job done. But the fact that they've still got the bottle to go for it, after sometimes it really hasn't worked very well for them, it shows that they're making that call, not just based on, we're going to rush this round. It's, I've seen something that means that a rush this round is a good idea. We're hedging our bets here. We know there's going to be a couple of off-site players, and we should be able to get away with a couple of kills on site. So that's the good opportunistic siege that we like to see. If they could only translate that onto the defences as well, we'd see a bit more of a well-rounded team, because for now, they're still fighting from behind.
So heading into this round that was basically just kind of tossed away by LAN Party as they went for a quick West main rush that was just immediately denied. I see 2 players stacked up on the office door, Ollie with a sledge being one of them. Jay has a suspicion about that and finds an easy kill on Domingo. They were looking again for a quick rush, Ollie, but it's been denied. Yuki has to stick to the plan. He has to try and amble in, but nope, thinks against it. Just that little bit of a moment of hesitation looks to be maybe costing LAN Party Hotel. Yuki is in and out. He finds the kill, but back out to his starting position again. Canio's dealing with a 1v1 in his own. Ace is also with him. Even JZLING to try and hold on to that doorway, but it has to be tricky now. If you're JZLING, you're probably screaming for get back into sight, aren't you? Because that's worrying, trying to hold a few angles, and he needs some help.
Absolutely. I think Yuki's played that fairly well given the circumstances, because he's now making a full rotation, and it looks like we're going to see a bit more pressure coming in onto this main window, which if you've got a bit of solar control, that's what you want to be trying to corner on into. Hunt Baby still going to be caught out on the roof for the time being. Maybe he's going to get himself onto that big window rappel. With the DMR, it's not exactly ideal. Yuki being the diffuser carrier for the meantime means that he does need to keep himself relatively safe. LAN Party, they haven't got all the fortune of time here. They're going to be jumping in drones, making sure that Solar's clear, seeing if there's anything that they can find out there. Easily just going to get caught playing inside of the small closet. He's got a couple of lines of sight to worry about.
Yuki needs to have a perfect nade, because they only have just the one, and that is going to be their best way of clearing out JZLING inside of the closet. So it needs to be well-timed. There's no real denial. There's no WAMI being brought in. I don't know if there is any gates. There is one in the doorway, but not on the soft wall. So certainly JZLING could have a nade landing right into his lap. And there it is. Brilliantly done. That's what was needed from LAN Party Hotel. It eliminates JZLING. And now Canio and Aces are going to be cut off by the man in double window.
Should really open things up now. There's a lot of pressure on Hunt Baby to hit his shots here, though. Diffuser still in the hands of Yuki. What a round he's having, framing himself up for an ace, but instead he's going to try and get this plant down. Kaneo needs to try and push past, but he can't get through the double window. The cross being held perfectly there by Hunt Baby. Great round from LAN Party. They ticked all the boxes there for me, Demo. They saw that there was the potential for a quick rush round. It didn't work out, but they had a plan B.
Yeah, just the nade. That was it for me. That was the crucial part. They needed to land that nade kill. WYLDE using their timeout. Have they been startled, Ollie, by something?
You'd start to think that you were getting startled, wouldn't you? Don't forget this was a 6-2.
Mm-hmm.
We're now 6-5.
Yeah.
One round away from an overtime.
Mm-hmm.
This is where I'd like to see WYLDE turn it on.
What could they be coming up with? That is the question.
I'd like to see them turn it on in a meaningful way, where we see less of this random structureless siege and something that's a little bit more focused.
LAN Party Hotel have just caught on to the way WYLDE are playing the defense, and that is they're roaming on the other side of the map.
Yep.
And LAN Party Hotel have been great at just ignoring that. So I think if you're WYLDE, we've seen that they can play that anchor, lock down the site playstyle in Clubhouse. That's what they should be doing here now. Sack off the roam game, because clearly LAN Party Hotel are not interested in that.
It's hurting them. It really is hurting them at this point. They're not going to be bringing anything too different in the lineup.
They have the WAMI.
But they do have the WAMI. Still going heavy on this trap meta as well, the Legion and the Frost, and we've not really seen a lot of action from that Frost.
I think the WAMI... Kanye was obviously roaming into the WAMI last time. Well, he was kind of here and there. He was on solar, rotated about. I just think that Counter just needs to sit and just hold that solar stairs role he has. I don't think he should have ever came off that, because that is the crucial part that I think WAMI plays. It's such a headache.
Yeah.
He is the pain in the backside for anyone trying to go for a solar take. Just keep on producing those WAMI discs, and as soon as he rotate it away, yeah, just walk in. I think they just need to stick to their positions better. I think if they just hold it tight, don't go for those heavy extensions, don't be looking for those rotates, they should, in theory, have no issues. And just also look at the difference. They've opened up that wall to try and deny access to the library, but they also have that piano angle open, which is where we know LAN Party Hotel, they fell short and they went for that reinforcement, and it did cost them in one of the rounds.
Lamparty have certainly got a bit of a different problem to solve here. Mengo's got himself in below. Jay going to be playing on the library stairs. He seems to have smelt a rat potentially downstairs in bar. A lot of focus on holding this library side of things. And Wild, as predicted, are playing quite a lot more passively this time. We're not seeing the same level of movement come from these defenders. Ivan does need to be cautious with Jay playing where he is. We do have aces downstairs in the kitchen. He's going to be challenging onto that long angle, but he's not looking to commit to anything too heavily there.
Almost feels as if Lampard Hotel are waiting for Wild to make a mistake. You see Ivan playing a bit passive down on the kitchen doorway, and he's actually shot one of the Prismas and has been forced to back away now. Again, aces trying to challenge those angles, and it will be a trade between him and Yuki. A good pickup, has to be said. Nades off the table, and a big player for Lampard Hotel gone.
Big players from both sides, but more importantly, the nades. You still have 2 left on Mengo. Make that 1 now as it gets caught inside of the magnet. This is really where that droning does come to hurt. We're going to see a shutdown there from Corey as well. Hits the nice long angle onto Mengo. Predicted fantastically. Pays for it with a little bit of HP, but he's got some to spare.
Wow.
Going to pick himself up a second, keeping his team firmly in this one. Groon shows himself at the single window, and he's going to take a chunk load of damage as well. Huntboy and Groon are all that remain here, along with 45 or so seconds. Groon, next player to be downed. Huntbaby, you've got a long task ahead of you here as you need to try and take on this 1 versus 4. Going to expose himself there. The bulletproof camera going to give a lot of the game away. We are going to see potentially a revive, or at least a bait for one. Still 30 seconds, so something can be done here, but with a little hop up from Jay, adding more pain to the suffering that Lamparty Hotel are feeling, it is going to be very difficult indeed. Giesler, nice skinny angle there, maybe gets caught out on the flash, but a lot of Wamai action going to soak that up. Full white as Jay now makes his way around to join in on the party. Corey, he's picked up 3, and Groom with 11 seconds left to go. He's going to be making his way up main stairs, but I'm afraid he's too far out of the action at this point. Can try and pre-fire, try and find himself something, but it's going to be Jay to close things out here. Wild, they are going to advance on through, picking up 2 clean wins here against Lamparty Hotel.
Yeah, better from Wild, looking ropey for them, but nope. Take a chill pill, step back, recollect yourselves, play that slow play style, hold the angles. Much better from Wild. Lampard Hotel, I think they've shown us good, I think, being able in the end to get that adaptation, but they just can't, took them too long to get to that stage, didn't it? They didn't do it on Clubhouse. They get into Chalet, it was too little too late.
I think one of the things that infuses me about what we've seen there is that after the timeout, Wild played a lot better Siege. And that's not to say that they weren't winning before. Of course they were winning before, but the Siege was just a lot cleaner. It was less on the roam. It was less about these scrappy engagements, less about really these flashy plays, and they leaned into a little bit more structure. And it was nice to see that they've got the ability to do that, as well as play some Siege that is, let's be honest, quite exciting to watch. Lamparty Hotel, as you say, their demo, they really struggled with that adaptation. And I think they just got caught a little bit short today with the skill that Wild were putting on display. We're going to cut to a very short break. After that, we'll be back with our desks to break down those 2 maps and set us up for our next game of the night. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
have done it. They secured themselves a spot in the upper semifinals, and they did it quite convincingly, 2-0. Didn't even have to go to the third game. And fortunately for us, while we're still all a little warmed up from all the hype that we've just seen, we have an interview ready with Corey, who can attest to their happiness. First of all, Corey, hello. Welcome. Congratulations. I love
Thank you.
the whole look and design of, your background. It looks really good. But how does it feel? You guys just 2-0'd LAN Party Hotel. Are you confident, happy, excited?
I'm very happy, I have to say. I'm very glad it was a 2-0, not gonna lie. And I mean, we were quite confident going into the game, so I kind of expected a 2-0 from us, but I'm happy we also could deliver it.
You guys delivered indeed. So far, the fastest team to get themselves into those upper semis. The second map, however, Chalet, it felt like a little bit more back and forth. So what happened there? How were you able to bring everyone back?
The biggest issue was we started on attack, and we started pretty good on attack. And then we got, I think, we even got 2 defense wins then. And suddenly they started to play way more aggressive, and just our reaction towards the aggression was very bad because we wanted to finish it. But with the little timeout, we said, all right, boys, let's calm down. Let's just chill. They're going to run into us. And that's what happened. And luckily, we didn't bring it to overtime. We won the game. So, yeah, it worked.
So yeah, you get to go off early. But the attacking side from your team, Wild specifically, is something that we've mentioned on the analyst desk a few times. It's something that you guys are very good at. Gibson himself mentioned that 55% win rate on the attacking side. What does it take for a team to get those advantages on the attack?
I think the biggest thing we do that other teams don't do is, well, we don't really have a set IGL, I'm going to call it. Okay. We have more of a shot caller, and we have aces giving the most calls, so we kind of follow that. And it's that everyone brings in something to the plan. So we all have a lot of calls, and often it leads to chaos. But if someone takes the lead and it doesn't bring chaos, then it's usually quite a good attacking plan. And we also take every risk we can. Like we're not scared of losing a round because we try something. Okay. We try, if it works, amazing. If not, then unlucky.
So you mentioned that sometimes it can get a little chaotic. Is there a designated person who just makes sure that it all calms down? Or again, is that just whoever steps up to the plate?
There's not necessarily a really dedicated person for it. Most of the time it's Aces who's calling the plan and who's also reminding people like, hey, we're calling too much, calm down, let's do this.
Okay.
Which he did really good today, I have to say. Really, really good.
Yeah.
But there's not really someone set who like always Aces who does it or someone like that. No.
Okay, well, that's good to know. You guys are now in the upper semis, and we still have one more game to go today. Is there anyone particular that you're looking forward to playing?
Yes, Leonski. I really want to beat Leonski because I'm obviously better than him.
Okay.
So it's the only thing.
Well, I guess Leonski is going to have to watch out. Thank you so much for taking the time for the interview. Enjoy your evening. And once again, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, we've heard it from the man himself. Their comms can sometimes be a little chaotic, but I think going back to that attacking side and just how continuously they've had that ability to just pull everything together, every single player stepping up to the plate, it's highlighted here.
Yeah, once again, it has been a very dominant display from WYLDE in their signature style. Now, LBH got a little bit closer there. They started slowing them down, and that was, again, what a lot of teams always talk about, how to beat WYLDE. Slow them down, try and bait them into a more grind-fest game, and WYLDE adapted pretty well into that one. Aces didn't get that 100% cost this time, but this time Gisela had an absolutely fantastic performance, and Gibby, you were saying when backstage, he was having a series of his life.
He is, and once again, that cost coming in at around the 75%, and it just goes to show he has an impact on nearly every single round that he plays. And you spoke about Aces not keeping up the 100% cost, but he is 100% through to that next round because WYLDE swept LAN Party Hotel in a game that I think class really showed, you know, the difference in class. And you talk about their attacks. Monday attacks were pretty limp by nearly every side. Today, WYLDE have come out swinging. They won 2-4-2 splits on attack. You know, that's 8 attacks that they won over the course of 2 maps, which goes to show how efficient and effective they are. But it does come from experience. Yeah. You have Corey, you have Aces. Both of those players have played at the highest level of Siege, and you can tell. And even then, when Corey was talking, he kept bringing up Aces making the calls, Aces keeping everybody calm. And that's something about that maybe sometimes other teams don't really do. Things get a little bit chaotic in certain situations and comms can get a little bit scrambled and lost in translation. You can tell that WYLDE had that calm game on point.
Yeah, they're able to go from the highest of highs, bring it back down and get themselves focused up. And the fact is that they were able to go from that super aggressive style of play to a way more reserved, structured style of play to try and beat LPH. Corey said it in the interview, they decided to slow it down, wait for LPH to run into them, and it happened exactly as they predicted. But the fact is they were able to make that adaptation from their core play style, which is very aggressive, very in your face, slow it down, got the victory, and that's the first 2-0 we've seen this entire playoff stage.
Yeah, and exactly those adaptations, slowing it down, calling in the timeout, listening to ACs that just make sure that everything got back together. And because of that, WYLDE are the one that are going to be going forward towards those semi-finals, which, again, is going to impact the bracket a little bit because, unfortunately for LAN Party Hotel, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, they are now in that lower bracket. So they have to win the next game coming up because for them, it's do or die, whereas WYLDE is pretty much chilling.
WYLDE are having a good time, and the next game coming up, Corey kind of needs JZLINGs to win if he wants to get that game against Leonski. We'll they'll talk about that one later. But this lower half of the bracket is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
You know, MKERS win this one. You've got WYLDE and MKERS going head-to-head in that upper bracket semi-final. And that's if MKERS win. That'll be a very, very interesting game to watch. But I think so far, no real surprises. The three teams that have made it to that upper bracket semi-final are the three that we had kind of circled and penned to make it that way.
Yeah, I remember that tier list that we had on day one of the playoffs where, you know, 10-star and Ascend were pretty much up there. And we now have that second game coming up, and that's going to be MKERS versus JZLING's eSports. So is there a prediction? Is there maybe another team that you think we're going to be seeing that lower bracket?
Oh well, I'm not gonna mince it in this
that's fine.
one. I absolutely think MKERS are going to walk into this one, and I think MKERS are going to get a 2-0 victory in this game. I absolutely have complete confidence in Italian side. I really hope I haven't cursed you guys, so don't blame me if it goes wrong. But they have been fantastic in the group stages. I've got questions about JZLINGs. Hopefully they can answer them in this matchup, but I think MKERS will be sending them down to that lower bracket. Unfortunately, have to wait a little bit longer for that Corey-Leonski battle to happen again.
I hate to have to agree with Whippet, but I do.
Okay.
I think MKERS are going to win, but I will say it'll be more likely to be a 2-1 game. Because to me, JZLINGs are incredibly good on defense. So if they can just beat out MKERS, you never know what could happen. It is a best of three. JZLING's best of three record hasn't been amazing this year, but you have Leonski, you have Draw, you have Turco. There's enough there to cause an upset, but you are going up against the core roster where three of them have played at SI before.
Well, I love how we've currently had your inputs on the game that's coming up. We're still going to have Demo and Ollie's inputs as well because we're going to do the lovely old switcheroo later on. But that's going to be after the break as we're going to be back with the second game of this evening. It's going to be MKERS versus JZLING's eSports.
Gifted the kill here, he is. I don't think that's how he was anticipating getting the demo, but it's... find himself something, but it's going to be Jay to close things out here. WYLDE, they are going to...
MKERS versus JZLING's eSports is going to be the final, and also the second game of Playday 2 here at Challenger League. Both of these rosters have proven themselves time and time again. Now, which one of these is most likely to be walking away here, considering MKERS, they're coming in a little bit as the favorites?
I would say so. I think that MKERS are coming in as strong favourites. But then again, Demo, MKERS came in as the favourites last year as well. And look what happened there.
We said this last time. MKERS, strong team. I think this time it is going to be more of what we expect, which is going to be a dominant side.
We've got to be cautious, though. We do have to be cautious because we bigged them up a lot last year.
Yeah.
And it was around now that they actually went out. They lost the first game in the bracket, and then they dropped down into the lower bracket, and then that was it, all she wrote. But I've got a feeling that we should see a little bit more out of them this year in Challenger League.
Yeah.
Well, they're up against JZLING's eSports, and it's one of the teams that at least some of the players from the side of, the last team, they want to see them compete against in the upper finals. So, JZLING's, do you think they have a shot there?
It's a tricky one because I think this team is still trying to find its way. There's been a lot of players who's been in and out of this team for a while. I remember it got picked up, I think, back in, was it 2020 or was it 2021?
In and around. I think it was 2021.
It would have been because I'm pretty sure it got announced whenever we were doing something.
NPL, yeah.
Something like that. So it's been around for a while. There's been a lot of changes. We've seen it in Benelux before. Now they're here again. They're a bit of a mix. Don't really qualify in terms of like any one country, quote unquote, but there's still a good bit of influence. We've got some UK in there, I suppose, which is nice.
I think that's one of the strange things, isn't it? Is that as a roster, because they don't meet any of the 3 out of 5 requirement, they don't actually fall into any sort of regional lead bracket, which of course does leave you in just coming through opens. But it also debilitates your sort of comp experience. All those official games that you look at other teams that are getting, that are playing inside of the leagues, whether it's GSA, Italian Nationals, MPL, whatever it might be. You've just removed a little bit of that sort of weekly experience almost that you would be getting.
Would that lack of weekly experience potentially translate into the games today?
Either way you look at it, this is going to be difficult, right, for JZLING. Let's not try and play it up as if it is that they're going up against a favourite team. They're going up against this Italian side that we've seen be so dominant in their own region. We know everyone still fears this team because the Gunners, which I think is probably the best thing we can move to, Ollie, is just how strong as a complete team MKERS really are.
Yeah, I think that's something that you sort of look at with MKERS and you think, okay, why were they favourites last year and what makes them still favourites this year even though they bowed out so early? And one of the big things that you can look towards and say, and to guarantee and say, yes, they are still favourites, is they made 2 big roster changes. They brought in Sorry, they brought in Doro, and that has completely revamped the team. And I think it's taken a lot of the pressure off players to perform because we've seen much more sort of consistent performances top through bottom from the rest of the teams as a result of these changes.
So one of the themes that we've going with today is the fact that a lot of individual performances from these players are just accumulating together and securing rounds, which are basically determining the whole course of the game and the outcome. So we're going to have a chance to look at a head-to-head of some of the players here from MKERS against JZLING and identifying the 2 key players that we want to be looking at today that could potentially lead their teams to victory. Yeah,
these are 2 heavy hitters. I think you could really have your pick in terms of who you want to pick from MKERS because they all just played really well during the group stage. But we went for Lolo, probably the most notorious one out of a lot, isn't it? He actually used to be the new boy in the team.
He did.
He used to be whenever we seen him back in the day. But yeah, I mean, look at the opening kill stats. He doesn't lose his entries. He doesn't. That's +7. And then we've got Draw on JZLING's. This man loves an entry fight.
he loves an entry fight, but he doesn't always win an entry fight.
No, he doesn't, but he tries.
A +4 is still positive. A plus is a plus. It was very easy to pick Lolo. As you said, you could have picked a couple of different players out of MKERS. You were mainly looking at either Lolo or Akwi, but in terms of rating, KD, entry, and clutch, Lolo is in and around the top spot for all of them. Topping cost, second in the rest. And then on the flip side, you look at Draw and you think, this is a player that if they do show up today, JZLING could have a bit of an easier time of things.
He's only has to go up against Lolo at the end of the day.
And there's a lot of reliance on that. You look at those opening engagements and you think, Draw, you get yourself into a lot of opening fights. Well, this time you're likely going to be going up against Lolo.
Yeah, so winning those opening fights is going to be key, but we mentioned as well in the previous desk segment the fact that we're seeing a lot of maps being picked time and time again here at CL, maps that a lot of teams are comfortable with. Is that going to be the case for these 2 rosters? Are we going to be seeing a Chalet? Are we going to be seeing an Oregon?
In terms of maps, I think that's always something that obviously we'll get into, but I think for both of these teams today, it's going to be their first play day in terms of the best of threes. There's going to be a lot of pressure in terms of getting things right today. I think both teams will probably play it pretty safe. If anyone's going to take the risk, it will be JZLING, because they're the ones who ask come out the door today.
So JZLING's played a lot of different maps inside of the group stage. They played much more maps, in fact, than we saw MKERS play. MKERS only played 4. We saw JZLING's play in around 5. So they've given a little bit more away there, if you will. But again, when you're getting thrown into that best of 3, best of 1 maps are entirely different to what you're going to expect to see in that best of 3, and you're always going to be going to something that your opponent prefers, you prefer, and then something that you can both sort of agree on, as it were. Unless we see anything sort of disastrously one-sided. In terms of maps for MKERS, Bank's a pretty good map for them. That's a map that we did see played as well by JZLING. I remember watching the MKERS game versus 10 Star on Bank, and it was just a masterclass from them. So I would avoid Bank at all costs, I think, if I was JZLING.
Well, let's find out whether or not JZLING has seen the exact same game and decided to stay away from Bank. And by the looks of it, that's not it. It's the decider map.
Yeah, Skyscraper first pick. That's the risk. That has to be said. Skyscraper, it's a map that obviously is really starting to get in there in terms of being played. I love seeing Skyscraper be played, but it's very rare that we would get to see that. So JZLING are taking a big risk because it's not an easy one, especially being those newer maps, and you have to be able to honestly do your basics right. Yeah. That's where we've seen teams really, really struggle. Even the professionals. If you want to see teams struggle, go and watch BDSG2. You will laugh. That's the way it is.
Both teams struggled.
Yep. You need to be able to do your basics right for that one. Oregon.
Yeah.
Up in the air. But yeah, I think the first map is a crucial one.
I think something that maybe MKERS have got in their back pocket in this is that very similar to WYLDE, they're actually a good team on the attack, and it's something that where we see them have a lot of strength. I know that was something that Demo and I spoke quite a lot about on Monday, was the attacking ability of a lot of these teams. MKERS are in the upper echelon of that. They have got that ability to attack. So technically speaking, going to a map like Skyscraper shouldn't be the hardest thing in the world for them to do.
Why have you said that?
But you never know what happens when we get thrown in onto the server. Obviously, Oregon coming in there, everyone should be able to play in Oregon, and it's fairly, it's going to be a fairly sort of level playing field, as we like to say. And then Bank coming in as the decider. A willingness from JZLING not to ban it is you got to say that's fair enough for them.
I just think it has to be a 2-0 today for JZLING. So you have to win the first 2 maps, because I just don't see Bank. Honestly, I think even Oregon breaking down, because usually it's the better team who wins in Oregon. And if we obviously have looked at both teams and we know that MKERS definitely have more fundamentals of being the better team, JZLING need to do some important stuff. Again, we're not saying it's impossible. There is still a big chance, because all it takes is for Turco or draw just to go and win those opening engagements and win those clutches, and that could be it. But I think the consistency with MKERS is that's really the hitter for me.
And is the first map, again, how crucial is that going to be for JZLING if they drop their own map?
Oh, I think it tees it up for either being go to the third map, or it will just be a 2-0. I think that's where JZLING need to hit them hard. If they go behind and they lose that first map, momentum's going to be with MKERS, and you have to try double hard.
Yeah, I think something that we've not actually touched on just yet, but it's probably a good time to, is you look at the sort of different playstyles from these two teams. JZLING show a reluctance to plant. They only got the plant down twice inside of the group stage. On the flip side, you look at MKERS. Doro got it down 8 times on his own. So that's a really big gulf there, and it shows the different styles of Siege that both of these two teams want to play. You start trying to translate that into the maps that we're going to look to today. Skyscraper, there is opportunity there to get some nice execute 3-2-1 base plants going down. Likewise with Oregon as well, that is a map that we will see plants going down on. So if JZLING's again choose to play that sort of non-plant based objective Siege, it might be a little bit of a problem for them.
And are there specific operators you think that JZLING is going to have to just ban out?
I mean, Skyscraper don't really know a whole lot about what we're actually going to go into it, so it's really up in the air.
Well, whether or not we're going to find out soon, as we're going to be heading over to our casters. We have both Whiphit and Gibson, as they're now on the casting desk.
We broke it, but we're good. We're back. So welcome everyone to this game between MKERS and JZLING. And with this one, Whippet, this is very much a case of the most structured team in CL against one of the teams that are completely mental with the way they play.
MKERS are the favourites coming into this one, and JZLING, as you said, is a team that we can't really predict their structure. They play in a very adaptive style. They don't have a unique style of their own, so it's going to be interesting to see. But the thing I'm most interested in, Gibby, is we're going to Skyscraper. This has got me very, very excited. And as Adesh said, this this is one of the most important moments for JZLING. They need to hit MKERS hard.
They definitely do. And one thing that we did identify that they can be very good with is their defense, and that is how they are going to start. 68% win rate on defense over the course of the groups, and that is something that they are going to need to build on. And we said this beforehand, the key to them winning is starting games on defense.
Well, they're on that defensive side to start with, so you want to hope realistically they should be able to get themselves to a flying start. Now, as a lot of people have noticed,
Leonski flexing.
Yeah, he's getting himself ready for this. He heard what Corey said in the interview after the Wild game. He wants to get in there, as the Autobahn is the first to go. And I'm not actually too surprised about this one. We've seen many teams across multiple regions, but most notably from our example, our experience is going to be how Viperia 86 inside of MPL used also in the execution to take T-Room, for example. Thatcher's going to be our second ban away. And again, not the most impactful one, but again, those blanket EMPs are of course very useful in a wider case of examples.
Yeah, and that's a couple of times today Nook has gone through. Azami will get taken out, which is no surprise. We know the impact that she can have on these maps, so that kind of leaves us to the decision. Is it going to be Kaid? Is it going to be Valk? Usually it's one or the other.
I'm going to say Valk.
We're really good at what we do sometimes.
I got to predict. Normally if I'm left on the spot to say, oh, what operator is going to get banned, I get it wrong.
You panic and say Maestro.
Well, no, I would never. It's either Azami, Kaid, Mirror, or Valkyrie. That's all that gets banned right now. So I take a pick out of those four if one of them's not already been removed. But we will be going to Karaoke and Tea for our very first site. We will be grabbing that Nook that we made a little bit of an example of. I'm very intrigued to see how this Nook's going to play out. This map is a very difficult one to move around, and it's been defense favored inside of most competitions right now. EUL, you look at the stats, it's been very defense favored instead of NAL, similar kind of storyline with that one. But many people, if you ask it, this could be a very attacker favored map, but it just hasn't played out that way. Teams have struggled with it so far.
Well, a lot of the times where we have said that maps over the course of CL that were going to be attacker, defender, favored, we were wrong. So this could be another one where it goes the other way. One thing though that I'm looking forward to seeing in this one is, can Quick back up what he said? Before CL, we had a chat down, we had a little sit down. The only team that he actually didn't go on was MKERS. He said he gave them a lot of respect. Lolo in particular is a player that he thinks that should be playing at a higher level, a much higher level than this. So, are they going to show him respect, or do you think they're going to try to shut him down?
Realistically, they can't show respect right now. They need to try and get the early results. They need to try and get themselves the early rounds, and to do so, you might have to try and play a little bit more aggressive. Now, setup-wise, they've expanded themselves deep inside of Office now, and what this is going to do is trying to enable and ask and challenge for a full map clear. So that's exactly what we already see. MKERS already putting utility down on that single wall inside of VIP desk. There's an exothermic charge, which is it wide open. Now the first line of sight has been gathered. Draw quick of this nice little bit of trigger reaction or trigger discipline to make sure he doesn't end his teammate's life too early. But again, the first bit of that utility has been used away. That hard bridge utility used to get themselves that access, but they repelled away. They don't want to push that balcony. They just want to threaten it right now.
Yeah, and it looks like that they've given up that sector already, so they're going to hold now across that area of the map where Shrine and Drum is, and we're going to get the initial engagement, and a key will push in and get the opener onto Quick. And look at how fast they react and get another player playing on Barrel because of how important of a position that is.
They need to try and get this trade, and they're going to be letting Draw try to do that. If you want someone to try and get it, still that's lined up almost perfectly for Ackley, but of course no damage done yet. Draw will try and scrap and brawls away inside of Drum for the time being as a shield to fall back to, and that's exactly what he'll do. A drone sent the scout out of this position. They now know he's there. What can they do to try and clear him away? Yana's going to try and bait out this peak with that Gemini replicator, trying to wait for someone to swing from deep inside of Geisha, and that's exactly what's going to happen, and that's going to be perfectly red, but unfortunately Ackley can't find the damage to get it, and Turco will get one on the Gemini.
And that is a big pick in this round. 1 minute and 30 left to go, and this is where JZLING's strength are, holding down that defensive side. But now we see MKERS beginning to push a little bit deeper and trying to take some map control away. But even look at the position of Sam. He's getting no pressure putting on him whatsoever playing by Geisha, and that's normally an area of the map where he might expect to be pushed out of very early.
Second drone sent in to try and get information inside of Drum. The second drone destroyed, and he falls further back as well. So Draw's going to try and waste as much time as possible. They now don't know exactly where he is, and that uneasiness is going to make it very difficult to clear his position. He's still playing close by, and he might swing wide and get one, but that's going to be the Gemini replicator. His position now known and compromised, as Turco gets a second on the sorry. 50 seconds left to work with, an advantage now sits with JZLING. So they can just hold out a little bit longer and drag this clock to the deep waters. They can put themselves in a good position to get this very first round, as Lolo takes an absolute beating outside of Shrine. An aid primed and ready will try and send it deep. 40 seconds, but it won't arrive at anyone. And JZLING's in a very good position. Crossfires all set up, all locked in, and Sam will be the the next one to find himself in a brawl. He wins it.
Sam takes the head of Dora as he's able to find, and now Aki will begin to reposition again. This is where Nook can be so dangerous, just sneaking up the back of those stairs where there's a player. But does he know it's there? Leonski gets the call, Leonski gets the kill, and all of a sudden it's all down to Lolo, one of the most dangerous men inside of CL, but with 10 seconds and just about 1 HP, he's just going to sit and wait and maybe try to get a pick, but that's round 1 in the bag for JZLINGs.
As if you were a JZLINGs fan, that's the script you want to read. It was a defensive victory for the side that tries to win as many defenses as possible, or at least the stat line indicates. And you can see some happy faces there in the reaction cams of the players. They know how important that was to get the opening round, and well, that's a very good start from them. MKERS, they look to be efficient in the opening stages of that clear. Unfortunately, when they got to that middle stage, they really got drowned out and couldn't find the information on Draw, who was playing inside of Drum, and they couldn't clear him. And from that fallback, they wasted time and had no option to try and brute force it, taking alone single fights. And we saw that player walk up to Geisha balcony, and Sam was just willing and waiting to take that fight.
Yeah, one of the things that I really liked about the way that JZLINGs played that round 2 was they drew the line in the sand. They cut the map in half. You know, they said, this half of the map is where we are going to hold, and that front line of the assault, Drum in towards Shrine, was where they decided to defend. So, as we're just getting ready for a quick re-host, one question I have for you is, who do you think learned more about the other side in that round? Do you think JZLINGs learned more about the attacks, or do you think MKERS were just doing a little bit of testing in round 1 to see what way they were going to play?
A little bit of probing for the time being. Again, it's a best of 3, and I do think both these teams are going to not necessarily go full guns blazing early. I think if you're going to see that, it would be from a side like JZLINGs. They need to get this win, as the Des talked about. Momentum needs to favour them as we move later on in the series. But for a lot of people looking at what we saw from MKERS in the group stages, that's a little bit of a slower and not a red flag yet. It's only the first round of a best of 3 series, of course. But the fact is that they got in the same fashion we always see them, get aggressive, get that early map control, get the opening pick, and then they got stalled out. They had no solution to try and deal with that shield, whether they were lacking utility or raw information, and they almost read it perfectly, reading into the Sam's peak from Geisha long, but they couldn't get those key picks, and ultimately that map control of Drum never went their way, and they couldn't do anything with the rest of the site.
Yeah, so we'll get ready to go into round 2 whenever all the players get back in. But I have a question as well. These are 2 sides that only lost 1 game over the course of groups. Now, I put an asterisk beside JZLINGs because their roster as a 5 without a sub didn't lose a single game. So to me, they're still 100% undefeated. Do you think that they command more respect than maybe they're getting? Do you think because of the fact that they went undefeated as a 5, they should be getting more plaudits?
Absolutely. I mean, we look at this and we obviously, I think a lot of people made a prediction that it was going to be a 2-0 for MKERS, or at least a victory for MKERS. JZLINGs are a dangerous side. I mean, they are here on merit alone. I mean, their group that they had, of course, they were bested by Don Limited in it. They Don Limited topped their group, but they still had to get victories over Victus, who, while openly, honestly, weren't playing the best Siege they've ever played. They still managed to beat Rebels in a pretty dominant fashion as well and get themselves here. So it was pretty good run to be here. The thing is, though, this roster, this 5, have not had a lot of run time as a 5. They've always had people subbing in with coaches. They didn't play the Benelux season nor the finals with this 5-man roster. They've always been in that state of change, someone filling in, someone stepping in. So it's good to see them now get a run with that core 5.
Yeah, the core 5 hasn't been there long, but they've had a lot of overlap over the course of the last year too as well. You know, Leonski joined Sam and Quick for the back end of the UKIN 2 season a while ago. Sam and Quick have been playing together for what feels like a long, long time. Those two really know what each other are going to do. So as much as we talk about the core 3 of MKERS before they made some changes, JZLINGs are in the same kind of a boat. But talking about the changes they made, I'm David is the name he goes for. Since he's joined the side, he's had a pretty big impact.
He has. He stepped into the team around September time, and since then has been able to put up very, very considerable numbers, and he's always been one of the most influential players on that team. And considering that there's a certain caliber expected of players that step into MKERS, he's filled those shoes very, very well and melded this team. And the fact is that if you look at this roster, they look like a set 5. This doesn't look like it's a couple of players that made a team, made a deep run inside a Challenger League. This looks like a cohesive team unit that plays absolutely perfect Siege on their day. And I mean, if you want to see an example of them playing perfect Siege, look at the results. Their first matchup against 10-star and M&M Academy during their groups. It was absolutely fantastic the way they played. And honestly, well, it hurts to kind of draw the example because they sliced through 2 MPL sides. They sliced through 2 very strong MPL sides in very concise fashion.
Yeah, and the game that they lost to at the end of the stage, you kind of think that they were already through. They didn't really want to show too much. And you know, you're speaking about beating MPL sides. That's something that JZLINGs did pretty effectively too. Victus were in their group. They did the double over them. They also did the double over what we thought was going to be a very strong Rebels side. And they split the tie, 1-1 with Unlimited. But like I said, that loss was with a sub. And, you know, we love giving subs a bit of love, but the sub that JZLINGs had for that game didn't quite have the biggest impact on that fixture.
No, it wasn't a game to remember from a substitute position stepping in. But again, you're right in that one. This 5-man unit inside Challenger League has not lost. I mean, the only loss they suffered to Unlimited was with their coach, and I believe it went to overtime as well. So it wasn't, you know, what we expect from Unlimited victories, where it was an absolute blowout. It was a closely contested matchup. On the other hand, with MKERS, I will add a little bit of an asterisk around it. Now, there's lots of hype following around this team, and they were very prepared going into the very first week of group stages. They hadn't played an official in a very long time. Their nationals ended a lot earlier than other nationals did. For example, 2 teams that they had to play against. Now, Eminem Academy didn't go to MPL finals, but Tensor certainly did. Tensor had a long, grueling lower bracket run they made, and they showed a lot of the scrapbook. They showed a lot of what they have to offer as a team, and clearly MKERS were very, very well prepped, and Tensor, a team that likes to have their preparation done, didn't know what they're facing because they hadn't seen MKERS play in a long time. And while the last match they played where Tensor got revenge is a little bit of a kind of, they were both through at that point, they still got revenge and showed that when they prep they can get a victory over this side as well. So they're not unbeatable Goliaths or MKERS.
Yeah, so it's looking at the long term between these two sides, MKERS and JZLINGs. Both of them will win games in Challenger League without a doubt in the playoffs. Whichever one loses this game, you know for a fact they're more than likely going to win a game inside of the lower bracket as well. Long-term success, though, the one problem, maybe the one question mark you have around JZLINGs has been their best of 3 play. You know, they had heartbreak when they lost that finals with 2 subs. MKERS' best of 3 record is very good. So going into this one, you'd have to favour them.
Just watched a quick walk off there. Yeah, off he goes.
Did he go off quickly, or was it?
It was more of a meander. He took a couple of double takes as well. He's like, "Oh, we're good. Can we go? Can I go get a drink?" No, he's off. He's wandered off to the void somewhere.
He's a way to call someone out on Twitter. He's not happy. He's saying MKERS are taking forever to get in the server. Lol.
Well, I mean, one thing that we can draw from what we can see on our screen, of course, which is the same with what you guys can, of course, is that we have at least Dora and Sori are in a boot camp, it seems. I mean, while, of course, it doesn't look like all of them are there, it's very nice to have at least some of them there, and that's going to help add a little bit of team cohesion with those 2 players. He will get it. It's quick. Finally returns to his battle station. What's he thinking about right now? He's made a lot of comments on interviews before Challenger League started. Do you think he's going to back them up?
Well, he has. He has. They've gotten to this stage. And you spoke about the 2 players at a boot camp as well. We all know that the fist bump between rounds adds +10 to your aim, unless, of course, it is Kanto and Crine, where Crine mauled per Kanto's hand. We got a chance to see it, and it was badly swollen after that final.
That we don't talk about. I mean, Kanto had to play that final against FaZe that last match with a broken hand because Crine absolutely ground it into a paste. Fist bumps are a little bit too strong. Too much passion for inside of Rogue, but... Can you hear that? Can you hear that in your ear? Have we pressed?
We pushed the button.
We've pressed. This time we didn't break our mics. We've actually pressed the right button this time and have started the game.
Well, the problem was we didn't push the button at the start. That's why the mics didn't work in the first place.
Caster start mics. We struggled at that one, but we can start games from time to time, and there it is. So we're back into the action. JZLINGs, of course, got their victory on their very first defensive round. MKERS started off strong, struggled, and began to stall out in the middle stages, and ultimately time became their nemesis. Can they amend those changes? And we will go to Exposition and Office for a second site of choice from JZLINGs.
And this is a site where you want to get that wall open as early as possible, but it's not necessarily where all the focus of your attack needs to be. It's just like one of those things. You open the wall, you give the defenders something to think about, and then you maybe move your push to another area of the map, another region, and it makes you think about what is going on. Now, in relation to that then, you probably think that JZLINGs are going to have a two-phase sort of a defense here. They will hold the reverse side of that line they held the first time around in and around drum, but you also need to keep a player around side watching the breach and watching that window that players can vault in from as well.
They've opened up the Office single wall here, so they're going to try and contest this with the mirror window placed behind bar. That's going to make it a very difficult task to get control of that one. Lots of teams like to open up that wall because that puts direct pressure on the site initially and then begin to put some pressure on the backside from Geisha, for example. So a very interesting one. I've not personally seen this one before, but I am intrigued to see how this one plays out. It does look like Akui's going to be on a little bit of an island by himself for the beginning of this round, utilizing that knock to his best of his ability, and an entryway from this western side from Geisha to begin to put that back pressure on the site.
Yeah, you want to send Nook by themselves. That's when Nook works as the most effective, because if there's another player running around, well, it gets rid of the ability to hide yourself from those cameras. Still some side up being completed here by the side of JZLING's 30 seconds into the round, but Lolo will stay patient, thinking that there may be a chance a player might jump out that shrine window. But this is where I think MKERS are very good. Early round, getting on their drones. You look at the drone economy, they only lost one in the prep phase. And information for an attacking side, you feel like it is the 6th operator. If you've good intel, it's as good as having an extra player.
3 players there were active droning. Now they've all swapped off. Some of them swapped off now as well. But 3 players actively droning, actively looking to get some control or some information. But Sorry will take a little bit of damage very early on that rappel. I think a run-out actually sent out to challenge him. But already it looks like the side of MKERS are beginning to put some pressure, knocking on the door. They're looking to get control of Drum. And that will be Leonski posted up with that Vector. Now the entirety of this setup from JZLING has focused on holding on. This is going to be a very interesting fight now. Akwi down below needs to win this one out against Draw, but his position gets compromised and Draw will escape down towards House. He can cover reinforcements. He'll hear that repel of the player going up as well and be able to relay that back to his team, and that's where the mirror setup's going to be effective on that balcony.
But Draw has got his 1-2 punch. His best mate Turco was down there as well. So this is where you're seeing a little bit of a counter. The drone network from MKERS identified the fact there's a player below, but there is 2 of them. You got to be careful of this 1-2 punch from JZLING's. Leonski gets a bit brave, but Aki is able to get that kill as he was prepping a C4, and that opens up the door. That player on the Mira is so important to this defense from JZLING's, and MKERS have just moved that brick out of position.
That is very, very important for MKERS. They've now cleared Leonski. They've cleared that mirror window. That's what this entire side setup is realistically dependent on. The player in bar is there to kind of hold double duty to hold on to control inside of Drum as well. Now, Sam will get aggressive and try and get one traded back, but he's got a buddy with him as well. They're stacking up to try and take these fights. Draw's now going to be the front line of this one with that MX4 Storm tries to brawl, but top of your screen, 30 seconds, and Akwi will make a rotation around. Quick will find one now, and this is all down to Akwi. Can he get this pick on the Frost? He gets good information, but can he swing wide and get it? Yes, he does. 3 versus 3, 2K now, and it's going to be very critical if Sophia can walk up these stairs and have a pounce, the backstab impact, but doesn't matter. Draw shuts down Sorry.
Yes, Sorry is going to fall. Aki will get another one. Turco falls. It's a 2v2. He makes that a quad. Are we about to see an ace? Draw gets the kill, though. That's a double in the end for him. And JZLING's 2 rounds in the row. We said they were strong on defense, and they have come out. They have held their ground, and they bounced back really well from losing Leonski.
I thought when they lost Leonski that it was going to be an opening. You've lost the player behind bar. That mirror window is now open. You can try and put some pressure on that balcony. They didn't know the Warden was behind the bomb chassis, though, so that could have been a factor if they wanted to do it. But Akwi, on a 4K, couldn't quite get the ace to win that one out. His Draw managed to find, well, one was indeed being able to collect that final kill to calm the nerves and get everything leveled off as JZLING's find their second round, as you mentioned. Now, on the script of things, this is what you want for JZLING's. They are a defensive favoring side on what statistically has been a defense favored map. So, if you wanted a team to cash in best as possible, this is looking good for JZLING's right now.
It is, it definitely is, but this is the third side. This is the tertiary one. This is the round where historically you expect the attacking side to maybe have an impact. So what will JZLING's be able to do as we go down towards Kitchen? So Hatch is open, so they're investing a lot of utility on playing up above and using that verticality factor of this map. So MKERS, now you have a decision to make. Do you go for the horizontal take, or do you do what MKERS normally do, clear most of the map, try to isolate and identify 1v1s and win the round for there? Problem with JZLING's is they don't give a lot of 1v1s. They play the buddy system.
I mean, we saw a perfect example of that when Sam and Draw was able to push deep in the shrine. They played essentially shoulder to shoulder to ensure if one of them goes down, guess what? We have a trade. It's a very good system to play. Dangerous. Leaves you very exposed to getting yourself caught out in a 2-piece for one. They made it work for them in this situation. Oh, that is perfect timing. Just creeps underneath that, above that verticality. I will draw your attention though to Turco on that Capcan, but Akwi get the opening pick, but instantly traded once again by Turco, as I mentioned, on that Capcan. That's kind of what JZLING's need to do. They cannot let MKERS get a free run. They need to get themselves trades, and once they can continue that tempo, very good setting from them.
Well, it's the 1-2 punch again. Turco and Draw working side by side and able to trade each other out. And this is a map where being within a couple of seconds of your teammate at all times is a very good idea. So, with that operator down, Nook out of it, you've still got 4 operators with very good, utility in the back pocket. A lot of focus on hard breach here, with the ace charges, and you've got Thermite.
they've given themselves options. At least they have not going to run out of ways to get through these hard walls and hatches that might present themselves and be a puzzle. As Quick, though, it might be a little bit of a difficult one to clear on black stairs. He'll try and hold on as long as he can. Correction, kitchen stairs or main stairs. As we see here, that first exothermic charge detonate, giving them access inside of Geisha, which will likely be one of the focal points of the frontline entries that Makers will try and use to get control of this top floor, which will be necessary to get this execution rolling.
Yeah, and I love this position here as well by the drums behind the shield. So gives Sledge something to think about. That nade somehow doesn't get rid of the shield. I'm a little bit surprised at that one as it went underneath. There we go. Second nade lucky as it does not go underneath the shelf. But it's a lot of utility going. 3 members at the ready. Actually, one of them is above the Yana. The silhouette's just catching me out a little bit. But with a minute to go, everything is playing into the hands of JZLING now. It's a 4v4. They're still holding vertical control. And Dora Whip it. He's trying to push his way in, but Quick could potentially get one.
Huge.
There's one, and he's going to get the second as well. Quick has won this round.
Quick has become a sentinel instead of Geisha, and as you said, has essentially won this round. Sorry needs to get himself a trade, and one more to get himself level. As a C4 sent up is only going to cause more problems, and guess what? Who pops up is going to be Quick with a 3k. 30 seconds left to go, and Gemini's the last one standing, and I can't imagine this is going to go very well, but he runs into Turco and finds that pick. Will lose a chunk of HP for it. Case is cold, and he'll drop only into his own demise as Leonski waits avidly for his arrival, as JZLINGs find themselves a third in a row, uncontested, and a timeout getting called by Makers.
Lovely angle Leonski opened there as well to watch that drop through the toaster. I'm very impressed with that one. How many times have we watched JZLINGs and it's always Leonski that seems to get that last kill of a round?
I mean, he is that player that's in that position to either clean up rounds or clutch them out. He's very good at doing so, finds himself in a good position time and time again. One of the most experienced players in this season of Challenger League. I mean, that's probably why Corey wants to go alongside him. He I think teamed with him as well. But timeout called. JZLINGs, 3 rounds uncontested. Makers feeling a little bit of pressure now, I can imagine, considering the fact that they once again, going into a season of Challenge League, have been billed as the favourites. Last time around, they also took an early exit.
Oh, Demo keeps reminding of us.
Oh, he does, doesn't he?
And Demo also said that this map was vital for JZLINGs. He said if they don't win this first map, there's no way that they're going to win the series. So they're starting things off pretty well. But we always talk about this, get your tactical timeouts in when you can actually have an impact on the game. There's so many times in Majors, in EUL, where teams take that tac timeout when they're already maybe 4 rounds behind and it's 6-2, it's match point to the other team, and you're thinking, why not take it at a point where you can actually have an impact on the game? You're halfway through your attacking phase, and to me, they just need to stop playing into JZLING's hands, stop playing and allowing themselves to be traded.
The difficulty about that is, look at players like this, like Quick. This individual hold inside of Geisha reads it perfectly to know there's a player getting ready to peek him and will swing from the open breach. Absolutely perfect from him. And as you said, instantaneously, almost on cue, he just won the round. And that was what he done. He locked down a key area, won key fights, made the case go cold outside on the balcony. What more can you ask for one player to do in what was essentially a blink of an eye? Got it done. But the timeout called. Makers, time to do damage mitigation. Reduce the damage best you can. And how can you do that? Well, as you said, don't play in the style of JZLINGs. Don't let this stall-out style of play affect you. But on a map like Sky, it's not exactly the easiest thing to do.
Definitely not. And back on Quick again, he is backing up his words. 4-1 since the rehost that we had after the first round. And some people questioned whether or not, he was talking brave, maybe to make up for maybe thoughts they had, but no, he has backed every single word up. So, moving in, he's got draw in another very good position. Turco playing nearby once more. But this is Makers' first opportunity to go back to a site that we've played already. Let's see if they're going to do anything different this time.
So, again, I'll give massive credit due to Makers here. The way they use their drones, their network is very, very good. But can they spot these key positions, these key players? And one of them's going to be that warden on that staircase. Can they lock them down? What can they do about it? As that nade gets sent up, and guess what? No one's there. Just a little bit too late. And they will still have a good network, have a good grasp of what's going on, but they need to act upon this information. All well and good having 2-3 people on drones, but someone needs to follow it.
An adjustment that JZLING's made too that I love is they've electroclawed at that wall that goes up house stairs as well. A point of entry that has been for Makers every round so far. So they are really reacting to how Makers play, which is kind of how JZLINGs play. You can't really prep against them. You don't know how they play.
Look how long this has slowed them down. Now, JZLING gets the opening pick on the draw. Huge shuts him down. He was a problem last time they played this site, but look at the time, minute 30 left to work with, and all of this delay has been simply from Electroclaw. Turco gets one, no more, or gets one, trades it back. Shot sent down all the way from Drum as well. Sam will tap away deep inside of Geisha. Rotation from Leonski now in a sandwich to try and put some pressure on. Shrine's going to be a little bit of a war zone now with Turco. His ADS gets burnt away, so he'll fall back, stay alive. And this is JZLING still going to play a fallback, just giving more space, more time as MKERS running out of utility and efforts to be able to clear this. Is going to be a problem as Quick once again sets up inside of Drum. This could be the all-important area for MKERS to clear.
Yeah, but they've prepped every area of the map for that defense as the nade just goes a little bit wide of the mark. Turco holding the long angle in towards that side of Shrine while there's already a player playing by Drum. Just peeking the direction in towards Geisha again. Shots are fired, giving away the position, but Sam unable to hit Pay Dirt this time around with those bullets. 35 seconds to go. He's going to fall.
Sam got stuck in a hard rock and hard play situation, but doesn't matter. Quick's going to be able to get one to Lolo. 30 seconds, as you said, and this where pressure begins to build. Turco finds a second one now. It's all down to 2 members of MKERS. Vault only on him, make it only 1 survivor. Turco finds 3, and JZLING might be able to find themselves a 4th round. Can Turco find himself a 4th pick in this one? A desperate attempt, but no, he gets shut down. 1 versus 2. 15 seconds, has some time, but no case in hand either. We'll have to isolate these ones, but tucked to the corner will be Quick and shuts it down. JZLING find themselves a 4th uncontested round against MKERS. Oh my. If you're an Italian fan, you might be getting a little bit worried.
Yeah, and if you're one of the members of the community that voted for MKERS, you're probably getting a little bit worried here too.
Will you be brave enough to say who you put in your predictions on the official talent predictions for this one?
Of course, I went for MKERS. I thought that, looking at how they played, that they probably were the most, the strongest team inside of CL. But I did say on defense, if JZLING can get a defense on the attack, they very likely will build up a very big lead.
Well, I think that is mission accomplished for getting themselves a very big lead indeed. 4 rounds to nothing. MKERS, they look a little bit like they've lost their bite, just a little bit.
Well, remember we said about that win rate of 68%? Do you know what 68% win rate roughly translates to?
4-2.
Yeah.
Are we going to see the numbers actually work out from us too? Well,
I did the math, so no.
I can't count, actually. So, yes, I relied on you to do the numbers for me on this one. But, yes, a 4-2 split would actually mathematically line up exactly to how JZLING play their defense is getting that 4-2 split. That's 68%, as you mentioned. For MKERS, they seem a bit muted. They seem a bit quiet so far. And I think JZLING have done their homework. I think they have read into the style of play, brought a map that's going to be very effective for their style of play, and they have absolutely played it perfect. Now, can MKERS, timeout used, make adjustments, make changes to get themselves what could be a very important 2 rounds on the offensive side?
Well, they'll have to live up to their name to do it. They'll have to be MKERS and make those adjustments. So, we move into round 5, and this is a very, very big round for MKERS, because if JZLING get a 5-0 lead, you got a feeling that this game is over for map number 1. And once again, they're going to play that buddy system. They're all in position to get that trade if it goes back the other way. And when you watch the MKERS style of attack, it's usually a drone followed by a player, and there's never that second player nearby to get the trade. It seems like an easy adjustment to make, but we'll see how they approach this attack, as it will be another one of those exhibition pushes.
I mean, as much as I give credit for the way they're gaining information, they don't have a lot of follow-up with it. Yes, you can hot drone someone in. If that player loses that fight, there's no trade. It's all well and good knowing someone's there. You can still lose a gunfight. It is an FPS game at the end of the day. It comes down to who can click heads the hardest sometimes. And you need to have a follow-up for it. They look like they're going to get themselves prepped and ready. Impact EMP sent on in towards that mirror window. They'll clear it with the Habana pellets. If it'll detonate just in time, I think the window should be good enough. Some of them will get shot off now, but no, all of them will detonate. That mirror window is now open and exposed, and a great big long line of sight's been opened up all the way deep towards Samurai window.
Yeah, but there's nobody from JZLING that is going to peek that angle, so it's going to be hard to use. Until C4 will get wasted inside drone, just a couple of seconds too late. If it was thrown a little earlier, that one would have been able to pick up a kill, and now Habana is going to reposition and get over towards that main breach. But with 1 minute and 13 seconds to go, you get the feeling this is once again playing into JZLING's hands. But finally, MKERS are getting very aggressive. They've made the Dokebe call. They've got some intel. Let's see if they can find that open and pick on site.
10 7 players still surviving, and JZLINGs haven't given up a single pick. The first bit of damage done in this round, and that's going to be JZLINGs coming out better for it. Draw finds more on the Gemini, and this is going to be a very key moment. 50 seconds, and can they get themselves in the site? They're struggling with this initial control. Quick will find the opening one, and that's going to be Turco will find a second one on the Lolo. It's all crumbling apart now for MKERS, but one goes down. That will be quick, and a second one from Akwi. He doesn't know the Warden's down, however, the case is all the way on the other side, but Gemini will find one now to Sam. The doors are opened up on a technical 3 versus 2. 30 seconds with Leonski tucked on that bomb. Will hug it for his dear life. Was drawn a great position on VIP. He'll pop up and the flashbang won't blind him. He might be able to catch one, but looks away at the wrong time. Doesn't matter though, he gets it shut down, but he's left all alone. And now confirmed, official, and it doesn't matter. Akwi will clean up the pieces. The MKERS get themselves their very first round, and well, the numbers seemingly don't lie, but a very good round for MKERS.
Akwi hit some beautiful shots in that one. That really broke down the JZLING's defense, and sometimes it takes a little bit of individual magic, as we keep highlighting, to win a round. And it is Akwi this time around, but we highlighted individuals for JZLING. So far, they have played very well as a team.
They have. I mean, this is one of the highest praises we all give to MKERS is how they always look like a very long-standing 5-man core unit. They play in a very concise way as a collective, and JZLINGs have been doing that as well. We're giving them massive credit for it. Well, we haven't given them enough credit for it, I think, because we've seen them play with a lot of substitutes throughout their run. And as you pointed towards your monitor, look at Akwi's stats so far. How about you give that a little bit of highlight?
8 and 3. We highlighted Lolo as the most dangerous player, but Akwi has had 2 4Ks, if I'm not wrong, since the rehost, and he had a pretty good first round as well that JZLINGs went and won, so he has been carrying the burden for MKERS so far, but he needs more help from the rest of the team. Lolo, 1 and 4, not a stat line you're used to see, because not only does Lolo, well, barring the game from 10-star where Jags has gotten ahead of him in the rating, Lolo was the highest rated player in CL groups, and he had one of the highest costs.
I mean, actually, if you went on to CGG stats for players globally, Lolo was the highest before Jags overtook him, yes, on Monday, in the last 3 months. Absolutely stellar performance. I mean, shows how impactful he can be as a player. But as you said, so far in this game, hasn't been. And this is the fairy tale start for JZLINGs. 4 rounds to 1. They need to get this victory. If they get themselves 5-1, I'm pretty confident to say they will close out the map.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out as well is the fact that JZLINGs have pretty much taken Capcan every round. Now, the trip mines haven't had an impact at all, but the 1.5 time scope has definitely had an impact, and Quick will be able to tag Akwi and take him down. That's the most dangerous player so far in this map down for MKERS. JZLINGs hunting down that 5-1 half. Turco is going to hit one with that 1.5 times right on cue, and all of a sudden you've lost your most deadly player, you've lost your most effective player this map. Sorry, Dora and Gemini, what can you do?
Oh, you've lost your most effective in the server, you've lost your most historically effective player, and now you find yourself fighting a little bit of back for a good long angle there to get Turco, but Quick's going to be able to try and capitalize on the collapse towards it. Gemini will get 1, but that's when you finish off, and now you get to a problem with the 4 versus 2. JZLINGs have so much control, and the verticalities open up. The flashbang sent into Leonski will force him away just for the time being, or just for enough time to get across. He'll use that C4 sent on up to no avail. No one's even close to it, but with a minute 25 left to work with, it's safe to say MKERS are finding themselves in the deep water very early in this. JZLINGs can essentially play crossfires, play for trades. They can just hold on to these key positions. They don't need to do a lot. They just need to wait and let the clock do all the work.
Yeah, and they've actually sent Gemini on the hunt to find Leonski, but he is gone. He has fallen back to site now as they identified that fact. They've hit the pause button on the top floor. They're hoping that one of the JZLINGs player will provide them with a free kill, but as Gemini moves up, he's going to peek around the corner. Leonski still playing in sight. You get a feeling this is a very big gunfight coming up here now for MKERS, but Leonski is going to swivel around, get the kill, and now Dora is going to have to explore the rest of this map to find himself a couple of kills, and there's the first one as draw falls.
Bit constellation at this point, I'd have to say. Once again, I mean, that pick that Leonski got, once again, notice the name, Leonski popping up, finding those very critical picks, either cleans it up or either shuts it down, and well, now with one player remaining on the side of MKERS against 3 of JZLINGs, it's pretty safe to say with 25 seconds left to go, it is going to be a 5-1 split, and well, thank you for that one, Quick. Makes quick work of it and gets us to the next round a little bit sooner. 5-1. If you told anyone in the pregame that we would be looking at this split and this strength of JZLINGs against MKERS, no one would believe you. Everyone would say, no, not a chance. Look how good Makers were in groups. Look what they've done, the teams like TenStar. Look what they've done through everyone. And now all of a sudden, JZLING's a team that I don't think people put enough respect on, all of a sudden in a very, very difficult position.
The stats people are the only ones who might have seen something like this come, but everyone else expected MKERS to be going ahead and winning this one. Looks like there's been a request here for another timeout due to some technical issues on the side of MKERS. But when we look at the way this game has played out, it has played to form. The strong defense of JZLING has put them in this commanding position. Now, as we move to attack, one of the problems that JZLING have is playing objective. They've won quite a few rounds on attack, but they've only got 2 plants. It was brought up on the desk before show. In 6 maps, they got 2 plants. That's the sort of thing you need to improve upon if you want to win attacks against this side.
Attack has been one of the weakest attributes of this roster. I mean, that stat line's a very good example of it, for example. They don't plant. They don't play the objective. They don't play around getting the case down. They don't try and get it down or try and force that win condition. Dora has more plants as an individual than JZLING has as a roster.
×4.
That is a scary stat line, considering now that how important getting the bomb can be in these situations. Now, whether it's I don't think they chase kills. That's not what this team does. They just don't find themselves in a lot of position to get the case down, and when they do, or if the rare times they do convert them into victories.
So what that tells me with the fact that they've won so many attacking rounds, because their attacking win rate is 55%, so it is a good amount as well. It means they get 2 rounds or more whenever they go on attack. It tells me the teams they're playing maybe haven't shown a lot of discipline. Because the hardest thing to do in Siege is to show discipline and force a team to play objective. But if they're getting a lot of their attacking round ones just on the kill feed alone, it means that teams are maybe peaking them a little bit too much, and that plays again into the JZLING style of having a buddy system.
Yes and no to that one. So JZLING's way to play that always have someone there for that trade is a very good strategy. It will help win rounds against less structured teams. But the fact is that they don't get the case down at all in match. Like, for example, right, Victus in the group were not playing the best Siege we've ever seen them play, right? That was a team that, against JZLING, that JZLING had opportunities to plant with and just didn't. Now, whether that was because they were confident in being able to close it out without getting the case down, that's a different discussion, but they just didn't do it. It's a little bit perhaps not in their philosophy as a team, and perhaps something that should be corrected. If I was to say anything to the side, 55% win rate though on the offense, not something to kind of close your eyes at.
Yeah, it just shows they're a good side. They are a good side. The stats will tell you that. Something I've noticed during this as well is the fact that the mood lighting for Dora and the rest of the team playing in that is blue. Maybe how they're feeling right now and how the MKERS fans, well, feeling a little blue, seeing JZLING's rush off to this 5-1 lead. But it is a game of 2 halves, attack and defence.
I mean, it's also a game of 3 maps.
This is true maths.
It's a best of 3 for a reason. Long gone are the best of 1s of groups. Best of 3s are now in play.
And thank God. I'm not a fan of the best of 1. I really think that best of 1s throw up so much confusion in some games.
I mean, best of 3s ultimately the ultimate show of what a team has in the tank. And I mean, that's a question to ask here as well. JZLING's in best of 3s haven't had the best run of form. In the open qualifiers, they kind of fell off and got to the best of 3s. They were very good in best of 1s. They were very, very good in best of 1s. Once they got the best of 3, they got challenged a little bit. They kind of found themselves perhaps running out of steam in these series, or for example, when they were playing against a team like WYLDE, just not being able to get over that finish line in critical rounds.
Yeah, and game against WYLDE is what the winners of this one's going to get.
It is exactly what is that a reward or a punishment at this stage?
I feel like it feels like a bit of a punishment with the way WYLDE play, and honestly, you talk about the fact that JZLING's finished joint top of their group with Unlimited.
They finished a point behind, did they not?
No, I think they both got 13 points, if I'm not wrong. But do you know what that means? They dodged the bullet of TenStar only to get MKERS. Really, if you were in Group A and you were moving into the bracket, it wasn't really the best shot of teams that you were going to get up against.
I mean, it wasn't exactly like a one is better than the other. Realistically, you look at the 4 MKERS, and you're like, I didn't really want them. And then TenStar almost unbeatable in best of 3s. Like, I mean, even heroic. Did you hear that, Gibby?
Push the button.
We pushed the button again. We haven't, once again, we didn't break our mics. We actually kept things going. We're back in to the action for this, and I can't wait to get going.
I actually think it was production that pushed the button. They were tired of listening to us waffle, and we're getting ready to move into this one, and well, we're going to have another little rehost as the scoreline looks to be a little off.
Well, the mathematics. We predicted that if the 68% win rate was correct for JZLINGs, it would end up being a 4-2. Now, it wasn't a 4-2, unfortunately. I think we had a glimpse in a parallel universe there. Did I open my rune book, my notebook of runes?
This book, the one that's in your hands right now, the really big book that has the scoreline that this game's going to finish written on.
I don't know why people don't like my notebook. I've never had anyone say anything about my notebook before.
They've said it's small.
It's not, though. It's a perfect note-taking size.
You know what the best thing is? Chat who haven't been here for the desk or weren't here yesterday can't see the notebook because the cams are showing us how great... Oh, Sam, nice catch.
Ooh, I like it, Sam. What's he flicking there? What is that? I would imagine it was his mouse, the whole mouse going. Wouldn't want to fumble that
It's
one.
like the bolo spin. He just does it in the air before he gets the kill. Throws the mouse up, catches it, slams.
Good streak. He's on a good streak so far. He keeps catching.
He's talking about it.
He's enjoying it. I mean, there's a good morale.
Oh, he's changed hands too.
Oh, he's juggling it. He's going for a juggle on this one. I mean, look at the smiles all across the roster, JZLINGs. They're having a good time. Of course, you're 5-1 up against a team like MKERS. It's, they obviously expected to win. They're competitors. You don't expect to lose. You always expect to win your next game. But they're nice. They're relaxed. They're confident right now. Look at the faces for MKERS. It's a little bit of a different story, especially I'd say look down to Sorry. He doesn't exactly look the happiest right now, and I can't imagine that camp's too keen, as they know they have a long day in the office if they want to salvage Skyscraper. If not, they have to go 2 maps deep or 3 maps deep in this series.
Well, do you know he's made an appearance again today on this side of MKERS?
Who has?
The Doubt Goblin.
Oh no, is he back?
He's back, he's on their shoulders, and he is feeling it right now as JZLINGs take the lead. But a question I want to ask you is, you actually got to meet in person Sam and Leonski at the major, the one in Berlin. One thing that I did notice about them is they were closely knit. They got on really well together. You didn't see one without the other the whole weekend. And I think getting on with your teammates in any sport is very important.
Oh, there's a level of camaraderie with this team. You see they are very clearly good friends. They are very comfortable around each other. And I mean, it shows in game. The way they play, the structure and system that they play with that buddy system. They know how each other peak or play or want to do. And I mean, it shows that how good they are. They keep winning. I mean, that's a show of a good team. And the fact is, look at the attitudes. They're all calm. They're all relaxed. Sam's still throwing whatever that is. I really want to know what that is. I want to know what he's throwing.
We'll ask him afterwards.
Exactly.
We'll get in touch. So, sounding like we're starting to get some players back into the lobby as we get ready to go into this one. This rehost, though, for anyone at home who maybe doesn't know how competitive Siege works, the coach is not allowed to talk to the players during a rehost. The players can talk to each other. They can kind of suss it out, but the coach can have no impact whatsoever. So, the longer this delay goes on, you get the feeling that it may help MKERS because the players themselves can kind of have a little talk what's going wrong. And for the likes of JZLINGs, it's just about keeping the morale high, keeping in that zone. Because, we spoke about the Doubt Demon. Well, when it comes to...
Wait, it's a demon, not a goblin now?
The goblin, sorry, that was my mistake.
If you throw a 6-0 lead, it becomes the Doubt Demon.
Yeah.
Is that the win? Is that the condition for it? It gets bigger and bigger until it becomes the Doubt Demon.
Yeah, it does. So, but what I was saying was confidence is a very funny thing as well, because you can be as confident as ever, but one thing going wrong can change everything. And JZLINGs have a lot of confidence right now, but if they lose the first round after this delay, suddenly that confidence could begin to slip away very quickly.
You want to hope not. I mean, this is an experienced team, but game management's a difficult thing to get on your side. When you have a significant lead like this, and I always love to talk about it, they're not there yet, but you can find yourself slipping into the one more round mentality. It's where you realize that you're so close to victory, so either you take unnecessary risks or you get too risk adverse. You get very scared about making the wrong decision, the wrong call, and it can cost you rounds. And guess what? The more rounds you lose, when you're already on such a big lead, the more it hurts. The more you see that safety net begin to shrink and shrink and shrink, the more pressure you end up putting on yourself as a team.
I think it's a hand warmer.
Oh, is that what it is?
I think it's a hand warmer. Looking at, another thing I'm pointing out is quick. What he would close that door?
I mean, that's where the Doubt Goblin's waiting to grab him from.
It's watching. It's peering out between the gap, just like the rest of the talent crew are peering out the gap, going, those two casters, they've got themselves a nice bit of fill to do. They're happy that it's us on the desk for it, but the viewers aren't. The viewers are definitely like, it's the first time we've had to listen to them ever on this channel, and they just won't stop.
Yeah, we're have you queued casual ended up in hostage at this point because you can't leave, unfortunately. I mean, why would you want to leave? We've got a good matchup ahead of us. Yeah, We'll get back in. It'll be absolutely guns blazing. Would you be willing to change your prediction, though, Gibbs?
Look, I've been brought up to always stand by your word.
You sure about that one?
Yeah, definitely. Like, right now, I think that, it's very aware of the fact that JZLINGs are more than likely going to win this map, and they more than deserve to do so. Their play has been incredible, but you got to, if you back yourself, you got to always back yourself. MKERS will probably win the series. What about you? Are you going to flip your decision, or are you on the JZLINGs train?
Ask me 6 rounds in the map too.
So after a full half.
Exactly. I'm not risking my predictions. Or at least I'm not risking cursing any team. That's actually, I think, more to it. I want the season to play out with that whatever witchcraft I put on it.
One thing we didn't touch on yet was the fact that this is JZLING Esports. It's owned by a professional football player. We're seeing a couple of teams with that influence now too. One of the teams in the groups that JZLING's played twice was also owned by a bunch of professional football players.
This is your domain. This is me. This is your domain.
This is me.
Off you go.
Seeing investment in esports is something that I'm really, really a big fan of. And especially whenever the people who are investing care about the esport and have an impact. Now, we did see JZLING play Siege with a controller. We'll not hold that against them. Oh, thank God, we can stop waffling. We're back
over.
in. We're back
it's
in.
over. We can cast again.
No, it's round 7. It's not over yet.
The waffle's over.
Yeah.
Oh, we're free. I can talk about the video game again.
So we'll move into round 7. This will be the first time we get to see that MKERS defense in action. And straight off the bat, a couple of changes. Rooney is going to be brought in this time around. Now, the bane of any player, whether you're playing in comp or whether you're playing in ranked or casual, is alibi on the defense. That gun, that MX Storm, is incredibly impactful right now. And look at the person who's not quite had the game so far that we expected, but Lolo on the alibi, that is a great way to potentially jumpstart your day.
If there's anything scarier than an alibi, well, there isn't actually. Have you ever played ranked against an alibi that's an absolute demon? I mean, you're a 0.4 KD, so you've definitely been in the receiving end of an MX Storm a few times.
There's an exclamation mark or a little asterisk beside that.
0.4.
It's not 0.4.
0.4.
It's 0.45. We rounded up to
4.7 on a good day you're a 4.7, a bad day you're a 3.9.
If that's the case, why do you still always want to play ranked with me?
No, I dodge those stacks.
Look, so anyways, we'll get back into it. Alibi is incredibly scary. We can be at every single area of the game. And this is now where we need Lolo to have an impact. And Lolo was trying to do that by getting aggressive straight off the bat. On that black stairs door, trying to spot a player on the rappel. And if JZLINGs aren't careful, they could get caught out very early. But it looks like all those rappelling players, they're going to go up on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, they're going to go for a backside take, as you expect, and already an exothermic charge detonating. And I really hope for the side of MKERS, that's not the main one it is.
It is. It's open.
Right. Okay. So
and there's nobody home.
Site's very exposed right now. And if this is read into, they can very much capitalize upon it. An Alliance scan goes in. Now, they won't push in behind it. They need to clear down below. But guess who's going to be there? The Nook. And that's going to be a draw with the opening pick as well on the Gemini. And this is going to be very, very scary indeed. As you know, Quick is on the hunt. He doesn't care about clearing down Sicilians. He's already getting the case down. There's not a chance. No way! He gets this done. Quick gets on the Lolo. The case doesn't go down. Denied by the C4. But this is damage done. Already JZLING's in absolute complete control of this matchup. But that's going to be huge. Dora gets one. Akwi falls. Dora's going to get caught out by Sam. JZLING's on map point.
Yep. And they deserve it. They have played incredibly well. And once again, it's about being decisive. They droned the site. They realized there was only one player there. So they sent it in. They got the pick. And then all of a sudden, it is fire alarms going off everywhere from MKERS.
What are MKERS doing? Like,
they were playing the long con. They thought JZLINGs were going to play a really slow attack. But JZLINGs did what a good side does and adjusts.
But the wall's open, and you should begin to realize, we don't really have anyone on site, do we? All right, you've got a C4 down below. That's good. That denied it, but JZLINGs went, let's just take site. Let's just go in. Let's get our picks. Let's win it. Let's try and get the case down. Oh no, the C4 went down. Doesn't matter. We don't like the plant anyway. So they got the kills. They got it done. And they were so quick to make that call. Whoever the IGL is, absolutely perfect. That was brilliant calling. Whoever spotted that, said, let's go in. Brilliant. But for MKERS, react. The door's open in the first 30 seconds.
Kaid was still making, head holes with his shotgun whenever that breach was open.
I feel like Demo a little bit. I'm broken.
You feel like Demo all the time.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. You love just giving me abuse. It's great.
That's true. Listen.
So, we move on to match point here in game number 1 of this best of 3 series. And the one thing that we highlighted was JZLING's starting on defense, building very strong leads. That's exactly what they have done in game number 1. So, MKERS, they need to win 5 rounds back-to-back just to force overtime. So, we're, JZLINGs are guaranteed 5 match points, and I wouldn't put it past them winning that round in the next 3.
I'll raise you this. I think they get it done right here, right now. I think this is going to be, you know what, MKERS blew teams out of the water. I mean, Sam is confident with this one. He's brought a blitz. Well, where's he going to go in? Is he just going to go, breaches open? Might as well just walk on in. They gave us this control for free. This time I'll have a shield in my face and see what damage I can do. That might be exactly what the intention is this time around. But for MKERS, this has been a muted and pretty toothless effort from them so far, and I think JZLING might be able to close out this round. Of course, I'm willing to see things change, but it looks like a direct Route 1 play once again is going to be called for.
Yeah, and they've spotted where the Electro Claw is, so they're going to use the EMP to open it up. But it's going to get taken down, just delayed a little bit too long, and Gemini is able to get that Electro Claw off. So that's plan A, a little bit put on, so they'll move on to plan A star. They're not quite on plan B yet, but they'll still work on getting that breach open. Flores will remove the barbed wire, and look where that is. Sorry, though, we'll get the opener onto quick, and it feels like a long time since MKERS got the opening pick in any round.
I think that might be the first time they've got the opening pick. Second,
I think it's the second.
Still not as good as you expect for a team that has played to the way they have done so far. So the opening pick goes in favour, and look at this, they're just going to send Salmon. Then he goes. Crossfire's probably going to be there, but guess what? Draw's going to be able to collect the rest of the pieces, and this payment jump is not going to be long for us, but it doesn't matter. Gemini gets 2 there, actually. Leaves it down to 4 versus 2. MKERS poised to get themselves a very first round in this match, or a second round in this matchup. Turco vaults on in, gets caught out, and that's going to be MKERS getting themselves their second round. Now, I perhaps cursed it just a little bit, saying I thought JZLING would get it done right there, right now, but still in control.
Yeah,
I haven't cursed it yet.
No.
I'm hoping.
And I think the reason that they lost that round, and it's actually very good play from MKERS, is when they pushed in towards Terrace, they got the pick on the player by bar. So, naturally enough, they assumed that was the only player there, so they went to focus on Drum, and that's when we just saw a very good rotate coming around from the Cade. He rotated back in behind while the players were focused on Drum and was able to get a very impactful 2K.
Yep, I mean, that was huge. Swings round, gets Draw, who's going to be that initial confrontation on that line, trying to cover the crossfire on the Sam on Blitz. Gets that pick, going to get that freebie in the Blitz, who has his back turned to you. So, very good rotation, as you said, gets them their second round of the series. Still a long road to go. You need to win a lot more rounds, and even then, when you draw a level, you're just going overtime. It's a bit of a reset.
It is, and JZLINGs are changing things up again. They're bringing a Monty this time around, so back-to-back rounds with a shield, and it was half effective last time. It almost worked, but sometimes, there's a member on EUL who doesn't like it whenever a shield is brought in situations on attack whenever you're doing well without it. So let's see how they can play off Turco with that. I probably anticipate it's probably draw nearby.
I've never agreed so much with Fresh in my life about this. I mean, why bring a shield now? You've been doing a good job. You've been winning your fights. Why bring one less gun?
Are you saying you don't agree with Fresh a lot?
I do, but, Okay, I do agree.
Yeah.
Bar from my notebook. I like my notebook.
I don't. It's too small.
Stop it. It's fine. It's a perfectly good notebook. At least I don't steal someone else's.
Look, well, the notebook that I have, it's actually from one of the observers. So I think it's Medics.
Yeah, you're stealing Medics' notebook.
His face is everywhere here, by the way. If you've ever been to the studio, you cannot go more than 5 yards without seeing Medics' face.
He's observing. He's observing us everywhere we go.
Even though he's not here. Schreikel, of course, is our fantastic
job. But enough for a waffle again. You've heard enough of it. You've had to deal with rehost listening to us, so try and not ramble away, I promise. This is for JZLING's an interesting decision. Turco on that shield. Now, of course, he might be very, very good on that shield, but you're bringing one less gun. Why? I mean, sure, it might work out. You never know. But I'm not too keen on it so far.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's been a case where Turco's been pretty effective with his gun whenever he's used it in this game so far. So, let's get in. They've already opened up initial bit of the breach, and Leonski will begin to move. So they're opening that to create some doubt. And I'm a big fan of this. Open a breach, but then move away, but give those defenders something to think about.
Dokkaebi call going out for the time being, trying to get some information. Monty's just walked in
Yeah.
And just stand there imposingly, I guess. Just sit there, try and draw some attention. No one's with him, though. No one's pushing with Turco. He's all alone with that shield. Yeah, it's all well and good you can draw attention, but there's no one there to capitalize upon it. What's the real point? Doesn't even matter, though. Quicksilver played that absolutely perfectly. Get one. Oh, it's essentially a freebie on the sorry. Akwi Wolf on the trade, though, onto Leonski. A second Lion Scan goes out from draw to try and mask movements down below, but once again, we'll cut to this Monty all alone. Tries to look through something from the prone hole, but not going to get it presented to him for the time being. And that's going to be Gemini who gets that pick on the quick. And now with a 4 versus 3, you're now feeling that real pressure for having one less gun on your side, as now it's going to be even more of a problem now as Sam walks into a crossfire. 45 seconds left to go, and JZLING's perhaps wishing they had a little bit more firepower among their ranks.
Yeah, and if you want an example of JZLING's attack, screenshot right now, they don't have the diffuser, they have a Monty, and they're pushing into site to try win this one by getting some kills. Now, it is Warden that you're going against here in the scenario, which isn't the best in the idea in the world. Akwi will get one, Gemini gets the other, and it is all down to Sam, who's been taken down, and you would expect we're not going to see a shield operator this time.
I hope. I'm not a fan of it. I mean, right, I understand the reasoning behind it. You're going to put him on that balcony, you're going to try and draw as much attention as possible, and of course, the shield bearing down on someone existing is going to make a little bit of pressure. Give you that pocket, perhaps give you that moment to rotate around, and of course, flood their comms just a little bit where you have to worry about, what's the Monty going to do? Is there someone behind him? Or are they pushing up the stairs behind him? But, I mean, it is absolutely the wrong call in those situations.
And we are going to have another rehost this time around by the looks of things, but I think this time around it may suit JZLING. They can have a talk about what's went wrong, and look, Sam is confused. He's got his hands up in the air, he's confused as to what's going on, but we are going to have another rehost, which means it'll give JZLING the opportunity to have a little talk. Well, never mind, Sam's gone.
He's new hand warmers. He wants to throw something else now. I mean, quick though. Just instantly goes, yeah, gone.
Throw some shapes like when Ollie did the gritty.
How many times have you brought this up now?
As many times as possible.
Burned
into my memory.
We are not going to get him to do that on desk. It's simply not going to happen.
I think so. We will try.
If JZLING win?
Yeah. Why not?
I mean, Jesse Lingard done it.
He did. He did. So, as we get ready for moving into what will be the third match point for JZLINGs, you got to think they've brought a shield twice. It didn't quite work the way they wanted. They've still got a guaranteed 3 more attempts at match point. But looking about that one, what do you think they can change?
I mean, the biggest thing for this one is that they need to try and find a way to not lose these rounds. And you think they should be able to win. The 2 rounds that they were able to bring out that shield was an odd decision from them, because they lost that extra firepower. They didn't play actively around it well. They perhaps tried on the round they had someone blitz, were trying to brute force way through the breach very quickly. But I mean, it just wasn't a good decision, and now they found themselves losing 2 rounds back to back, letting MKERS just a little bit closer into the action, and the more rounds you lose and you have such a big advantage, the more that doubt goblin begins to creep in.
It is, and I think if you're JZLINGs, do what you did the first round, identify what's going on and make your decision very quickly. The 1 round they did win on attack, for those of you at home, was the round where they realised there was only really 1 player on site, so they went straight in. You know, the fastest point for A to B is going directly to site. Even when they had site control, though, this is JZLING Esports, they don't plant.
No, they don't. They're not fans of planting. I mean, they nearly got it down once. It was timed by a C4, though. But they say, yeah, let's not pick the case back up. Let's go straight forward and try and get the picks we need to win. I mean, they're good at doing it. Have we seen a plant go down from JZLING so far?
Not any of the games I've casted, I've never seen JZLINGs plant.
They have occasionally.
Yeah, but we're not there.
Are you saying they don't plant when we cast them?
Yeah.
Well, that's an interesting curse to draw upon us, isn't it?
But even when you look at the fact that we've gone 3 rounds on attack and there's only been 1 attempt to plant and it was denied by a C4, and even if that diffuser went down, it would have been an anomaly on their style of play. You look at the round that they won, and once again, it was winning it with their guns. I question if maybe MKERS have made that adjustment and they've realised, well, let's make them play site. You look at the last 2 defences, they were way more turtled up in and around the site, which made it much harder for JZLINGs to win.
Even then, right, look at the sites that they're turtled up on, for example. You can use nades below. Why aren't you trying to work around that? Again, they're a team that has a good drone network. Don't commit too hard to that Monty on Black Balcony. That was, to me, the most egregious thing I've seen a little bit, because I don't like shields getting brought out in those advantageous positions where it's just takes away firepower, and the team that's been very good at using their firepower effectively, and on a player like Turco, who's been hitting their shots, like, why take that ability away? I mean, he might be a pocket Monty God, who knows, but, I mean, not something that is necessarily aligns with my vision of how they should have handled it. But for them, now it's 3-6. This is where game management begins to sit in for them. Can they not lose what was getting them rounds? Can they keep the energy high? These have been long breaks. I mean, this is going to affect them, obviously. You're going from finding yourself a rhythm, winning a lots of rounds in a row, winning a lot on your offensive half, and now on your defensive half, and now on the side swap, lots of long breaks. Is that momentum going to break, and can they reset and find that flow again?
Well, that's where Leonski comes in very important to them. He's been around CL a long time, and he knows how to get yourself through these scenarios. So, moving into the next round, let's try win it without a shield. I think if you're bringing a shield, it's vitally important you get the opening pick, which they weren't able to do on both of those rounds. And, you know, we're talking a lot about what maybe JZLINGs could do better. Those were two very good rounds by MKERS. They've really adjusted well after the first round. They've played closer to each other as a team, and I think that that's the style of play that's gotten MKERS to this position where people argue they're the best team in CL.
These long breaks, though, are also going to affect them. They've just got themselves 2 rounds. This will disrupt that rhythm. They're now going to be a little bit out of sync, and it's unfortunate this is going to be a factor, but you've got to play around the whistle on the day, and this start-stop style of play is really going to affect the players. This is, from a mental aspect, absolutely. This is more draining than going 15 rounds 3 times in a row. Because you're going from the high intensity, the high focus game of Siege entails to absolutely nothing. It is such a start-go mentality. It is so difficult to get yourself in the flow of, this is going to be difficult for these players for the rest of the series.
Yeah, and you know what they need to do as well? Stay hydrated. Use at home, everyone at home, stay hydrated as well. It's, you know, as we've learned very recently in the highest level of Siege, looking after yourself and getting good night's sleep, staying hydrated. The best teams in the world have started to adopt those things.
Well, what teams are very good at all that?
Well, one of them didn't make the major, and that was Rogue, but they did win the major before that. True. But they have adopted that mentality where, you know, staying healthy. Shout out to the people in the backroom staff of that team for doing those things. But other teams as well are starting to take that one, and we're seeing, I know we're going off on a bit of a tangent here, but we're seeing players maybe play a little bit longer than in the past. Older players, whereas a couple of years ago, players were kind of gone through very quickly by teams, but now we're seeing older players continuing to be able to do it.
I mean, Cryan was the oldest player to ever win a major, for example.
And he broke Kanto's hand.
I mean, I can believe it. I saw beside him in Berlin, and I felt lesser around him.
And with Kanto being a Finn, he just didn't react. The hand was broken, but he kept going.
Well, you have to win a major. You have to beat FaZe. You have to do EU proud in an EU crowd, of course. Hopefully, BDS, Wolves, or someone does it in Jönköping, please.
Yeah, Heroic made it in as well with that really good performance on the final day. They sealed their ticket towards the major as well. And, you know, something that I'm very interested in is, never mind talking about majors, seeing who wins this tournament overall. Yeah, cast or start button. We're back in, and we're going to move on to round 10 between these two sides. JZLING Esports with 3 more attempts at match point to come. And, well, can they do it now? Can they show that they've got the bottle to win from this position?
This will be a very intriguing perspective of this round. They've had another long break. Now, has this reset helped JZLINGs? Will they be able to get this done in a single round? Will they have to reload, play 1 round, and go and get themselves ready for the next map, which will be Oregon, which will be a long one? That's not good. Imagine having to go through all of this on Sky and have to play Oregon.
Oregon's a great map. It's exciting. I don't know what you're talking about. Every caster loves Oregon.
I've never looked at you with a more sincere face of anger.
Well, I am sure that whichever team goes ahead to win that map will be delighted that they went to Oregon, but we still have Skyscraper to get through. And can we see MKERS mount a massive comeback from the position they were in? 5-1 down at 1 point. So JZLING Esports with a 6-3 lead going into this one. What are you expecting to see? Well, they've brought a Monty as well.
So Turco has donned the Monty once again, and you know what? Sure, I'm not even gonna say a curse about it. So hello.
So we've been having an official podcast here for Rainbow Six Esports, and we've had a great talk about this game so far. So instead of talking about this game over and over again, let's kind of talk about what we've seen over the previous 3 days. You know, remind everybody at home what has happened. So, Whippet has just pointed out that Leonski has gone to bed.
You know what? He's tucked himself in. He's going to get a nice couple of minutes of a nap. Refresh him. We talked about players looking after themselves and lasting longer. It's going to be a long night in the office. Why not go for a little
Can
nap?
we go for a nap? No.
I'm not letting you go for a nap. I'm going to terrorize you all night long.
So, while we terrorize the viewers by listening to us again through another rehost scenario, let's actually remind everybody what happened today. So we had the WYLDE LAN Party Hotel game, a game which Demo was adamant was going to be won by LAN Party Hotel. WYLDE made quick work of them with a 2-0 victory, which puts them into the semi-final of the upper bracket. They, of course, will be playing the winner of this game, which is going to be either a game that will work entirely against WYLDE if MKERS go through with their structure, or a game that could be absolute fireworks and chaos if they play against JZLINGs.
I'm excited for either of those matchups, actually. Realistically, every single matchup at this level is going to be absolutely brilliant. I mean, we saw how good it was yesterday, or how good it was on Monday. I keep saying yesterday. I'm so used to working back-to-back things here. But I mean, it was such right. Demo said LPH should take it. I mean, I also backed him on the desk. I think a lot of people went for WYLDE. LPH are a good team that have went down the lower bracket. I do think they're going to be able to win a game. It's going to be a little bit harder now with that little bit of a knock to morale. But they had a good round. They had a couple of very good rounds against a team like WYLDE. As WYLDE go further on into this one, now, we'll both say we both are fans of the team and the organisation. We kind of have to say how much or how long can that style of play work against the higher caliber teams that they face in the upper bracket. I mean, right now JZLING looks much stronger than MKERS, so if they went up against JZLING, how would that fare? We've already seen them play once in a best of 3 during the Open Qualifier 1,
was
and
fun.
it was one of the best games I've ever seen.
That was fun. There was a cafe game between those two sides that went 7-5 and it was over in 10 minutes. It was, honest to God, if there was a record for the fastest ever 7-5, that game would have gotten it. But then you look at the other side, you know, the other semi-final in this bracket. You've got 10-star taking on Ascend. Now, there is the biased caster here beside me. Whippet is probably the biggest 10-star stan in the world.
I'm not gonna hide it. No, I am.
I think he likes 10-star more than
just a little bit
more than the players themselves actually like.
I think that's a pretty fair assumption. Yes.
Yep. And they're coming up against Ascend, the French team that is inside the upper bracket, and Ascend are a side which, as everyone is aware of, we're not going to talk about it over and over again, but they lost the best player in Tier 2 who made the jump to Tier 1 to BDS. And as a result, they've completely changed their style. If you're a Siege purist, you have to think that 10-star matchup against Ascend is going to be an absolute delight because they're incredibly structured sides.
Stylistically, they are very similar teams. They play in a very similar way. The big thing that's going to define those two teams when they play next week is going to be who steps up, what players are able to make plays, who's going to be able to shine, to be the biggest star, who can shine the brightest, and it's going to be. Oh, look, we've got some Dora. Oh, he dropped it. He dropped the tennis ball. Right, okay, that's 2.
He dropped the ball.
3, 4, 5. Yeah, he's on a streak now.
He's actually looking where he wants to hit.
Oh, he's got to keep those reaction times going. But back to my point. For 10-star Ascend, it is going to be kind of, because they play very similar styles of Siege, they play structured around each other as a team very, very well. It's going to be who shines the brightest as an individual. I mean, you just look at what Jags was able to do on Monday, for example. If he can do that again, I think that's a world-beater performance. Jags should probably win all of Challenger League himself if he plays like that and has a team who can enable him. So Noxo's play on Doc, for example, shows the creativity this team has. For example, knowing that new Doc can essentially survive one entire Capital Firebolt and was able to position himself in a perfect corner to not get caught by the second one, was played absolutely brilliantly. It will be a long game. I think they will drag each other to the deepest depths possible. I'd say there's a 15-round game in that matchup.
Yeah, I agree. Have we seen an overtime this whole CL yet?
No, we haven't.
I don't think we have.
No. It has all been done within 12 rounds.
Yeah. And this game is scripted to go that same way per the book, but these players might be tearing up that script right now as we go through another rehost. But with this, and this game being the way it is, it has turned this into feeling like a 15-round game for the players. So they're going to have a very long game of 1. And after this, you have to go to Oregon, a map that you need to be fully aware of what is going on. And what is going on right now is we are going to jump back into the action. Look at the smiles on the players. They just want to play some Siege. We just want to cast some Siege. Let's go. Round 10. But what about... Spoiler. Turco has to play the Monty. I think that we got through the phase, which means that he is locked in on Monty for this round.
You can't see my face right now, but there was
Smiling. Smiling but upside down.
Inverted smile. My favourite manoeuvre while watching a shield get picked out, I suppose. But, I mean, sure, one round away for JZLING to get this closed out. It has been a substantial break between the last round played and now.
And Draw is having a little bit of fun as Quick will quickly shout that he wants to get this round started. JZLING's Esports on match point, coming up against MKERS with 3 rounds to go. Lion, Ace, IQ, Iana and Monty are going to go up against Wamai, Smoke, Mute. We've got ourselves a castle and that scary operator again, that is Alibi. What sort of an impact? With a Monty, by the way, do you think Castle can have it slowing down this JZLING's attack?
5 seconds remaining.
If the castle is positioned well and the setup is around what the Monty's going to do, it's going to be, I mean, if they send Turco alone, it will be, he's going to walk, meander up to a barrier, be like, oh, I can't go through here. I'll go somewhere else. He'll meander over somewhere else with a shield out and be like, oh, can't go in here, can't go over here as well. And he'll go somewhere else. And guess what? If there's a castle barrier there, he won't be, I mean, it'll slow him down. I mean, hopefully they buddy him up with someone. I mean, JZLING love to play the buddy system, but to me, not when there's a shield in play. Is a shield his buddy?
Well, maybe. You can talk to it anyway as they walk through the map, and we'll look at those defenders in the eye and laugh as they cannot take him down without getting close enough to melee. So let's get into this round. Leonski wasting no time whatsoever and getting to work and opening up that wall into Geisha. The hatch is open, which means once they secure that, they will be able to play down. But with it being castled off, it means they need to put a little bit of work into moving from Geisha if they want to get control of the rest of the upper half of this map. But the thing that I like is they are going to send Quick on a little roam with the Nook, and can he find a solo defender from MKERS and get that vital opening pick? Because if you have a Monty, you need the opener.
You need to be able to get yourself back to that level gun advantage, so you have 4 guns trading against 4 other guns, and that's going to be problematic. The opening pick goes in favour of MKERS, but guess what? Leonski is there for the instantaneous trade in that golden window of at least 3 seconds, so mark that up on your cost stats for that one. So, early days still. Opening pick goes in favour, I think, in this one, realistically, to JZLING, as they've lost Gemini on the side of MKERS. Those my pancakes get stronger and stronger over time. And the fact is, less magnets, less utility burn, easier time for operators to have nades, such as the Nook, to be able to have an impact.
Yeah, Nook is moving around. One avenue has been gone. We're going to see a swing as Draw will get a kill on Tesori, which now means Monty can have a real oppressive impact in this game. Akui will fall back towards as he peeks over from barrels down that long avenue, but there's intel being passed along. Akui still playing in that position, but advantage is now in JZLING's hands, and Smoke will try to force Monty back, but by doing so will fall straight, and there is Akui getting another kill. Don't look at the scoreboard. He's got way more than one. He's had a big impact.
He's been one of the, I mean, I think that's his 12th now? That would be his 12th now. Has been one of the most impactful players in the server so far. With 40 seconds left to go, we find ourselves on a level 3 versus 3. Now, JZLING's just need to close this one out and get themselves onto the very next map of this. Of course, MKERS fighting tooth and nail to stop that, and he would have heard this Gemini replicator. You'll hear it drop now, and Akui, well, this is a freebie. He'll get that headshot confirmed in a second kill in that round, leaving it now in a very difficult position with a Monty and Leonski. Now he has an AK-12, one of the best weapons to brawl with in the entire game, with 20 seconds of work with. He still has an opportunity. The smoke rig knows that goes out, and the Monty will try and push himself forward, but alone once again. And time not the friend right now of JZLING's. Leonski will vault on in, and they have a very good idea where he is. If he can win these fights, so this could be an opening, it doesn't even matter. 2 quick pickups now for MKERS, and guess what? We're going to go even longer in this one.
Yeah, and that's another round where I just think the Monty's not having a big effect, but Akui is. He was able to go around the map with ease, pick up the kills, and, you know, you call it, the minute that he heard that Gemini replicator pop off, he was like, this is the freest kill I am ever going to get.
So you're stuck with us again. I apologise. You have to listen to us.
I feel like the desk's not really going to have a lot to talk about after this one, because we'll have done all the
Okay, so to give the desk something to talk about, let's find out a topic that's Siege related that the desk won't cover? You're struggling.
We've already spoken about everything so far.
That's true, actually. We have, actually. Okay, so...
Right. We'll do it this one. So,
Oh, I'm waiting for it, Gibby.
as of right now, all of the favourites have won so far.
Okay. So are you saying this is going to be, could be, the outlier?
This could very much be the outlier. The question I have for you is, going into the semi-finals and finals, which teams do you think would rather avoid themselves to the last minute? Because with this format, with the double elimination bracket, every team gets a second life except for the team that wins the upper bracket final. For them, if they lose the final, there is no second chances. So which team do you think would benefit most from avoiding the scary gauntlet that is the lower bracket?
That's a difficult one. I'm going to say WYLDE or JZLING are going to be teams that want to avoid that lower bracket. I don't know if I see a lower bracket running WYLDE. Now, I see them being a very strong team in the upper bracket with momentum's on their side, but when you have that extra pressure of, if you lose, you're out, I don't know how well that team will do. Now, they have experience. They've got Aces and Corey, who are very, very seasoned. They've been to the mountaintop. They've played in some of the biggest events in Siege history. They've been to SIs, they've been to majors, you name it, they've done it. But I don't know if they can do it in the lower bracket when all the pressure's on, especially with a team essentially full of a lot of young gunners.
See, I think that I agree with you. Kaneo said it himself, that for WYLDE, he feels that they'll make it to the upper bracket final and make their way to the final through that route. Now, funny enough, he has JZLING's winning this game, and he has MKERS making that run through the lower bracket to make it up through the final. We've had loads of different players have their say on who they think will make it to the final, but every single one of them has a feeling that it's going to be two of 10-star, WYLDE and MKERS. Now, based on what I've seen, Ascend definitely have the capabilities to make it all the way through to that final, without a doubt. Based on what I saw in the game yesterday from Unlimited, they can catch any team by surprise whatsoever. They were, as we said, that one round where Jags got the ace. If they won that round, they probably went the game. And then they got another try game, but Jags popped off twice.
They were 2 Jags rounds away from winning against 10-star. I mean, they kind of play, looking at the rest of kind of how this bracket's going to go. I'm worried about 10-star, actually, after that Unlimited game. Unlimited play a way of the Siege that you should kind of expect. Like, you know that someone's going to be aggressive. You know someone's going to walk down main stairs in Clubhouse because, why not? That's how they play.
Sounds like CAG.
No, don't say CAG. Don't say CAG in here. You might summon them. You might summon them. I love CAG, by the way.
Yeah.
They're going to win the major.
That's a bold shout.
They're going to win the major and the SI. Back to back. Unbeaten, not drop a map.
Clip that, viewers. And
no, don't do that.
Don't
do that.
Every single day, just tag whip it in that clip.
Please don't.
Every day.
No.
Yes.
They win the major, though.
So,
They better not get grouped.
well, we don't know what they're like in best of threes, really.
Unbeatable. I've never seen CAG lose a best of 3.
Well, we are going to, speaking of losing best of 3, we will see a team win a best of 3 today, though.
We've seen a team win a
but
best
we'll
of 3.
see one of these two teams win a best of 3.
Will we?
Hopefully.
I hope so, too. I hope Leonski hopes so as well. He's back. He's not in bed this time.
He's had his power nap. He's ready to go.
Oh, he's smiling away. He's happy.
Yeah, so thinking about the upcoming major, though, because it's not far away. We're only a couple of weeks away.
Good Phil segment, by the way.
At this point. Yeah, this is Phil. We've gone through the list. After this, we have to talk about Fresh's hair colour. What it's going to be.
It's back to normal now, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's just prepared for the major.
Oh, that would be a good colour for it.
Yeah.
What would be a good colour for Fresh's hair?
I think you should ace it.
Just get rid of it all.
Get rid of it all.
Go back to bald Fresh.
Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa. I'll be down for that. Right. That would be good. I think, yeah, I agree with that one.
Or will we get him to get a lovely top knot like Corey has?
That will take more time, though. That will take time to do.
If anyone can, Fresh can.
He'd have to that's a lot of hair growing out, though. I don't think he could get that one done.
So you've grown enough hair to get a top knot since this game started.
It's only been 3 years.
But not on that point about the major then, because I think maybe we could use this opportunity to talk about it just a little bit. It's been a strange year for majors insofar as every single major that we've had a massive shake-up of the teams that have been involved. You think back to the major inside Charlotte. Neither of the two teams really had an impact going into that next major. I think Astralis went, but they didn't make it past the groups. Rogue won the Berlin major, and they're not going to be coming to this one. Is that a sign where, do you think that maybe A, teams are, suffering from that hangover of success? Or B, do you think we're at a stage now where the gap in every region has gotten significantly smaller and it's allowed every team to have an equal impact? And going forward, what sort of an impact do you think that would have in SIs next year and going forward where the gap is a lot tighter?
Well, I'll expect this. You'll see the European teams and the LATAM teams doing very well. It's going to be hit or miss for NAL. I think. I mean, listen, I'm an EU LATAM stan. I think I'm and CAG.
Like the two guys that are sitting in the green room
Exactly,
as well.
but and CAG. CAG is also my hill to die on for APAC.
Damn well met me, and it's been not very good for them since they met me.
Every team that you meet crumbles underneath the pressure of meeting the immense personality known of Gibson Gaming too.
Break their mental. 5 minutes in a room with me is enough to break anything.
And how long have I been in this studio with you for this game, and I'm struggling already to deal with it? Like,
it's only been a minute, but it's felt like a lot longer.
I mean, we've got the players aren't even throwing anything at this point. I mean, Leonski's bopping the way to something. Where's he? Where's he taking us?
If only production could pass us the music through our speakers.
It's better than Cat Jam. The Leonski Jam. He's jamming it out. Let's go.
I think you may have just started something.
That's a good emote. That's a good emote, though.
It is. It definitely is. But on the topic of the major then, we actually had this conversation not so long ago.
Did we?
We did.
I don't remember much I'd say to you, actually.
Yeah, but we're looking at the teams, and you look at EU, Wolves look incredibly strong.
But do you trust them in a major?
This is the question. BDS look very strong,
but do you trust them
whenever they go to a major, EU doesn't win. So
M&M will have a 10 a.m. start in the groups.
M&M every day.
So, I mean, who knows?
They broke the curse. They did win a game at 10 a.m.
One.
And it was a game that didn't mean anything.
Yeah, so he's still going, by the way. Leonski is still bopping away, by the way. He's keeping our spirits high, your spirits high, his team's spirits high. Less so his opposition's, but he's having a good time. But I mean
it's great teeth, does Leonski, doesn't he?
Oh, he's giving us all the energy we need to get through this one. Hopefully it's working for you guys as well. Hopefully, whoever's in charge of emotes, can we get Leonski bopping away as an emote, please?
I think we should just put it full screen. I think Leonski...
Oh, there's a light turned on in Gemini's room.
That's just the sunlight. That's because it's now tomorrow.
It's morning time now.
Morning.
It's
Prod, can we please get Leonski full screen and just let everybody... Oh, no, it's back. He's ended.
He's going back to normal. What a shame.
I think maybe he got the word that the game's starting soon. Maybe.
Well, one of MKERS is not at his desk right now.
Every single time that we've kind of got on the topic of the major,
Leonski
started dancing. Oh, so guys, we have got fantastic news for everybody at home. We don't have to listen to us for a little bit. We're going to give you some peace and quiet. We're going to jump to a break. And when we come back, we will have, hopefully, the conclusion of Game 1 of this best 3. We'll talk to you guys in a few minutes.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
back, everybody, and it is time to get cracking straight back into this one. Well, we were away for a little bit. You were spared from having to listen to us waffle through a rehost, but we're back.
The best 5 minutes of the broadcast so far as we get stuck in.
I can imagine. Listen, there was absolutely bopping music going on.
Yeah, anyways, we'll hopefully see some action in round 11. JZLING's Esports, this is their, if I'm not wrong, this is their 4th attempt now of match point.
I've lost track of all time. I don't know anymore.
Well, they've had quite a few chances at match point now. Maybe this is the time we will see them clutch it out as we go to Exhibition, the site that they did win on attack a little bit earlier. And we'll look at that attacker lineup, something that you'll be very happy with, as Turco has decided to bring Finka, an operator not as good as she once was, but hopefully she'll be as good as
shield.
once.
No shield. He doesn't have a shield. He's not Blitzer Monty. I'm happy.
Yeah.
They made all right, JZLING's win the round.
Well,
bold prediction, I know.
It's a bold
daring one.
So let's get stuck into this one anyway. 2 minutes and 30 seconds for JZLING's to play with as they do the early bit of the game, trying to find a run out from a member of MKERS, which I don't think is going to come in this situation as they understand what the scenario is. So, looking like it's going to be a very standard push as they will look to open up that breach. The one thing I will say is they've got Lion, so they've got some form of EMP. The timing isn't quite as good as Thatcher's, but last time Gemini did some great tricking with it. Will we see the same feat? And sorry, he's going to chill in the hot tub.
He's chilling, being chilling. He's having a good time. Now, what's he going to do? Is he going to pop up, get 1, 2, or how many are going to stumble into his trap?
Well, I think that if he's going to get any, it's going to be Quick. And Quick is moving very fast. I'm not going to use there we go. Quick gets it, and now will we see the attempted refrag? No. Nope. Sorry, holds his nerve. He stays there, but Turco pushing on the site will get another one, putting us in a 5v3. And hey, giving Turco a gun, pretty effective.
Yeah, I mean, still no response from Sorry. He is going to stay posted, I guess. He's relaxing in the hot tub. He's chilling out. But, I mean, with a minute 30 left to go, you're 2 teammates down, 5v3 advantage now of JZLING's, and they're on map point. You might want to move. It's time to perhaps do something.
I think if this works off, we will be praising the patience that he has shown so far, the patience of a saint. Now, for JZLING's, it's essentially a 5v2 in and around site. You've got diffuser in your hand. Will we see the rarest of things? Rarer than a unicorn is seeing JZLING's put that diffuser down. Gemini has got the long-range scope on that shotgun as well, something which can cause impact as Lion makes the second EDE call to freeze those defenders in place. And it is important at this point, with a 50 seconds left, that those defenders do stay still, or else JZLING's will get the idea of where those remaining players are.
Right, we're at the point of the round with 45 seconds left to go that finally now we'll see Sorry wake up from his slumber and begin his ascent to try and make a flank. But he's not even going to go for a flank, he's just going to go and reinforce the VIP stairs. And this is going to be a very scary prospect now, if he can try and make that work. And oh no, Gemini has played this perfectly and gets one. A quick 2-piece now from MKERS, and it's going to unravel for JZLING. 7 level 3 versus 3, 25 seconds, but Draw is going to be able to get one of his own. Now the Gemini, and Sorry gets it level. 2 versus 2, and Sorry gets another one. Perfect game of patience. Finding a double kill. Sam now creeps himself all the way in. 15 seconds now left all alone. No 2 Candelas left to throw in. Sends one deep towards Abel, gets caught by ADS. Time to use your LMG and all it alone. 81 rounds to work with, but 5 seconds left to go. 000. Dawning, and he gets shut down by Dora, who gets that pick. Oh, you actually said it. You said it. Sorry, we would be praising Sorry if it worked out. We were going to question it in the early round, but he gets it. He makes it work, and gimme all 12 rounds.
All 12 rounds, and the patience of Sorry, we spoke about it. Didn't have a C4 in the back pocket, so he was playing for below just to use the weapon. And that's exactly what he did. He rotated up late, but that doesn't work without Gemini just finding the perfect corner to hide an inside drum. And not only did he find the perfect corner, once again, another player showing a great example of patience and trigger discipline. The Lion was there. The Lion was free, but he waited a second or two. In came Thermite with the diffuser. Now, that's just really something in the backpack for JZLING's. It's not really something that they plan on using.
Yes, it doesn't really matter. Any other team, that's the problem. JZLING's, it's minor inconvenience to say the least.
But you got the kill on the Thermite, who I am sure had a moment of absolute confusion. You know, you step in there, your teammate just walked through drum, and there's a player staring your way, and everyone's been in that situation before, where you've come up against a player who's shown great trigger discipline, and that is a mental breaker.
I mean, it's a corner that you should check. I mean, check that little balcony, that little step up by Geisha. You know, someone's going to sit there. You know, you check it every other time, every other site when you're trying to push towards Geisha. Someone's going to pick that because that wall's typically open. But, I mean, that's going to be, as you said, a little bit of a mental torture. And considering this game, from it being one map in, has been an absolute mental gauntlet for these teams already. Every little helps, and MKERS put themselves one round away from getting themselves to overtime. Now, let I remind you how strong, what feels like hours ago at this stage, but JZLING went 5-1. 5-1 was the opening split of this game. They have won one more round since that point. MKERS a single round away now from forcing us all the way to overtime, and funny enough, the only overtime we would have, theoretically, this entire playoff stage so far.
And the least likely one too, when you consider they were 6-1 up at one point.
Was it 6-1?
I think it was. So remember what we said about that, the Doubt Goblin becoming maybe a Doubt.
Oh no, he's
demon.
here.
He's close. He's there. He's big. He is growling in the ears now, but it's actually JZLING's side. He's come out through the wardrobe door of that room for quick, and now he's whispering his ear. And Turco is bringing the Monty this time around. This is match point. JZLING's last try before we go to overtime, and this is a big one. Can they make the Monty work? You've got Ying. You're going to look to cause chaos, confusion, and absolute corruption of the site with those Candela charges. But you need to get into a position to make them effective.
I mean, Turco is such a talented player. Put him on a gun that can capitalize on those little chaos moments that those Candelas are going to create. Pair him up with Sam. He has someone to trade him. He has someone that can back him up in a firefight. But he's going to play with Leonski, trying to gain this map control, and the C4 goes and catches that aforementioned Ying. No more Candelas in play. No more premeditated chaos. It's going to be the opening pick for MKERS, and JZLING have a little bit of a harder task now to try and get control. And they'll try and put this Monty back in the black stairs. MKERS have dealt with this already, and they're going to know what's arriving. The biggest X factor is going to be quick, and if he wins this fight against Mozzie, it could be huge, but Mozzie has no idea, has his back turned to him, but the verticality will stop this entryway, but it doesn't matter. Quick will try and creep before he has information, and he gets caught! They trade each other! Oh, that's huge. Absolutely huge. MKERS now have a huge advantage. 2 active guns on the side of JZLING, and this nade hits could be a level absolute equalizer, and it does draw. Calms the nerves. Gets it back to 3 versus 3 in a minute 25 to work.
And now Monty can begin having an impact. Draws shots just an inch away from getting the kill. As we see those smoke candelas smoke containers being thrown out. Aki will get the kill on the Leonski, though. It's Draw and Turco, the 1-2 punch that we keep talking about. Well, let's see if they can win it from this scenario. The case is cold outside. Monty is going to go pick it up. Are we about to see an execute now with a minute left to go? This toxic bait is thrown, and that's going to force him back down the stairs.
50 seconds, 2 versus 3. MKERS need to control the time, the pace, everything. And now they have the advantage. Lolo finds one to Turco. The shield now gone. Draw alone in a 1v3. Have MKERS just done it? Have MKERS just done the unspeakable? From 5-1 down to overtime. JZLING look to be unstoppable. Surely they haven't fumbled the bag here. Draw will wait. He'll be patient. He'll look to try and catch one. The Jaeger might think of a swing and a wide one, but the case is cold. 13 meters away, but that will feel like an absolute eternity. They know where he is. He will peek out. The suppressor won't mask your movement for long. And they will wait. They will play patiently. They know that Draw is essentially caught in a trap, and with 15 seconds left to go, there's nothing he can do. He'll find a trade, but it doesn't even matter. MKERS go all the way, Gibby. All the way to overtime. And JZLING, this is where you get a little bit concerned. They had such a big lead. And now, well, it's reset. Back to the playing field. Overtime, here we come.
It's gone. They have had so many opportunities at getting this game finished, but no, we are going to overtime, and woe is me for JZLING because they're going to start on attack. We know that they're incredibly good on defense, and now they're only going to get to do that once. Now, the only caveat is the only round on attack they won was the first one. Can they repeat that feat on the first round of overtime? Well, Turco's picked up the Finka, the only operator he's got a kill with since he was rocking those shield operators. So, can we get JZLING to get back into match point, or have MKERS just shown the composure that a side like them are known for having?
These last few rounds, that's been MKERS. That has been the side that we've expected to show up from the very first round of this game. Now, can they go all the way? Can they now take this pretty big victory mentally? They came back from 5-1 down. 5-1 down is not an easy mountain to climb, and they've done so. They're in overtime. 12 rounds was simply not enough. can they get it done? But so, 3 rounds left in this matchup. Whether you win, lose, doesn't matter. 3 maps or rounds left of this map. MKERS poised in a very good position to try and win it. Because JZLING, they've struggled on the offense. As you mentioned, it has been their Achilles heel as a side. They're a defense-favouring team. This could be huge for MKERS.
Yeah, Lolo's going to look to maybe get a kill from that position at long last, waiting for that repel to come, which hasn't quite come in this game yet, but now it does. He spots the line. Now the drone will come, and this is just good A, Bs, and Cs of Siege. Lolo spots the drone, eventually gets rid of it, and now will fall back a little bit. So the free kill is not going to come, but that could have been a disaster for JZLING had they not droned that out.
I mean, this is the point of the game that you need to take those extra precautionary steps. You can't give away a soft pick like that. You need to be fully aware of what the dangers you're waiting are or could be working towards. Tokabi call goes out, gathering that little bit of information. The logic bomb will rattle away in the back pockets for the time being, but no one's going to push off of it, so it will make a little bit of the players of MKERS a little bit uneasy. A nice long angle set up by Aqui here, just trying to hold as far back as they can inside of Drum, waiting as those drones come cascading towards him. He'll spot them out in his position now compromised. The Flores drone sent in, try and clear what utility it can. That shield will be its target, but will it arrive upon its destination? It'll be a tricky one, but yes it will. So Alibi will have to fall back deeper into the shrine. Cover now gone, and JZLING slowly but surely setting themselves up well to take map control and get this execution positioned well.
Getting through every checkpoint perfectly as Leonski will put a rubber stamp on that first checkpoint as he gets the kill onto Aqui, the player who's been the big problem for JZLING over the course of this map. So you've got numerical advantage, and now you've pushed up as far as Dragon and Drum. But sorry, will look to inch back that way. He's already got a teammate playing at the bottom of Dragon, and with that reinforcement, it means that Terrace will have no impact towards that direction. So what's the next step? You've droned out Bar. You've realised that there's a player playing in bomb site. There's more than likely a player in Exhibition. There's more than likely a player in Office peeking through the head holes, which is what they should be able to deduce from this. So the question is, how do you approach it from here?
With 50 seconds, you don't have a lot of time to deal with this problem. And again, MKERS right now can kind of just sit and wait. Yes, you've got one less gun, one less body to try and throw at the problem, but the time is ultimately going to be your, in this case, 5th defender. It will hold on. It will compact everyone from JZLING and force panic decision-making. And every second that we wait, we get closer to it. There's no direct avenue, no direct access in the site. They're going to be forced to funnel in through doorways and windows, and all those positions are being carefully monitored and watched. An exothermic charge will finally detonate, giving an opening as Dora will have to scrap and brawl her way around these display cases, but pops one with a TCSG, finding 2. Turco will get that one on the trade. Sorry, pops up and finds on the draw. The C4 goes deep and no detonation will arrive. 10 seconds remaining and Dora falters. 9 seconds, the case gotta go down. Leonski left all alone, tries to pull off him, it doesn't matter. Lolo shuts it down. MKERS get themselves on a map point here on Sky.
And will they make it work? We have seen JZLING with multiple match points and lost them all. Are MKERS going to win their one attempt, or are JZLING on defense going to force us to go all the way in our first overtime of the Challenger League playoffs? So, looking at that setup now for JZLING, you've brought the Alibi, you're bringing the Warden, Smoke, Jaeger and Kaid. Are they going to be able to find the kills that matter? Well, a long time ago, in a map far, far away, which was still Skyscraper at the start of this game, all of their success was found by their players playing in tandem and twos. You had one player on site, and then you had your 2 little sets of twos in intermediate various distances away from the map, and MKERS were not able to win those gunfights, those 1v2s. Can JZLING remember that far back and repeat that success?
I want to hope so. For their sake, at this point, considering how long of a lead they had and how this game has unraveled in front of them, it is going to be a hard asking. I think mental's going to be a big factor now. This is where you need your players to dig deep. You need to find someone to motivate, get that extra bit of energy. It's been a long day for them so far in this. We're only 1 map deep so far. But the numbers kind of tell a good story for this one. On the defense, JZLING have that 68% win rate on the defense. Now, we saw that almost worked out exactly perfectly in the opening half. They were dominant there. And now Dora's brought out a Monty. So, considering that we've not seen a team bring a shield and win on this map, you never know. You know, might be up there. But for the... Right, so for MKERS, just to let you know, when you throw an EMP, make sure it's actually got rid of the gadget before you toss your Selma, because they've just lost 2 Selmas for nothing. What? What? Words, I'm lost for them.
And I can't get over the fact
Sorry, what?
that Sorry just stared at his teammate twice. He just kind of gave him the look as if to say, really? Really? And he looked at him for a good 5 or 6 seconds of just absolute disappointment as they move into this one. Now, they do have the Monty, as we pointed out, but the Monty does have the double black ice buff. He's got black ice on the shield and on the pistol, so maybe that can have an impact for them. But this could be a point where we see one of those Dora messages saying, this is how you use Monty on the attack if they win.
But they've got no hard breach now. They can't get in. It's doors exclusively. Like, this is a problem, right? You got one Salma, so you can make a vault hole. So you can vault on into somewhere, you can get your access. But essentially, Geisha's now locked down, and they'll finally open up something via the window on Karaoke. Have they opened up the connector wall? They have. So they're going to try and trap the players inside of Geisha from that rappel and use that little pocket of pressure to get themselves an entryway. That's what I would do, but they've created that space. No one's there to take it. And this is all stemming from the fact that they misused those impact EMPs.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in as now intel is being gathered once again. Lolo holding a long, narrow angle, hoping that someone from JZLING will push that way, but I think that JZLING are going to show a little bit more patience to try to win this one out. Turco still playing behind the shield, not using the cap cam this time around, and Lolo is going to remove his head from his shoulders as he pushes on up. Lolo finally having an impact in this game as the last 2 rounds he has gone big. They've got control of Shrine, they've got control of Dragon, but still Warden is there. Monty is on top black, and Whippet, he's trying to bait it. He's dropping the shield. He's trying to play the hand here of the player on black stairs, but as of yet, there is no wait, there is no push, but the smoke will force them out.
That smoke will give them a pocket space, but we want to highlight that Shrine shield has been so important holding on. The player's now gone. 30 seconds have to go, and Lolo down below as well. He's going to be able to creep up those stairs with a hell resistance and be able to cloak his sound, but are they aware of it? The alibi seemingly is alert to it. Now Aqua will try and push forward and back up this position, and they'd primed and ready on Lolo. He'll try and set up to try and clear anyone by Karaoke, and Aqua will find that one on Leonski. Now in a 5 versus 3, and everyone from JZLING is now on battle stations. Draw will get one, but instantly find himself traded, but there's going to find a second one. 9 seconds left to go. The case will go down. Dora's trying to stick it now. Warden uses his glasses. 5 seconds left, and through the smoke he goes, but no, Lolo catches him. The case goes down. It's all on a draw on a 1v3. Case is down. And you can't imagine it's going to be easy. He's got full HP though. The Monty's going to be able to walk him down though. And finally an example of how to use the shield absolutely perfectly. All the crossfires held. No one's at that window just yet, but now goes at Ace, and now it is surely lost, but no. Draw gets one. 3 in the round. Is he going to get the ace clutch? He has to do with that Monty. 20 seconds left to work with, and he's not got a whole lot of time.
Can't win. Cannot win. The Monty is just going to stay in position and force him to make a decision. Lolo is there, and he's just pinging him out. He's actually trying to use the Monty to draw him towards the door. 13 seconds to go. He's going to try to bait it out, but Monty will go on the hunt again, and MKERS will win the first of this best of 3 series. And this is the game that Demo said that they needed to win if they wanted to win this whole series. It hasn't happened. Well played, MKERS, but there's going to be a lot of questions asked by JZLING because that game was theirs.
JZLINGs are a team that should have won the opening map. I don't think there's another way of putting it. They were 5-1 up. And now in overtime, it has all fallen apart. MKERS are victorious on Skyscraper, and this is going to be a situation where you've got to start thinking about the mental reset. How are they going to react to that one? That was a long, drawn-out game. It took a long time to get a victor. It took overtime to separate these sides, and now the victory goes to MKERS. We wanted JZLING to come out of the gate swinging. They did so, but they didn't get the first map.
They didn't get the first map, but they did do a lot of very good things in that one, and I'm sure the desk will touch on that, so they're going to be with you just after this break.
MKERS have made the seemingly impossible possible, sheerly by the fact of going from down 4 rounds to winning in overtime. It wasn't even their map pick, so it just felt like JZLING just crumbled.
Yeah, bit of a weird game. A lot of stopping and starting, which I think we have to mention, Ollie, that
Yeah.
the fatigue element has to come in immediately. And if there wasn't the rehost issues that we had and it was run straight through, who knows, momentum could have been there with JZLING's. Yeah, it's a difficult one, I think, for JZLING's, because what's that? That's 7 in a row. You lose there.
It's a real heartbreaker, isn't it? And it comes down to that one more round mentality.
Yeah.
We talk about things like experience and fatigue when we talk about a full best-of-3 series, but sometimes you can just get that one map that really does it to you. And I think that this was that map for JZLING's. MKERS, though, showed that experience, showed that ability to come back from behind, never saying never. For all that we thought that Skyscraper was going to be attacker-sided, it was very heavily defender-sided here tonight. Both teams struggling on that attack. And there were numerous things that really contributed into that. I think something that MKERS did fantastically well was getting the opening pick, even if it didn't always directly result in them winning the round at the end of it. A lot of those attacking rounds that they went into in the first half, they were actually successful in getting that opening pick. They got 4 of those opening picks out of the 6. Acqui going to be our player or MVP, for the first map. You could have picked a couple of different guys on the side of MKERS. I think they really dug deep in the end.
Yeah, Acqui showcasing the Nook very, very well. One thing I want to touch on, just that last round, for example, Ollie, look at the difference, I think, with how MKERS were using the Monty compared to how JZLING's were using it, which is one thing we noticed was Monty seemed to be a big game plan that JZLING's went in with. It looked as if they were trying to use the Monty for their information gain and also being able to take control of the map very easily. The only issue that I think stood out with me and you whenever we were watching that is Monty was by himself a lot of the time. There wasn't anyone really following up with the Monty, not following up with the information that they had, whereas like MKERS, they were able to use that in conjunction with their players pushing in a lot better.
That was the big difference, wasn't it? The difference in the play style of the Monty. We kind of commented on it at the time when we were backstage. We were like, is it a panic Monty?
Because we hate seeing Monties.
We
hate seeing
Monty.
Monties.
There's nothing worse than a panic Monty.
But it wasn't a panic, though. You can't say it was a panic if they're bringing it out match point, like their
But they
go-to
had 4
plan.
rounds advantage.
I know,
Yes.
but it's their go-to plan.
Yes.
But it's still, we're not a big fan of Monty. If it doesn't work one round, get it gone. Don't. If it's not going to stick the first time, it's not sticking the second time, or the third, or the fourth. That's just the way it is.
Well, when you try your best and you don't succeed, that's exactly the case here this time around. We did, however, highlight quite early on the fact that this first map advantage for JZLING's would have been absolutely huge. It would have most likely set them up for quite a successful series, simply because the next map, Oregon, seems to be quite a comfortable one for MKERS.
Yeah, I think if you look at the maps that were banned, the maps that they could have selected, they go for Oregon immediately. Oregon is sometimes seen as usually the decider because I don't think teams necessarily have a preference for Oregon because really every team has a preference for Oregon.
Yeah.
But if MKERS really want to go to this map, they're going to feel, how comfy can you feel in Oregon if that's what you want to go to immediately?
It's not just the comfort, is it? It's the fact that they've just come back. They've just had such a big comeback there over on Skyscraper. The confidence is going to be with them, and I think that JZLING is going to be a little bit down and a little bit
Yeah, they will be.
defeated after that. They need to really try and bounce back here in order to keep themselves in this
They need the morale. They need the
morale.
confidence. They need the vibes up. I think this is where the coaching staff has to come into play.
Yeah,
they need to get the team back up and get ready to go again because it's still there. It is still there for JZLING. There's nothing stopping them going into Oregon and winning this. Only themselves.
The thing with MKERS was the fact that they were still able to bring themselves back after being down 4 rounds. It was 5-1 for JZLING, but they had that mentality on lock. They were able to bring it back. They were able to get the rounds. They even pushed it to overtime, and we were like, okay, one more round, that mentality that we've seen from JZLING. But now, for JZLING, it has to be one map because they need to get that map under lock and key. And mentality here, but also fatigue, as you touched on, Ollie, is going to be playing a big factor.
It really is. And, some of the troubles that we saw JZLING go through there and some of the troubles that we saw MKERS go through as well inside a Skyscraper will translate, I think, into Oregon. And one of the things that we commented on coming into today was that MKERS are a decent side on the attack. Now, they didn't necessarily showcase the best of that over on Skyscraper, but JZLING's didn't either. And JZLING's were the one that didn't manage to break that curse in the end when we ended up getting right down to the wire. So I think for me, this is where we look more toward the plant-based siege. As we commented on inside of the pre-show, MKERS are a team that are more than willing to get the plant down, whereas JZLING's are a little bit more reluctant. I think that will show through a little bit more in this second map.
Is there anything else you're worried about from both of these teams, considering that they've kind of both been pushing each other quite a lot. JZLING's hit the ground running, get the advantage, MKERS pushing back. So now it's kind of on JZLING's to do so. I
feel as if both teams are probably thinking, well, obviously for JZLING's they're thinking we should have won that. But I think for MKERS they probably thought, how did they get to that point?
Yeah.
I think both teams thought it was going to go a lot better for respect. I think MKERS going to feel a lot more confident thinking, oh, we'll come in and we'll clean it up. JZLING's obviously should have thought we should have won that map.
Yeah.
It's similar but different, if that makes sense.
Is it realistic, though, to think that you have just a few minutes here in terms of a break, and then you're going to be heading into the next map? Is it realistic for a team to be like, yes, we're going to sit down here and we're going to clean it up?
I think you've got to have that mentality, haven't you? It's a best of 3, and it's one of the characteristics that goes with playing a best of 3 is you've got to be able to reset. You have to be able to take that 5-10 minute break in between a map to just turn off and go, yeah, we'll deal with that on VOD review tomorrow or the day after, and we will focus on now what our game plan is for Oregon. I think that JZLINGs need to be mindful of that because it was a really long game. You know, there's no two ways about it. It was about an hour and a half, that game, which is just monstrous when you start thinking about things.
But now I look at MKERS and I think this is where you kill the game. This is where you go in now.
You just go all guns blazing.
Your praise weekend. Yeah. You go in for the kill shot.
Okay. So JZLING's is a little bit more on the downside. But we're going to Oregon, and that's one of the maps that last Playday, specifically on Monday. We've seen every single team struggle when it came to the attacking side. MKERS didn't look too strong on the attacking side. Neither did JZLING. So is this just history repeating itself at this point?
It's just Oregon. I think 4-2 splits is very common for defense, mostly because you usually win your top floors, you win your basements. Yeah. And then it all comes down to how well you can defend the third choice bomb sites. So I think 4-2 is usually pretty common. If we're starting to see teams pull towards like even splits, then the attacks have actually done really well. If you can break a basement, you break a top floor, that's going to help you out massively. But for the most part, it's all about the third bomb site. That's where we judge teams to see how good and how bad they really are in Oregon.
Any operators that we don't want to see?
I mean,
the Monty. I don't want to see it banned. I just don't want to see it played, I'll be honest.
Fair enough.
If you look at some of the operators that I think JZLINGs were a little bit more willing to play out of the meta. I think we've seen a bit more Ying come in from them, which maybe didn't have the same impact, but certainly can have a massive impact for a map like Oregon. I think that's a go-to. I think Azami will probably be gone again. Bit of a comfort for the teams. Other than that, there's not much else. I think everything's going to be pretty par for the course, I think.
Okay. And in terms of players that we expected to be stepping up today, we kind of highlighted a couple here that we really were like, okay, if they turn it on, they switch on their monitor, they get down to play, are those still the same individuals based off the performance from last game?
You know, we've got to give a shout out there to Akwi. You know, he played a fantastic game in that previous one. I think we highlighted Lolo in the pre-game as someone that we thought might pop off a little bit. But for MKERS, it's really any one of 3.
That's what we mentioned, the more complete team.
And it's one of the nice things about them is that you know you never really know who's going to pop off, but you better believe that one of them will. I think for the flip side, you look at JZLING's draw. He had a good game.
I wanted to see him get stuck in more with the entries because that was a stat that I really focused on.
That was somewhere that we thought he was going to do better, didn't we?
I think it was 1 and 2.
Yeah, 30-something entry engagement, win or loss inside of the group stage. You expect him to be a little bit better in the playoffs.
I want to see him get stuck in this game.
It was only map 1. It was only map 1.
Well, we're going to be heading on to map 2, and that's going to be Oregon. Which individuals are going to be showing up, and are JZLINGs even going to give themselves the opportunity for a lifeline and to go to the decider? Find out as we're going to be heading back to our lovely casters, Whippet and Gibson.
Thank you very much. I can't wait to get into this one. And is that my notebook, Gibby?
It's actually not a notebook, guys. I've checked, and it's just his mum's phone case.
No, it's got like all my notes. It's got the script. I know who's gonna win. I'm not gonna tell you though. I tell you what, the what wasn't on the script was the rehost. It's that start-stop nature. And the throw from JZLINGs from a 5-1 advantage. No, wasn't exactly expected.
If the rehosts were scripted, the book would have been much bigger.
Exactly, it would have been a lot bigger than that. It's not even a small notebook. I'll refuse to believe it. But look, our community votes come in. 57% of you decide it's going to be a MKERS victory. They went to the depths. They went to the absolute trenches to get themselves a victory against JZLINGs on Sky. Now it's time for Oregon.
Well, it's funny that you should bring that up because they have won 7 rounds in a row against JZLINGs now. 7 in a row. Funny enough, that's the exact amount that you would need to win in a normal game without overtime to manage to win this game. As now Leonski was bopping his phone to the screen this time, but we'll get ready to jump in with our bans, and the first ban from MKERS will be Nook, who was used quite heavily in map 1.
Nook was used Well, a lot, actually. I think every single round she was available, she was brought out and utilised to great effect. We'll see that ban coming out, and the next up is going to be that Hibana. Again, hatches are very important on a map like this, so again, pulling them away, pulling that Hibana away, makes it a little bit more difficult and a little bit more time-consuming to get those hatches where you want to use secondary harbor utility. An Ace, Thermite, or Maverick gets a little bit harder. Azami, no real surprise to that one. When you see a Nook, you tend to see an Azami pulled away as well. This one's going to be a Kaid, Valkyrie, Mira. Those are my 3 picks. Almost like it's the top kind of 3 out of the top 4 band.
Yeah, I think so, and I think it probably might even be the Valk, which is, you know, I actually delayed my words long enough there that I could get it right exactly as it happened, but it would be a Valk, which means that Kaid is in play again, and Kaid is an operator that JZLING's really struggled with in the last map. We've seen a lot of kills coming in from Gemini when using that shotgun, and the fact that we've seen some tricks come in as well. So, in a map like this, I wouldn't be surprised to see makers use them, but, you know, thankfully he decided to switch to the Kaid just as I finished my point again. We're all good.
I mean, the Kaid in play. Hopefully this time we don't see a team fumble the EMPs the way we saw Sorry and his friends do that one.
They won the round though.
Winning the round is all well and good, but when I have to watch an Ace, so 2 Selmas and an electrified wall, I'm going to start asking questions about what's going on in the thought process. But makers will go on to the basement for the very first side of the defense. Now, this is historically one of the hardest defensive sides to crack from the offensive perspective. And JZLING's a team that has stylistically suffered on the offensive side on Oregon, which historically is, guess what, a defense-favored map. This might be a little bit of a tall tasking, and considering that makers, when they get into that flow state, are a little bit of a handful to deal with, it could be a problem. And the fact that makers probably have already prepped Oregon because, well, guess what, JZLINGs have shown this map.
Yeah, and it's a case for JZLINGs where I think that they really need to stop the bleeding as well. They've lost 7 rounds in a row. Realistically, in Oregon, usually you get a 2-1 after 3 rounds, and that could be 9 potential rounds in a row that they could lose. So you get the feeling that when we always talk about the 7th round being the most important round in a game, I feel like round 1, even if JZLINGs don't win it, they need to put in a very good performance.
Oh, they need to come out of the gates absolutely steaming. They cannot be slow. They cannot build into this game. They cannot decide to wake up later on. They need to come out of the gates absolutely swinging, and it looks like they're already doing that with a decent amount of control upstairs, already working on verticality to try and put some pressure on key rotation areas like that main lobby. And I like that, again, they're setting up a lot of options for themselves, but one thing I will draw on is they are quite alone. They are quite isolated with each other. They're not really playing in that buddied up system, and is this just an attempt to try and get as much map control as quickly as possible, or is this more of a change of style that they're going to try and take, is a little bit more in the face of what, in the face of makers?
Little column A, little column B. I think they know the chances are there's not going to be too much of a roaming presence, so they've gone ahead and droned it. They've set up their flank drones as well, in case there's any late flanks up through Big Tower to come back down and around. And now, let's see if they can have an impact. It looks like they're pushing down through Laundry pretty quick on cue. We'll peek that way. Draw looks to take some freezer control now, as well as all of the push is coming from this direction. And now with some nades being tossed, will we see some aggression this way? The smoke grenade pops, blocking the line of sight in towards E-Box, and well, whip it.
Well, Lolo's going to be able to deal with this absolutely perfectly. A counter smoke goes into the toxic counter as well, what locks it down. Finally, they open up the hatch to give some access or the availability to fight for control inside of Freezer, and that's exactly what we'll see Draw now do. He's got that availability, so you know he can play deep now. With that hatch open, you have to fall deeper towards ice, and this long angle now becomes all that Draw has to worry about for the time being, and that's exactly what he'll do. Now, it looks like they've been forced very far back to Lamidus will catch that first nade sent out by Quick, and everything gets a little bit tense up, and a perfect nade sent out by Akwe. Sent to Akwe, he gets caught up, but the trade is there. Gemini finds on the draw, an early advantage now to makers, but only a technical one until that revive comes out.
Yeah, and that revive is going to come out now. Sam will begin pushing down as the smoke grenade has been thrown just to slow that push through Attic to buy their teammate time to get the res. But now the push has to come quick, aggressively pushing up, spots the leg, he's going to ping around the corner, gets one, gets two, quick, gets himself a double now. Leonski, Turco adds one down, the diffuser is going down for JZLING, something we rarely see. Another gunfight, another one by Quick, and just like that, he just dismantles the attack.
They didn't want the case to go down. They simply did not want to get another defuse planted, and they got it down. But the way they went through that was absolutely perfect. The way they pushed into the map, they understood that makers were not going to play a significant roam presence. You don't need to on this site. So they went in a little bit more singly spread. They decided to get control, get all the map presence they wanted, and the way they worked that execution was perfect. They wanted to initially go on that smokes, on the two smokes that they popped, but guess what? They simply did not. What are you pointing out there, Gibby?
Quick's frozen.
Yeah, well, not on the server at least.
Maybe he's moving so fast that we can't see him.
Well, his name is quick for a reason, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. And he did pretty quickly move up into that spot as well to enable that plant.
Well, that's true. I mean, that was one of the best attacking rounds I've seen from JZLING, and considering the site of which they done it on, absolutely fantastically done. And the fact is that they were not really afraid of the fact that they hadn't got that freezer pressure at the early stages of the round. Normally you want to see teams establish that first. That's the first thing teams will want to do. They enter in, normally from the west side, get control of security, and then open the hatch and then begin to put player and pressure on this laundry and freezer push. They said, let's put pressure on laundry, then worry about freezer, and it worked out absolutely perfectly. Well done from JZLING. No faults in that execution.
I'm going to make a brave call.
Oh, go for it.
I think that the reason Quick closed that gap so quick was whenever they lost the player, they popped up the scoreboard, noticed the fact that they got the points for the down, and were like, right, there has to be a res going on here. So that opportunity, that window is there for you to push up and make that. I'm going to guess that that's what happened. Or maybe I'm overthinking it.
That was a 4K for Quick as well. Like, let's not lower this down. That was a 4K. On the opening, you know what? JZLING have decided absolute vengeance coursing through their veins. They want to get this series tied up and shoot it out on Bank, which will be a scary endeavour, considering how good MKERS have been there in the past. But once again, look at this very fast and efficient entryway from JZLING, wasting no time at all. Quick's already inside of meeting. So they're pretty much aware, and this is to me ringing like a team that's prepared very well for what MKERS like to do. MKERS don't like to roam very significantly, so they know they can take these extra few risks, get this map control, and do it in a very timely fashion, meaning the quicker you get this control, the quicker you have, or the more time you have to work your execution.
Yeah, I like the way that they're actually increasing the tempo, increasing the pace, as you would say, and clearing this map, because Oregon does a lot of ground space to actually drone out and work out if there's any defenders in the area. So now they're changing it up. They're going to open that hatch once more. But you look at the little changes that MKERS have made. They've brought the mirror this time around, and they've boarded up that laundry door just to give them that little bit more intel as Draw will begin to push down through freezer, which will also be spottable by that second mirror window.
So now the problem you have, of course, with the mirror windows in play is that without a hub on it, you can't deal with them from range. So you're really forced to try and use your smoke utility to try and get closer to it. But unfortunately, guess what Lolo is? He's on that ward, and he'll turn on his goggles, and he'll be able to choke you out with that one. And guess what? He's even playing behind the mirror window for an extra little bit of cover. Akwi tucked in as well inside of Chala, in a good position, as well as, I mean, the player inside of Ice locking it down. A rotation has been called. Quick will now try and put pressure inside of Blue and security, as well as backstairs getting applied by that Sludge. So a call of a rotation has been made by JZLING, and that's all from those mirror windows getting spotted out.
Yeah, and now Draw will push down backstairs, and if he knows that Sorry is in position, he's actually got the perfect utility to clear it. He's got two nades, he can bounce it off the wall and drop it right onto Sorry's feet, but he needs to be careful. Dora is going to get a kill with a shotgun, but he will be knocked the other way, which will force a res. Lolo will find the kill onto Sam. Sorry takes down Draw, as we see JZLING desperately trying to take advantage of the knock, and that will be C4 popping. Leonski gets one, then he's taken down by Kui. The kill feed lights up in a rainbow of colours, but in the end, MKERS win.
A round almost akin to two heavyweight boxers going absolutely at it for the final round. They point to the ground and decide to swing hell for leather with that one. Both teams trading massive blows, but ultimately MKERS come out on top of that one. JZLING's a good decision made for that rotation. They did not have the operators to deal with that mirror setup, so they decided, yeah, let's just go for a backside push. Did not work out at all, because guess what? They got that opening pick, they got the opening down on the player inside of security, or inside of elbow, I should say. They couldn't get that follow-up. They got a little bit too overzealous for that pick, and ultimately when Lolo got that trade back, got the revive, everything spiraled from that position, and they didn't clear the person in Harry Potter or have solid information that they were even there. And they're also restricted. I don't even think they had E-Box hatch open, so they couldn't try and force down a drop in the late stages. So they used what they had to work with. MKERS were just able to play a little bit more reactive and get those, victorious gunfights to get that round, and everything's back level to one round apiece.
And you know what? I'm okay with what happened on elbow from both sides.
Yeah,
the call came out to say that a player was downed, and Sam was like, do you know what? I'm going to try take advantage of it. But the decision by MKERS to bait the res and send another player to hold the push through elbow was a fantastic call that I think maybe caught Sam by a little bit of surprise. But had MKERS not been as quick to that reaction, we could have been looking at a JZLING's round one there. So, 2 rounds down, and we've seen much better attacks from JZLING's, but we've still not seen a plant.
Right, let's start a counter for this map. How many plants will we see JZLINGs do in the remaining rounds? 0? Okay, right. You didn't say that to the course listener. You give me a nice little hand symbol.
Yeah,
It's absolutely 0. All right, Gibby says 0. I say they'll get 1 plant down. So in that round, what we just saw from that top down was the fact that they're setting up a pretty significant defense inside of security. All as well as reinforced, so they're trying to play for that C4 down below. That little pocket of resistance that you can set up is so difficult to clear and so influential. If JZLINGs do anything to get steps on vertical control without clearing the bottom, they're at risk of those C4s, and so far it looks like a direct push into the master bedroom is on the agenda for draw at least.
Yeah, and they're using those mute jammers to really protect the player playing in this trophy position as well. You've got one blocking the drones to the door, but Draw will dodge that one. But as you move to the next throw, Key will push in and shoot it. Gemini's got one of those on the door looking towards Armory as well. So this position is a really strong one now. Sam will push in with a Flores. Draw gets the kill with a Quee though, and that potentially opens up a little bit to play with.
That's a really interesting first loss. Okay, so you lost your pulse. That's not the biggest deal. Quick will find a second one now on the door, but you had someone inside a trophy designed to lock that down. Quick's just inside of sight. He waltzes on in. He doesn't look the trophy. He should be able to get this one, but no shutdown by Gemini. But the trade is there from Draw. 4 versus 2. We get a 3 versus 2 now. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath. Sorry gets 2 in rapid succession, but leaving Lolo all alone. His teammate of Sorry is indeed, can get recovered, but the likelihood is with all of JZLING swarming around, so that's not going to happen, and the case is going down. Surely they're going to be able to stick this one up, but no, the C4 is going to arrive just in time, shuts it down to 1v1. Turco has no idea where this player will rotate. He knows he's at least down below, but the case is now dropped and cold. The shotgun lurking down below. Oh, the Osa. So lucky and going to win it out anyway. Turco finds it. No case required, no plant needed. Turco can calm the nerves, steer the ship the right way, and get it done. JZLING's found their second.
They threatened it though.
1 second away. 1 second.
They nearly got the case down, and that was another round like the other two where we speak really fast with it. We do, but neither of us could keep up with the kill feed that they were popping that quickly. But once again, how quickly JZLINGs were able to get into sight that round. We nearly had a bit of siege timing. He swung towards trophy, didn't see the player, but there was backup. They were playing in each other's pocket, and they got the trade back the other way. Full control of the site. But this is a JZLINGs every once in a while show you that they can be an incredibly efficient and dangerous attacking side.
This is what I want to see from them. Again, statistically, it's been their weaker side. And I'll read on that just a little bit as my critique for them in this series. But this is very much a very strong performance from them. What I'll say for MKERS, though, in that round is, Akwi, on the pulse. What are you doing peeking that balcony? You have a cardiac sensor, you know what's going to happen, and you got someone in trophy watching with a DMR? Like, why peek that? Gemini's there to lock that down. He's no threat to you. That sledge on the balcony was no threat until you swing wide, and he swings wide and gives that freebie. You lose that information, you lose that control, and guess what? With a rotation inside of that closet, they can walk in the site. And guess what Quick done? Walked in the site, took control, and unravel around from there. So, I mean, little things like that, and JZLING took full advantage of that small mistake.
Yeah, he backed himself. It didn't quite work out. You know, he went 18 and 11. You can see maybe where the confidence came from, but this time, maybe not so much. But there will be a point in this game where Quee will make a decision like that will have a big impact and a round one for MKERS. Now, Quee went for that sort of a peek again as he tried to catch a player on the rappel. Ain't going to happen this time around, but he is going to play by the tower. And I don't think Ace knows you don't want to lose Ace. He spots the shoulder, but Quick gets the kill, and down goes Quee again, and MKERS are being put on the back foot.
Absolutely critical opening pick there. You took away that alibi. So realistically, alibi's utility is down. The bailiff's been used to make rotations. The shield's already in play. So the MX4 Storm is the key bit of utility remaining in this round for him. Akwi now off the boards. And guess what? Gemini's going to be able to find one back on the draw. A draw back for JZLING, but doesn't matter. Sam's there to collect the pieces. They've got control of trophy and master bedroom now. And they've got themselves a key frontline avenue straight on the site. A minute 50 left to go. And JZLING's the tempo of play they've set is absolutely breakneck. But can Sorry slow that down? A shield and a long angle facing trophy. They're trying to hold on to this area of control so badly, but someone outside a big window, and that's going to be quick, might have a free vault in if the player inside a kid's Dora falters in any way, shape or form.
Well, they're trying to speedrun Oregon any percentage right now with the way they're going through this map, but the smoke will slow it down. Things have finally calmed a little bit inside this round as MKERS look to regroup. Now Quick will begin to push in through Attic. The Jaeger could cause a problem. The EDE will freeze the push, and that gives them the opportunity. Headshots come out, but it ain't good enough for but Sam will find the kill this time around. And now Lolo playing on White Stairs has a very important job. He does get the kill on Leonski. Traded back by Sam. Dora will find one. Turco gets the other. JZLINGs win round 4, racing to an early 3-1 round win, and still no case.
Absolute vengeance coursing through their veins right now. They are not happy about the result of Skyscraper, so you know what? Let's absolutely run through Makers on Oregon. Why not? And you know what? Look how strong Makers were against M&M Academy on this map. This is not the Makers that we saw. And you know what I think this is? JZLINGs have seen, they have learned, and they have prepared. The Italian Goliaths look to be a little bit vulnerable right now. If it bleeds, they can kill it, and you can tell you what, JZLINGs have certainly opened up a cut.
They've won 4 rounds on attack through the 2 maps so far, and all of them have come from this fast, aggressive approach. Whenever they try to slow things down, it doesn't work. And when you're a very structured side like Makers, the one thing that you don't want is a team to push you really hard and fast and give you the opportunity to have that little talk in the middle of the round and adjust.
I mean, this is a perfect example of why JZLINGs' kind of interesting style works out, right? They are a team that can go from this super slow, structured, burn utilities, try and sit and wait and be passive style of play, to this. This is aggressive. This is more akin to what you'd want to see. Look at this, look at the swap. Look at how many operators they just swapped out. Let's bring the perfect lineup. Let's bring an Osa. Let's bring a Ying. And the Ying, to me, on this site means something's going to happen pretty quickly with those Candelas. And considering where they've spawned, we won't have to wait too long for it. But JZLINGs can go from a slow, methodical team to absolutely breakneck pace, and I love them for it.
Yeah, and you feel like the Osa will be a direct counter to that Mira as well, using that shield to just take ground, which is something that they can't do whenever you've got the Hibana in the back pocket when you don't have a Hibana because it's banned. So Leonski will drone out Big Tower, realise it's free. Sam gets a ping on one of those defensive players as well that is prone, and Leonski will continue to drone down as he starts to take control. But it looks like the push this time will be focused on that back side of the map where the Mira windows will not have as big of an impact because they're focused solely on the freezer laundry push.
Relocation of those ADSs, moving them away to a more keen position. I think they just sent an impact to clear a drone, but I mean that drone can sit so recessed back you can't shoot it with a bullet, and it can give you a lot of information to the player inside of elbow, so I guess kind of a worthwhile trade, I guess. When you have an Osa to deal with, perhaps not, considering it can be very difficult to clear away those shields, and Osa has 2 of them to deal with. Turco now pushing inside of meeting control and giving it for essentially free. Now they're a little bit more cautious this time around because a different strategy has been deployed. I have a feeling, a sneaking suspicion, that they're going to open up that E-box hatch and they're going to try and get very, very aggressive and very, very direct towards it, with one player lurking outside of blue to catch a rotation inside of elbow. And it's almost like clockwork to begin to make that happen.
Well, Ying is going to drop those Candelas down to pillar, so Aki and Sorry need to be very, very careful.
Oh, no.
Osa is going to get taken down, trying to put that, so there goes Leonski. That's a vital piece of the puzzle removed. Sam will still dance around the hatch, looking to catch the player that's in the position, as Quick now finds himself rowing upstream without a paddle as he plays on those back stairs. Turco looking to take construction now as well. Tosses the stun grenades. Now the my discs will have a bit of an impact, and the peak will come. The ping comes out. He's going to swing it, but Sorry gets the kill. The drop will be taken down. Quick will manage to get one before being traded back the other way, and it is all down to Sam, who will toss the Candela, pushes down backstairs, but you get the feeling everybody's going to be peeking this direction, and well, what a good repel of that push as well. I think what happened was, the thing that broke that attack weapon was maybe he slipped his finger on the mouse, but that shield from Leonski was being put into the back pocket again, and he got taken down.
Unfortunate timing with that one. Realistically, what they were trying to do there is have Leonski be a sentinel on that position, lock down that Talon shield, and just sit and try and pick off people, as guess what? The chaos from Candela's unfold. You throw a couple of smoke range, throw a couple of Candelas, and Sam and Quick decide to go in and have an absolute blast. Now, without that Osa on Overwatch, things get a little bit more difficult, and you have to relocate resources, so Makers will get that round, but realistically, you'd expect them to be able to win that basement defense more often than not. That's just the way the numbers tend to roll. But round number 6, JZLINGs will want to get this 4-2 split, and that will almost be absolutely to the script of how Oregon tends to play out anyway.
Well, if JZLINGs get a 4-2 split, you feel like they're going to win this map with how they play on defense.
You'd want to hope so.
Yeah.
You would really want to hope so for their sake.
And they could do with it. The quicker that, if they need to win this game anyway, because this is the second game of the best of 3, but the quicker they can win it, the more confidence it'll give them, because that last game, they don't want to dwell on it for too long because they're going to start thinking the same thing might happen again. That little bit of doubt will crawl back in. The door was opened fully into Quick's room the last time with that little goblin making his way on out. Well, he was a demon at that point as they lost 7 rounds in a row. But now we're going to a site with it that people would class as the tertiary one, the kitchen dining site. Key to that is holding the top floor. The key to JZLING so far is just being fast and furious with their attacks. Dare I say, get that breach open pretty quickly and make a move?
I would agree with that one. I think realistically, JZLING need to be pretty aggressive in this. It's worked out for them so far. They've been in the face of MKERS. They've been able to apply pressure. Some of those rounds, MKERS have made small mistakes. Akwi on that pulse is one I'm going to keep drawing to. JZLING's oh no, Akwi. You don't want to make another mistake, do you? That alibi pings on. Oh, he's going to go all the way. No. There's a player with the van. He doesn't know he's going to cut out. Surely, yes, he is. Leonski shuts him down. You should expect that one. Oh, look at that! JZLING's find 3, just like that. It's down to 5 versus 2. Absolute shambles from the side of MKERS. It all unravels so quickly. Lola will try and put a long angle with SMG-11, but this is almost tempting fate now. One will peek wide, and that's going to be a horrible position. But shut down. That will be quick. Finished off with that pistol. Lola will fall back to sight, but essentially damage done at this point. You have to need a Galilean effort to try and get this one back. 2 minutes remain.
They've got kitchen control. They have full control of that site. Leonski has the diffuser. Whether or not he will tempt us, will they plant, will be something we will be yet to see. But Gemini is playing around security. Draw is in position to catch that rotate back to site. But Gemini is going to retake the top floor. Pushes up the top white. There's no clue there that he's on the move. He's going to potentially get one, but no, Sam shuts him down with the AK-12. And it is all down to Lolo, the one-man army. But he's playing by that freezer corridor. He's going to spray one as he gets into this gunfight. He's daring the second player to push around, but Draw keeps on going. JZLING's win the round, and they have got 4 on attack.
4-2 split. Demo set it. That's how you see Oregon going. What?
No plants.
You were right, actually. No plants. All right, continuing the trend of no plants for the side of JZLINGs, they get themselves in a very, very good position. If the numbers are something that we should go off, and JZLING and their defense have been so good in their run, they should close this one up. They have been very dominant on their defense. Can they control MKERS, who have looked very strong on this map on the offensive side? This is now a clash of titans. I am going to say, my one asterisk was always coming in as for MKERS was how much of their success in the groups was of their prep work, of being able to have teams know nothing about them and absolutely know everything about who they played. Right now, it is going to be a very, very difficult time for them. And oh no. 3 hosts, guys. Hello, you're back to our podcast.
So we've actually got a few different points to talk about this time.
Yes, we got more ammunition to talk about now.
We've refreshed it. So first thing I want to say is, you know the meme of Jeremy Clarkson where he's pointing at a car and he goes, "This is good.
But I like
this is better."
Yes, I do.
That's, the case is one, winning a round by planting the diffuser, but Leonski points to the other car was winning the round by kills.
Well, not like he had much of a choice. He did get C4'd that round.
No, he didn't get C4'd that one.
Well, the one he was nearly planted.
Yeah, but then the last round did kitchen control and he was in it for ages, but he just...
yeah, well, why plant, Why? When you can get that final pick. It's more glamorous to get the final pick and win the round that way, isn't it?
This is nice, but I like this more.
I mean, it's almost comical at this point. Again, when you read that stat line, you can initially see that as a red flag. What do you mean I planted twice? What do you mean twice? They keep winning. They were basically undefeated in the groups, and they've planted twice. What?
Twice in 7 sets of attacks.
That is quite a bizarre number. That is
8.
But they keep winning.
Yeah.
They keep winning series, and they keep winning maps. Like, that is an impressive stat line to keep going, considering that they're winning.
Yeah.
I mean, keep it up. It ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess.
I do think, based on what we've seen from JZLINGs whenever they're doing the right things, like this game so far and their defensive half in the last one, they're very, 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 very good side. I think a lot of people have slept on this side, and they've definitely changed their mind on this one. And if they can go toe-to-toe like that on defense against MKERS, and then they play like they just did on attack, people are going to, that tier list that Demo made that I don't agree with because I think he's got a couple of things in the wrong place. I think JZLINGs are climbing that.
What was on the tier list that you didn't agree with?
I think he definitely underestimated Dunlimited for one.
I mean, they are in the lower bracket.
But they underestimated them.
Okay.
I think you could probably put WYLDE up into the top tier as well.
Okay, it's still
we're-
early days.
We're not going to make any more changes because this is where we get that clip of me saying these things and then it gets posted on my timeline.
No. How about this, Gibby? How about you say that? How about you say that and we'll see?
Say it and we'll see.
Yeah. We'll see what happens if you say it.
I do think that JZLINGs are a much better side. That's my point. They are a much better side.
The hand warmer's back from Sam.
It is.
The blessed hand warmer.
It's probably cold at this point, though.
It has to be a new one. Has to be a new one, right? You
What if it's just a sachet of red sauce, like ketchup?
No, it's definitely not. That would be an interesting thing to fidget with. Not this one. Well, I mean, right. JZLING's tempo has been much quicker here in Oregon. This is, I think, a team that really understood that they have to come out of the gates absolutely swinging. And you already hear that? Yes, you do, because I saw your head pop up with a smile. We've pressed the caster start game button, and we will be getting ready to dive back into this one very, very, very soon. There it is. And we are back ready to get into this one. 4-2 is a split advantage now for JZLINGs. And can they continue that one on the defense? Numbers say they will, but of course we all know the server is a different story.
It is, but on defense so far, they've put on an incredible showing. They really have. So what, they've lost 2 defensive rounds so far, including the overtime in the last game. So 1 in overtime, 1 in regulation, as they took that 5-1 split. So history and the maths will tell you that JZLINGs should be able to clutch this one out. 3-3 is the sort of split you expect to see in Oregon these days. And a 3-3 split would win this for JZLINGs.
True, it would actually.
So they're in a good spot. MKERS need to win 4 rounds on attack, and 4 rounds on attack on Oregon can be incredibly difficult to do. We saw a little bit of chat on the desk about bringing new operators to the new meta, and one of it was bringing Ying. We've seen a lot of it from JZLINGs last time around. MKERS are going to bring the Ying this time, 3rd time lucky this time, and well, I think that this could have a big impact on the round if used correctly.
We saw a lot of repick there, by the way, as well.
Again.
They toyed with the idea of bringing Capital. Now, I wouldn't actually say, I wouldn't be disagreeing with that one, actually, at all. And we will see if they would disagree with that one. But I think he's one of the strongest operators in the game, actually. The utility he brings is absolutely unmatched.
Hard breach. Flames.
Flames.
Yeah.
Clear, he can area control.
Fast.
True. Decent gun. Not bad up. But of course, not to deal with the lineup that we already have ahead of us. And I'm actually very much agree with Dora not taking the Maverick. I don't think Maverick would have been the wisest of choices here. You can bring secondary hard reach utility, and the opening pick's going to go for quick. No, it's not. No, yeah, maybe.
Still not.
Come on, quick.
There we go.
Yeah. I said it, so he has to get it done for me. Thank you very much, quick, for that one. And the opening pick goes in favour of JZLINGs, and they're going to be very keen for that one. Is he going to find a second one? Watch this, right? Sorry's going to toss this one out as Zachary gets one on the draw. I was too bold with my predictions.
You were. You got a bit ahead of yourself there, but you really did.
I read the script, but I forgot it changed.
But still, that standoff has just ended because Sorry's afraid of a player going up from the flank. Quick has repositioned himself as well, and with Quick playing the Oryx, he can drop down the hatch or get back up as he pleases. He's going to be a problem for MKERS, but now the gunfight's going to kick off, and he is going to win it. Oh, Sorry wins that one as Quick is going to fall, but he's now 1 HP and a dream. It's a 4 versus 3. Sorry is a sneeze away from death, and Leonski is going to play the discount DPEC role. They were teammates once.
I was thinking, I didn't want to say it. But you've opened the door now, so we can say it now, of course. But on that role, that DPEC has popularized in recent memory of that Echo in play. Very strong, high-impact operator. Gemini drone drops on in, but guess what? Won't be able to clear that gate. And that was probably the intention behind it. So they'll have to force it hard with the utility now to do so, and that's not going to be ideal. And I think a rotation's being called. They've droned ahead, they spotted out a potential threat, or they realized that camera's watching. 2 Selma charges open up E-box hatch, and that is essentially what they now are forced to commit to. Sorry, we'll try and gain control of backstage and will force their way down the staircase. Less than a minute to work with, and JZLINGs, well, they have 1 less player, but they have all power positions still in their favor. A couple of gunfights in their way, going their way, could sway this round critically.
Yeah, 4 nades in the pocket of MKERS if they want to use it, but only 1 drone. Their intel has been completely shut cold, so they're going to send the Gemini replicator to clear the first of those the Rooney gates. So now that'll give the opportunity for those Candelas to pop off. Leonski is forced back in towards elbow. Another one is going to go. Turco will sing out that song as he gets himself a triple with the Mark 14. And now Sorry will push up onto elbow. Turco gets the quad, and we move on. And well, you ever wonder why they gave that man a shield?
Why put him on Monty when he can do that one? But as I said, a few gunfights go the way of JZLINGs, or Turco in this case. They can win the round.
I talked about the discount DPEC. Well, then we had a little Onigiri replica there going on.
You know what? For once, a reference that actually went over my head. I forgot.
You forgot that Onigiri is good with DMRs.
That is true.
How many times have people sat in this exact desk and talked about how good Onigiri is with DMRs?
A lot.
I'm disappointed in you. As makers are disappointed with that round, and they take a tack time out.
Better than rehost. So at least we can get back in the action in 22 seconds time. So that has forced not a rehost. Words are hard sometimes. a tactical timeout for them. They are now trying to reset after that one because Turco just, kind of won that round by himself. 4K right in the death. That's a pretty hard pill to swallow, if I do say so myself. And considering that they were in a very good position to win that attack, they had all utility, they had themselves in a good position. They let one player run rampage. Time to reset.
Oh, the coach looks animated in that tack timeout.
I would be as well.
So, now they're on. They've got scoreline of 5-2. If they win the next round, does that one round mentality kick in again for JZLINGs, or do you think because this is defense and this is their bread and butter that they're just going to get off it? Because I'm going to say it, for JZLINGs and for the sake of this fixture, if they are to win this map, I really want them to win it quickly, because if makers start making a run back and JZLINGs somehow scrape it on the last round of regulation, they're still not going to be feeling in a great place mentally. You want to get this win as soon as possible.
For JZLINGs is at least meant from outside looking in mental perspective. Yeah, they want to get this done quickly. I think everyone wants to get this done quickly for their own fatigue's sake, right? They don't want to be going into a third map after 2 overtimes, right? If they get there, that is going to be a massive drain, and that's when, things begin to get harder. Mechanics begin to slip, mistakes are easier made, and then you really get to that kind of wild west of a round or a map, and well, that's also what JZLINGs don't want, is that.
For Turco to DC.
Yeah.
That was unfortunate, but at least it happened in the prep phase so that he can get a rehost and back into the game.
So, not great. Let's consider that as an opening pick in favour of makers. And, it was too late, I believe, in the round, and I think there was damage taken, so of course we can't rehost under those rule sets. So, unfortunately, play to the whistle for the side of JZLINGs, and makers, I guess, take full advantage of it. Play to the whistle, you may as well.
Now, let's hope for JZLING's sake that doesn't have an impact on this game. Let's hope that doesn't start things going the wrong way, because it could. So for them, try to win this round in a 4 versus 5. Quick has taken a lot of damage in this situation as well with the Alibi, but with Alibi still alive on the server, there can be a lot that they can do. So Draw will be forced to play Trophy. Now, the big problem is, by losing that early pick, and not really getting a lot of utility down as well, they've lost a vital piece of that puzzle that is their defense.
This is a difficult position for both teams a little bit, because you see someone disconnect and you instantly begin to think of it's going to be another stop, there's going to be a little bit of more of a delay into it, and it's going to be a start-stop in the middle of the game. Now, of course, very little delay in this one, but play to the whistle. The players have to adapt and react and do so. And for JZLINGs right now, you're a player down, no fault of your own, treat it like he got picked from a wall early or something like that. How do you delay this? How do you make this round go in your favour? Well, you need to get that pick back, and you need to try and delay as much time as possible. Look at the top of your screen. There's only 1:15 left to go, so time aspect, that's going well so far. And I tell you what, Draw might have just got himself in an absolutely prime position. He'll swing wide. He won't get one. He won't even get 2. Dora and Akwi get one of their own. Leonski now push further back inside of Kids. A minute left in this round, and 5 versus 2 in favour of makers. This begins to get a little bit troublesome for the side of JZLINGs. The Gemini Replicator, though, only gets caught out by him and Sam down on white stairs.
Yeah, now it's all down to Leonski in the 1v5. Going to get taken down, and they are made to pay for that DC. Now, they are going to pause just to make sure the Turco can get back in the game. The play that Draw made, or the play that he didn't make, though, if that worked out, he tried to be clever. He saw the player on the balcony, but he knew a player was close. So he was going to try, swing, get the close player, and then transition to the player on the balcony. It didn't quite work out, but I like what he was trying to do.
Yeah, it was a millimetre away from working.
Yeah.
That player at the doorway is a little bit more exposed. He could have been able to find some damage, or if things were just a little bit timed better, he could have swung wide, and he could have found himself 2, even potentially 3 as well. It was so close to being absolutely perfect. I'll also say, though, massive credit to these players. They're still looking pretty fresh, pretty alive, pretty full of energy,
Well, Leonski had a sleep.
He had a little
And he
nap,
hasn't
actually
made his bed afterwards.
It's not the most atrocious bed I've seen.
Oh, definitely not. Some of the beds we've seen in EUL have been not great.
Come on. Like, Alamau's bed or Leonski's. Someone actually cares. Someone actually cares to make it a little bit.
But look at a Queezbed with that military precision on those folds.
That is precise, actually.
Folded better than the attacks for JZLINGs in the last game.
Well, wow.
That was harsh. I'm sorry.
Gibby, you can't be doing that one. You can't be doing that one. But I mean, for these teams, of course, it's unfortunately another long, unwanted delay in this one. This is no tactical timeout. This is wait for Turco to reconnect into this one. For the teams, starts up again. JZLING's on a good run. They've just lost a round, and that was an asterisk around. Turco disconnects so early. He was high impact in the previous round before that one. Now does doubt become the factor yet again? Another delay, another long pause, another reset for MKERS.
It's a long night for these players, and we're only 2 maps in. And if JZLINGs go on to win this, we're going to go to the 3rd map. And that 3rd map, the desk seem to think favours the side of MKERS. Now, I'd argue if we see JZLINGs get a dominant win in this map, they're going to have all the confidence, because I'll still be real. I think what we have seen from the JZLINGs defenses and those couple of attacks that we've had in this round, they've probably shown more than MKERS as far as their ability to win this whole fixture.
I actually have to agree with you on that one. JZLINGs have locked a very strong roster, and with how they're playing Oregon right now, if they can continue that tempo as we move on the bank, I think they actually have the potential to win it. And as I said before, it feels like many moons ago at this point, when I said the big asterisk to this MKERS roster is how much of their blowout victories in the group stage were prep. Because M&M Academy, Tensor had shown a lot of what they had to offer already with other competitions within their national system, and MKERS hadn't had to play. MKERS have shown bank. JZLINGs will know how to play bank against them, or at least have some rough idea how to counter it. And obviously, they have an idea about how MKERS play Oregon, and they've done a very good job at exploiting what knowledge they have. So it's going to be a lot closer than I think people perhaps would initially expect. And considering momentum is a key factor, you never know. I think JZLINGs could definitely get a victory here, and that would be, I think, a little bit against the grain of what a lot of people would have predicted moving into today's games.
Well, the actual gameplay I've seen tonight, I want the 3rd map. It's been a very good fixture. One thing I've noticed, though, on the cameras again, as we look that way, is we seem to have lost Quick and Sorry to Matrix. They're both gone.
Oh, they are, actually.
They are.
Or is Sorry,
you'd
Sorry
nearly
actually just giving us a stare? Is this just...
Well, you'd nearly think Gemini is lost too, but I've seen a little bit of a blink there, so he is alive.
Or is Quick just holding conservation of energy right now, ensuring he is able to play as long as possible if the night goes long? You reckon?
I think so. Save energy. Things that move very fast use a lot of energy.
Yeah, he is pretty quick.
This is how long this night has gone, guys. Whippet has actually joined the pun life.
I've dabbled in a little bit of wordplay, you could say, unfortunately, with that one. But I mean, Leonski's having a nap in his chair now, beside the bed. He didn't want to make his bed again. I mean, you got to feel for the players just a little bit. This is a long day in the office, and if this map of Oregon goes, I don't want to curse it, but if this goes to overtime, you've got to feel it for them.
Oh, it's going to be a long night. This is going to be a long night, and the only benefit for anyone here is that we don't have to do the pre-show. The desk has to stay longer than
pre-show. We've already done that.
Yeah, but it's nearly Monday.
It's not nearly Monday.
It feels like it's
still Thursday,
yeah,
right?
It's still Thursday.
I hope it's still Thursday.
So, looking at this game then as a whole, let's kind of rewind and get back into it. The round that we've just seen JZLINGs lost. You can't really blame them for it. They lost a player in the prep phase, took damage, so by the letter of the law, we're not allowed to do a rehost. And that gives MKERS the advantage away. It's a free opening pick, I'd say. He probably claimed it, after his 18 and 11 stat line the last time around. He's going to say that he got that 1-2 to add to his impressive tally so far. But this time around, we're going to get to see the proper JZLINGs defense. And the way I put the asterisk beside JZLINGs at the start of the night, saying, they hadn't lost a game as a 5. Well, I'd say that they haven't lost the defense so far in this map as a 5. You got to make the stats. You got to make the stats work.
Right, okay. That is cherry picking.
It is. You know that I do that.
That is the most egregious cherry pick of a stat I have seen in a while.
Is it really?
Yes.
That bad?
Yes.
No, it's not. Come on.
Okay, on this desk, that is the worst cherry pick of a stat I've ever seen.
I'm speechless.
Are you? Are you? For the very first time, you've got nothing to say. That's a first. I've never seen you so unable to utter a word.
Gemini looks a broken man.
Oh, he does. Oh, I feel bad for it. I mean, again, when we look at like Rainbow Six, it is a game that takes a lot of mental focus. This is going to be a fatiguing game. It's a factor that everyone talks about this at this level of play. It is not going to be. It's not like you played ranked. You know how your mental can be after a couple of games. That one. I mean, yours lasted about 2 games. You're 0.4 man, and you're never living that one down.
But at least I don't go prone outside in TDMs to win.
Don't even.
You did it.
Let's not go there. Let's not go. Not here. Not on this desk.
You know what? We haven't talked about on our list of things to talk about in Tech Timeout. The actual changes that have been brought in halfway through the stage.
True.
So you've obviously got the new change now where Rook Armor allows players the ability to withstand. And you've got the fact that the Dokkaebi call affects dead players whenever they're on cams as well. So with those changes... Doc, obviously, well, we saw that yesterday for ourselves. Like, that play doesn't happen last stage with the way that Doc works because he's now obviously 200 HP on the gun. What do you think about how those changes have affected the game? Because usually when they make changes, the goal is to... Oh, well, never mind. We'll pick up on this point a little bit later, Whip, because we're going to jump into another quick break. And when we come back, hopefully we'll have the resumption of this game.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
fucking hole coming right up.
And welcome back in, everyone, to the HOTEL.CET. My name is Gibson. I am joined by Whippet, and we have some news about the upcoming game. It will go ahead, however, due to the rulebook, JZLING will be forced to continue and is a 4-man team until Turco is able to get back in. So, Whippet, that's not necessarily the best news if you're a JZLING fan, because on defence as a 5, they have been very good tonight.
They've been very strong as a 5. This is possibly one of the most difficult positions to find yourself in as a team. They've been left with one player down and against a team of MKERS who are kind of chomping at the bit to get back into this one. It's going to be a very kind of uphill battle for them, but ultimate test of resilience for this side. What can they do? They are 2 rounds away from closing out this map. 2 rounds. So I guess they just have to play really aggressive, try and get that opening early pick twice, and then try and play like a normal round for that stage on. But of course, I mean, we can't, this is obviously going to be a massive effect on the team. There's no other way to play it. They are a player down. They are Turco down. That is huge. He was one of the most influential players on this side throughout this series so far. And now, well, he'll have one less gun in the symphony.
So to describe the scenario up, I suppose, to a racing fan, it's like having a safety car in the last couple of laps and you're on old tyres while you're leading the race.
Sounds familiar. Sounds familiar indeed.
Let's see if MKERS can repeat the past or whether JZLING will be able to hold on and limp over the finish line and hope that Turco will be able to get back into this one as soon as possible. Now, losing a player on defense has a massive impact. You spoke about the fact that they're now a gun down, but they're also a bit of utility down. That's less utility that they can bring. It changes the complexity and the site setup of every single site that they are going to play.
I mean, this is going to force them into a way more restricted style of play. They cannot play utility style of play because guess what? You've just got simply less utility. Now, let's look what they've brought. They have toxic canisters and quick. Oh no.
He had to try, though.
He has to. I mean, this is the duality of the situation. JZLING have to play aggressive. They have to try and get these early picks. And guess what? MKERS understand. MKERS know that they were going to try and get these early picks so they can play aggressively around it. And unfortunately, well, that double-sided coin has fallen the side of MKERS in that early advantage. So they find themselves in 5v3 very early in this one. And from this, they're going to likely just control the pace and tempo of the rest of this matchup. Or round, I should say.
So Sam will play around in the basement. So they're sticking or electing to stick with a roaming game on this site, which is something you can do. One player on the bottom floor. Sam spots that Osa shield being popped, so he will use his smoke to just force Osa further back on up. Now, Sam gets a little bit aggressive, takes a little bit of a lead back the other way, but now the Lion will pop, freezing the JZLING's defenders in spot. It's a 5 versus 3, but the operators that they have, you can tell by the setup they've taken, they've gone to delay. You've taken the Legion, they've taken the smoke. They're trying to make MKERS be a bit slower.
It's a little bit of a desperation act, realistically saying, and that's going to be Akwi finding one more pick on the Sam, leaving it in a 5 versus 2, and problems are only going to continue to grow. The Flores show will give themselves an access and avenue on the main stage. Draw still in a good position to try and gain control, and Leonski swings wide and gets one. And this could be a problem now if they over-aggress, which they might just do. No. Gemini gets it, and that's going to be 1, maybe 2 now. Draw has to find 2 more to get this round in his favour, and he's put himself in a very good position. The case is in a very difficult area to control indeed, and that Osa shield is going to be a nasty bit of cover to fight around as well, meaning they're going to be very compressed as they try and push up that staircase, and Draw's going to get 1 more. 3 in the round, 50 seconds. I'm starting to believe, Gibby, miracles do happen, and is Draw going to deliver that one?
If anyone can, Draw can, and what a position he is in to do so. He has got himself 3 kills on the round. The case is cold, as you pointed out as well, and he knows where Lolo roughly is. Lolo has 1 nade in the back pocket, and he's got 2 drones, and he's got plenty of time. So he's going to attempt to locate where the player is. He's thought to himself, maybe he's dropped his way back down to the basement, but that's not quite the way. He's going to check the top floor and put a drone to watch the way. No. Yeah, there you go. Put the drone there and try to identify where he pushes from.
Draw's been a ghost. He's crept and crawled his way around. He's repositioned and he's going to be in a good position. His position has been compromised, but no! Lolo shuts it down. Hopes and dreams and my aspirations for Heroic Clutch have been shut down just like that. But Draw has given one little thing to every single fan of JZLING's. An ember of hope and dream. They can get this close. All they need is the opening pick to go in their favour, and they can win it. Draw single-handedly nearly clawed that round back from the absolute depths.
That was a chance.
And that's all they need. They need one more of those. MKERS get themselves in striking distance. They get themselves to a 4-5. JZLING, this is the round you need to win. You need to get this round. One pick, one opening, one opportunity. And you put yourselves in the best possible site to do it. How many teams have won this site with 1 player down, 2 players down? The list is near countless. But can MKERS break it down? They have been so efficient on their offense so far. With one less moving piece to that puzzle, and maybe one gifted free kill from an over-aggressive swing, could all unravel it. But JZLING, again, draw has lit an ember. There's a chance. There is a hope. There is a lifeline. There is a pulse.
And last time they were here, though, it was Turco with a DMR with a 4K that won the round out. So, if you're MKERS, you got to play the bad guy here. You got to try win this round as quickly as possible. You want to shorten the game as long as possible to try prevent that player from joining, because you know it's not their, it's not down to them to be good sports. Their job is to win this game, and that's what they're trying to do. For JZLING, it's damage limitation. If you even lose the round, try to draw it out as long as possible. Buy as much time as you can. But however, if they get the opening pick, whip it. You just play the game as normal from that point on. So,
the only thing that I yawned there.
You did.
I yawned. It's been a long day in the office. I'm sorry. It was an awkward one. As the handoff, the yawn started. It's like, oh, will I finish this yawn in time, or will Gibby have to go? I cut you off. I apologize, but I've got to ramble about the video game now. As you said, one pick, you play the game as normal. Unfortunately, though, it's not going to work out that way, because the lineups you're going to pick are going to be a little bit altered around that. You have to play in this certain style, and you're not going to see as delay heavy this time, because the structure, the map, the site they're on, and oh no, draw falters early. An opening pick goes in hands of sorry. MKERS will take that, and now they find themselves in what is a very, very winnable position, and JZLING have went for an aggressive style of play that ultimately has seemingly backfired on them for the time being.
Well, they have to. Again, I hate to say this, but when you're in this position, you got to try get the fields level as quick as possible. Leonski still alive down in the basement as well, down in and around that construction position. The hatch is still reinforced, as everybody else will now turtle back to site. You get the feeling this fight between Gemini, if he elects to go down to Sam, could be a very big one. But look at Quick rotating back on up, but he's going to get droned, and that's going to force him back down, and that's another opportunity gone. But it's a level of professionalism from MKERS. They know they've got the numerical advantage, 5v3, but they're not forgetting to do the basics, which is drone out the defenders.
If they skip these basic steps, like droning, checking corners, all these small things, that's going to give an opening. Yes, I mean, this is the ultimate underdog fight now. JZLING, they've been billed as it for so many times. Can they now try and scrap their way? Minute left in this round. That's the last Lion Scan now used as well. Candela's sent in to try and blind out the enemies. Leonski's eyes will burn for a brief moment, but Sam will get one pick on the Gemini. Give an opening, give a chance, and he's on a deep roam upstairs. He doesn't know what the line much of it he does now. Sam peeks out wide. He doesn't lose his life for the time being, so this could be huge. He tries to play it down, strike the devil, and he gets it! Sam will find one more. It's going to be a 3 versus 3, and everything opens up now. One drop inside of E-Box, that will be the Ying. Suppressed LMG will try and tap away, look for someone to the wall with 30 seconds, and all of a sudden, this looks winnable. The Smokehouse can delay and choke this push out. Only one of them now will be effective as one. The first one toss out, missed. 20 seconds, Gibby. Who can clutch this one out?
Don't let Lolo hold the cross. Don't give them the opportunity to lock down the site, because Lolo now, he can hold the swing in on the diffuser, so you need to clear him away from that position. Dora's going to get taken down. The case goes cold. JZLING's in a 3v2. Leonski makes it a 3v1. Leonski gets the kill, and JZLING's move to match point, and that is huge. The underdog.
We talk about a man who's able to always find a way to go big for his team. Leonski manages to find a way. 3K to close it out. And guess what? That puts JZLING onto map point in this series. They now have an absolute lifeline. They now have 2 rounds to win this out in regulation. And they have a reset inside of overtime. The underdogs, can they get it done? What a storyline this would be. You can almost see the Reddit post about it now if they can get across this hurdle. But MKERS, well, they won't go quietly into this one. But one round, that's all they need.
I would say, as of right now, every single member of production and every single fan who is not a MKERS fan want JZLING to cross the line with this one. I'm not going to lie. I want JZLING to win this map because they're in the 4v5. We want the underdog to get the win. Don't worry. as what said the last day, that 5 versus 3 at the top, that's wrong. It's 5v4 at the start of the game.
It's not a 5v3 yet.
Not yet. Now, JZLING's bounced back from a 5v3 last time around because of a big play from Sam. He got the double up on the top floor, and that enabled them to go on and get the round. Expect the same aggression. They've got 2 chances at match point, but they only need to win one of these rounds. They're a defensive team, and this is technically a defense-favoured map. So, if you're a stats person, you'd nearly say that the odds are even at 50-50 with all of those maths put together.
Numbers?
You're thinking about it.
So,
you're thinking about it.
Numbers, me, broadcast, not a good mix, actually. So I won't even dabble. I can barely count to 10. So, I mean, the fact I can remember 12 rounds as regulation is a pretty good miracle.
Yeah, but that's just been beaten into you by years of working in the scene. So, 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this round. JZLING's on match point. They're playing this site. They're in aggressive positions once more with 2 players playing in and around the chassis inside of kitchen. Quick. You know, there's another thing. Site setup when you've got a less player takes a little bit longer, as only now they're able to open that hatch. But the position that they're in now, Alibi has to play the turtle role on site with that weapon because they're numerically challenged.
Flores drone caught out by Sam there. Shoots it out before it can detonate, clearing utility. As you said, exactly right. They can't play an aggressive role with that Alibi because, well, that player is on site, and sorry. That's the opening pick once again. Quick falters. That is that Alibi. As we mentioned, the MX4 Storm now gone. Now falls quiet. Once again, 5v3. JZLING have fought their way back from this position once before. Can they do it again? Minute 30 left to work with, but this is going to be a very tricky one. His draw is far away from the side, and they do seem a little bit spread away. They can't help each other. They can't move as a unit. They're all relying on winning their ones.
So, Akui will push up onto that green window and have a little look to catch one of those JZLING's players as they get aggressive and push towards big towers, but we've got a bit of a stall. There will go the hard breach as they begin to open up that wall that goes in towards meeting. Sam is going to get aggressive. He chucks the C4, but there's nobody there as that utility is wasted, and his position has slightly been betrayed by the use of that utility. Gets rid of the drone. Draw takes a massive chunk of damage there from the nade, but he gets himself in position, and in comes the drone. Leonski getting aggressive too, trying to watch their back, but you feel like the push is going to be coming very shortly. Sam drops, and will he be able to rotate up behind this attack?
They got one player halfway up the stairs, which could be his bane of existence right now. What a deep push, and Leonski gets one more. Akui falls. Sam's still on that roam as well. The nade goes deep as well. If Sam pops up, this could be huge. They know about him now. The flashbang will deter him for the time being. The case goes down. No denial this time. It goes down, sorry, gets on the draw, leaving it in the 2 versus 4. Sam and Leonski now just Sam alone. Full HP to work with an AUG in hand. They know exactly where he is. He has to move. He has to pounce. He's running out of time, but he's against 4. They have him locked down, surely. Damage taken, position known and compromised. And Gibby, it's safe to say we'll have to go one more round.
Well, it looks that way. He will get one, which will delay the time a little longer. If I was Sam at this point, I'd probably maybe consider eating as much time as he can. That's what he's going to do. He's going to stay alive and see if Turco can potentially get back into the game. Every second matters. So, there we go. It's going to go every single round in regulation. Guaranteed. Will JZLINGs be able to win the final round and just get themselves a map? Or are MKERS going to take advantage of what's been given and bring us to overtime and finish it from there?
What are you hoping for, Gibby?
I want JZLINGs to win.
Okay.
I'm getting, you know, Demo doesn't agree with me over on the side. Tactical timeout now for JZLINGs. Maybe this may give him the opportunity to get in. But when you consider the situation that they're in, this is so deflating for them because they started this game so good. They were brilliant on attack. They took a 4-2 split. They looked solid on defense. And then?
They are one of the most cursed teams, I think it's safe to say. They've had to play a tremendous amount with their coach. They've had subs filling in and all throughout their run. It's been a difficult one for them, I will have to say.
Mm-hmm. So, this tactical timeout, it is a good time to use it considering everything that's gone on. This is simple. Win this round, win the map, and give yourself an opportunity going in. For MKERS, as we pointed out, they win this round, they take it to overtime, and you feel like if they get it to overtime,
that's it done. That's the series over. So this is really last chance saloon for JZLINGs in this fixture.
Yeah, I would say kind of it's do or die right now. Win this round, get this map done, get it over and dusted, and then you'll have a little bit of time, and you hope Turco reconnects, because there is going to be nothing more demoralizing than going into the last map of a best of 3, which has been a long best of 3, may I remind you. Well, I'm pretty sure everyone at home is pretty fully aware of how long this best of 3 has been. And, well, to go in with one player down from the get-go, that's going to be a hard place to be.
Well, it sounds like it's time to jump on in for this vital map, for this vital round for JZLINGs, and they're going to take it to the exact same site. So this is the site that they feel most confident playing out of the ones that are available in this situation. So you think about the way that MKERS won this round the last time. They didn't focus on clearing the rest of the map. Their sole focus was on taking Big Tower, getting the breach open, and just using the ability to trade your way to victory, to force and strong arm your way into sight to win the round. Now, do JZLINGs think that that's the fact that what happened when they took that break and try to meet them head on? Or do they fall back and hope to get themselves in good enough positions that whenever those long-range encounters come in, that they can win them?
I don't know. I actually don't know, because everything is a little bit thrown out the window with Turco gone. This is not a normal game of Siege anymore. This is its own thing, its own spectacle, its own unique endeavour, I suppose, a show match almost, but with a lot of stakes in the line. Yeah, I say, give me yes. We've done a lot of show match in front of you ever again. We've had our fair experience with some, but the Repel Maker's going to take control of Big Tower. They will try and move on and get some progression from there. Now, I'm not gonna. Oh, he's in. Okay.
There we go. There was a little bit of a chill on the windowsill there for a moment, but eventually he makes his way inside of the map, as now they'll begin droning. You've got the numerical advantage, so just try to work out where the defense is weak, what way JZLINGs are trying to win this one in the 5 versus 4 scenario. There's one cam down as Jaeger's position has been revealed. Sam still doing some site setup late into this one, as it looks like they're just going to reinforce off that side of the map and try to focus on the push that will be coming from that Big Tower side. There's Attic open now, so Quick will go and just check his flank to make sure that nobody's coming in from behind, because he does not want to fight 2 battles at once. That Pixel, really good one for getting intel, and he's making the floor a little bit more open plan. But look where Akui is waiting now, sitting in the corner by the bunk bed. He's got a drone to give him intel as well. And Draw needs, if they lose one, they need the refrag in this position. But there's a key to get one, but Quick gets the trade back the other way. 4 versus 3 now.
It's a difficult one to call. That opening pick, if that went in favour of JZLINGs, you'd imagine this could be a very, very winnable situation to find yourself in. Minute left in this one, and Draw is looking for some way in, some way to get this to a level playing field. The exothermic charge opens up and breaches deep inside of stage. Leonski just trying to find an angle, waiting for someone to expose themselves, but he'll play a passive game for now. Vertical control inside of Anik is now lost. That hatch becomes a very dangerous point of contention. 45 seconds, and Makers begin to poise themselves for execution, but they're painfully aware of how potent JZLINGs can be when you get them cornered. And Quick, oh no! He looks the wrong way. Lolo takes that freebie, and overtime seems to be calling.
Lolo gets the kill. It's a 4v1. It's all down to Leonski now as he faces what looks like an impossible task. Drone taken out of the way. Utility now being thrown away as they look to flush him on the other side of maps as the case is going down. Gemini from the hatch gets the kill, and we are going to overtime. But, you know, you talk about the player getting caught in green. The Flores drone forced them to look behind them to try to take it out, and they didn't waste any time whatsoever on pushing on that intel. They're the MKERS are being the bad guys now, aren't they, in this scenario?
I mean, realistically, they're the bad guys if they win.
Yeah.
No matter what they do in this one. It's an unfortunate one, but overtime. We arrived. 12 rounds. Not enough.
Some people like it when the baddies win.
Do you?
No, but I think Demo will like it. He's over there preparing for the post show.
He's you know, rubbing his hands there, going, MKERS going to win. So his predictions are right then, at least. Pick'em's going to be good.
So, overtime, this is it now. For JZLINGs, yes, you've got 2 defenses, but you are fighting with a hand behind your back. You're missing Turco now. You're playing that basement site, which is the site that you did win in the 5v4 a little bit earlier, thanks to some heroics from Leonski. They'll be looking to draw from that well once more. Because, you know, miracles happen if they win this first round on defense. They're guaranteed 2 match points again. They put themselves back in with the opportunity.
It will be much easier for them to win on the defense. I mean, that's... I think... I mean, it's a hard one to say, right? The moment you lose this one player in this situation, things begin a little bit more unusual. I mean, on the offense, you can kind of justify that you can play someone kind of close. Oh, someone got spawn peeked. You've seen teams come back from that one before. They're in a good position though, good sight, strong setup. They have a mirror window, and those mirror windows can do some of the lifting that the absent player couldn't do. So they have extra control, extra threat. And while those mirror windows might not be always manned because one less player, makers still have to think about it. That's going to be something that they will worry about and could slow them down. Time ultimately will be JZLING's ultimate friend in this matchup.
So time can be their friend whenever they've got lots of enemies going for them right now in this scenario. Sorry, we'll begin to drone out the top floor again. It is a basement defense, but they don't want to get caught out by any JZLING's roamers. Draw creeping up white stairs, maybe hoping to find himself a bit of an engagement here as well as Quick makes his way back down. And with the C4 hand, I can see what he's trying to do here, but the big issue is Gemini's coming from the other direction, and I can be sure his information is Quick. Almost gets taken out, but he stays in the fight.
He retreats very far back as well, puts a wooden barricade down in place, and Draw, well, he swings out wide, and he's going to get caught by the air jab. That C4 catches the air jab, so wasn't for nothing. Doesn't get a pick at least, but not going to be an ideal trade of utility for that one. But nonetheless, they're going to burn away more time, and again, the longer that they make makers wait to make this execution, the better. The longer and more time that passes, the more pressure makers feel, and the more comfortable JZLINGs will get. One gunfight in the execution goes JZLING's way, and the round could be theirs. The case is all the way inside of blue, so there'll be some pressure arriving from it as it will get collected now. The Flores will try and burn away utility and put some direct pressure on. Sam might toy with the idea of getting aggressive, but thinks better of it. Will fall deeper back. With a minute left to go, makers begin to converge on the side.
Yeah, looks like they're going to send 3 down through back stairs moving into this one as everyone's in position now. Maybe they'll get that hatch open too as Ying will pop it open. We're going to see the Candela charges. That forces Leonski back into the bomb chassis where he had a massive impact a little bit earlier, but it opens up this playground now to come from. So Draw will hold the cross through the one potential reach. Leonski is going to get on the move now. The push coming down through Freezer as well, so they're not worried about the back. Lolo gets the opener, putting us in a 5v3. Quick spots the player in Freezer, and he makes it a 4v3, but Quick will take him down. Swing coming around. Quick gets one, pushing down through Freezer, but Dora is getting that to Case down. He's in a tight little corner. Can Quick prevent it? The Case is going to pop. He gets into the gunfight with Pillar. Lolo is going to win it and whip it. It's all down to Sam inside of E-Box, but it's probably too little too late.
A 1v3 that doesn't last long. Lolo shuts it down. JZLINGs begin the fade. Match, map, and series point now with makers. A very difficult job ahead. This is possibly the deepest trench I've ever seen a team get into. You are a player down. You are on the cusp of going to the lower bracket in a game that, realistically, you had control of. They looked in good form. But makers now, it's their job to win. They have to take advantage of what's played ahead of them, and now they find themselves one round away from moving forward to face WYLDE, which, well, that's no real reward, is it?
It's not. And if you have any doubt, though, about the ability of JZLINGs going into this game, it is gone. You look at the way that they have played, considering everything that's been thrown against them. They could if they lose this round, of course, because miracles do happen, but if they go to the lower bracket, they can 100% make a run there. They're a fantastic side. And look, once again, we're going to find maybe some people would argue that losing the opening pick when you're on attack in a normal round is maybe better than losing the opening pick on defense. It's all a matter of opinion. You know, I'm sure there's a stats person out there who has the exact stats for both sides of this one. But if JZLINGs get the opener in this one, and they go through their checklist and they play this round like a normal attack and focus on the objectives that they need to do, we very well will go into that full overtime match point in a game that has gone to overtime twice.
I'm honestly struggling with words for this one. I'm almost at this point. It's in such a situation. I'm so intrigued. I wish you could sit down with my notebook and just watch and watch, because for JZLING, this is the depths. This is the absolute trenches. They are at the bottom of the Marianas right now, and they are fighting against every single one. Look at the control they've already gathered up. We are mere seconds in, and they're knocking at the door. There's no roam presence from MKERS, because why take a risk? Why overextend and give a freebie away to a team that needs a freebie so desperately? Sam is pushed deep inside a freezer. Air jab's likely covering his retreat as well. One goes deep as well. No one swings wide for it. Kui kind of locked in that position now as well. Drones a spot out to Gemini. TCSG in hand, a gun you don't want to brawl with. Sam can fight with an ARX, but they think better of it. Falling back, at least asking Draw to relocate and push somewhere else. The case in the hands of the player all the way by backstairs, so that might be where they're trying to make their entryway, but everyone from the JZLINGs posting up. All set up as individuals right now, and they are trying to find one opening, poking, prodding, looking for a pick, looking for a chance, looking for a lifeline.
Well, now Sam is going to begin to get into that gunfight. The one thing that may go into their favour is the fact that they're against DMRs and single-fire weapons, but Kui will get the first one. You spoke about the diffuser, but of course this is JZLING. Quick is going to get knocked down onto the ground. He's down, but he's not out. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Kui is going to get very aggressive. He's going to catch them. That's two. That's a triple for Aki. And is he going to get the technical ace to win this one, to clutch this one out for MKERS? Well, it is all down to Leon now inside a freezer. MKERS, they're in a 5v1. They may play a little bit aggressive on this one, but it looks like the comeback dream is over for JZLINGs, and they're more than likely going to end up in the lower bracket.
Well, at the end of the day, at least there's a lower bracket for them. It's not over and done with. The TCSG speaks why. Gemini gets that final pick, and at the end of the day, we finally have it. Your victors! It will be MKERS. They get over the line, they finish off JZLINGs and send them to the lower bracket. MKERS will now face WYLDE next week, and, well, JZLINGs will have to go up and face off against LAN Party Hotel. But I think there will forever be an asterisk on that game about what happened, what could have been if we had Turco to close it out. You gotta say, well, I'm so happy for MKERS and all their fans. They got themselves to the next round. They got themselves the upper bracket. I feel so bad for JZLING for what happened. Unfortunately, gotta play to the whistle. That's just how things roll today.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate scenario for them. You can even tell by the celebrations from MKERS. They were a little bit muted because they understood the situation they were in. It was 5-1, I believe, was the scoreboard whenever that happened. So we'll always be wondering what if. But as we said, thankfully for JZLINGs, their story is not finished just yet in Challenger League, as they do have the lower bracket to run through. But any final words before we throw it back to the desk?
I've got nothing really to say. I mean, there'll be an asterisk on that forever. I think it's unfortunate. Turco was a difference maker. He could have been huge, but alas, well, I can't wait to see what our desk will say. But before that, we'll go to a quick little break.
And MKERS secure themselves in the upper semis. JZLINGs, however, are going to have to try and find some better luck in the lowers. Unfortunate circumstances for the way this game has turned out, but it has turned out the way it did. So here we are on the desk looking to break down potentially one of the longest series that I have, at least so far, personally been part of. MKERS, they came in as the favorites, but they struggled in every single one of these games.
Definitely the longest in terms of only 2 maps being played. Yes. I think that has to be said. Not the longest series, Jenny. Let me tell you, we have seen some long ones, but in terms of 2 maps, it happens. It happens. A lot of issues, of course. Look at that. Turco's actually played the best.
Turco still gets top of the pops.
Hey.
Difficult game all round. I think there's really no other way to cut this. MKERS, they do come out victorious in the end. They do manage to get it over the line, but it was by no means without its issues. A lot of issues throughout that, not only technical, but in terms of, just general what we're seeing on the server, how we are seeing these players play. Very disjointed games often translate in quite a messy way, and I think that was definitely one of them.
Yeah, MKERS had to go to overtime for both of these games. They weren't able to find their footing, let alone the first game. They were starting off incredibly weak. JZLING's giving them a run for their money. Same thing happening in that second game, but I guess favor doesn't favor JZLING's this time around.
It is what it is. That's not much we can do. Honestly, I do think if it was a full 5v5, I think JZLING's take that map.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think they had the confidence behind them. They played really well in the attacks, which is something that we can talk about, is that first opening half where we've seen the full 5v5. And for the most part, I think JZLING's was able to quell any kind of aggressive nature that MKERS wanted to go for. I think they played it slow and steady. I think their top floor attacks, they did everything right. They had the different pushes coming in from attic, from window, from main breach. They had all the basics down to a T, and that what really won them the 4 rounds.
Exactly, and you often talk about Oregon as the tertiary bomb site map where you've got to be winning those tertiary sites on the defense. MKERS, they weren't able to pick up wins there. They did get a couple downstairs in Laundry, but by the most part, a 4-2 split for JZLINGs. Off the back of that, we were looking there thinking, hey, we've got a series in our hands here. Forget what happened on Skyscraper. We're going to be getting straight stuck into our 3rd and final map here if this keeps going the way that it does. And then, of course, unfortunate situation there with Turco not actually being able to make it back in. And Siege is meant to be played 5v5 at the end of the day. It's always going to be difficult when you're playing a man down.
Yeah, but even though with 1 man down, they were still able to at least secure 1 round in that 4v5, which I think speaks volumes to the ability of this team.
I mean, it more speaks volume to the abilities of MKERS.
Yeah.
Let's be real. If it's a 4v5, MKERS should be winning every single round. Of course, they did pretty much do that. Yeah. But I think there's not much that we can really say about JZLINGs apart from, just look to the next game. You're not out, which I think it would be a big different talking point now if it was that's them out of the competition, but they have a chance to come back. I think they'll make a good run in the lower bracket. I think what they've shown today, they're able to give one of the favourites a really good game on their hands. I think we should be sitting here talking about what Bank's going to be like. We should be, in my head, but we've got to this point.
It's almost reminiscent of what we saw last year inside of Challenger League, where we bigged MKERS up as this favourite team that are coming in. The first game doesn't go their way. They drop down into the lower bracket, and then that's it. They're out. And tonight, it felt very similar to that. It looked like one of those evenings where, actually, I could see MKERS dropping down into the lower bracket here if Oregon doesn't go their way and all of a sudden JZLINGs get a burst of momentum moving on to Bank. We could very easily see our favourites again drop down, and maybe that would have been a bit of a curse for them having happened twice. But I think, honestly, MKERS, they've probably been thrown a lifeline tonight.
Yeah, if anything, it kind of is a little worrying as well because, if anything, this is the longest in terms of 2 games being played, whereas when we're looking at WYLDE, they just went through it easy breezy. So that's going to be their opponent next week, which means that for MKERS, it's not looking the greatest.
I mean, we were kind of sitting here thinking, wow, WYLDE are actually going to have to clean up some stuff because we've said, WYLDE did play well, but there were certainly moments for WYLDE that we thought, MKERS, a top team, surely they can take advantage. I'm not too sure now about MKERS. After what I've seen tonight, even though MKERS took it 2-0, it doesn't feel like that. And I'm now kind of starting to favour that, WYLDE actually might come on top of that. So MKERS, they've wavered me. They've won. It's weird because they have won, but it's not the style that I wanted them to win at. And I do personally believe it wouldn't be a 2-0 if it was full 5v5.
Well, we have an interview ready with Gemini, so let's hear from them directly. First of all, hello. That was an incredibly long game, 2-game series. How are you feeling?
Hi, everyone. We struggled a lot tonight, and we shouldn't have struggled so much. But the point is that it's really simple. We just played bad, and it was really unlucky for the opponent team to play in 4 for the last rounds. We're really sorry for that, but we just follow the rules and keep played. And yeah, that's it. It's been really stressful and tiring.
Well, let's bring it back to the first map, however, because that was one of the maps that you guys were down 4 rounds in total, but you managed to bring it back. You got your mental together, you got the team together, and you guys did it. So walk us through the steps that you've taken as a team to get to that point.
Okay, so we started to play on Sky. We knew that our attacks weren't too good, and I think we started our match with a bad mental, and we lost almost every attack. And then we just said we're strong on defense, we can do it, and we did it, and we won every round, and we managed to win and to close the map.
Well, I think that's the kind of thing that you guys need to hold on to, that good mental, just that perseverance of being able to come back from such a big gap in terms of rounds. You guys did really, really well on Sky, so congratulations on that win specifically. In all general, you guys won this match, so you guys did really well overall. In terms of the future, you guys are going to be up against WYLDE, and one of their players specifically that we interviewed earlier, they were really looking forward to playing you guys. So are you looking forward to that matchup as well?
Of course we are. We will be prepping a lot of stuff, and we will be working hard to not commit the same mistakes we've done today, to give to everyone a better performance, because we can obviously play better than this, because we are better than this. So we will get it.
You guys will get it. Stay confident, stay in confidence in yourselves, and have a good night's rest.
We will.
I will let you guys go for. So thank you so much for the interview. Have a good evening.
Good night.
Good night, indeed. It's been quite a journey for us to get here, but that does wrap up the day in terms of the games that we've seen, and it also impacts the bracket in regards to who's going to be playing who. We've already secured 10-star and Ascent earlier this week. We've now have both WYLDE, and they're going to be going up against MKERS. Which is this something that you've expected to see this early on?
I think this was the result that we were expecting. It's maybe just not come around in the manner that we were expecting it. If I was WYLDE tonight, I'd probably be licking my lips at the prospect of going up against MKERS, seeing what we've seen tonight, and knowing that, you know what, we've probably got a very fair chance against that side.
Yeah, here we go. Bracket, as we're at. I would say that's probably what most people would have predicted. In all honesty, I think looking at those next matchups, looking at how everything went, I would say a lot of people would have said this, so it's the expected outcome. Yeah. So we are kind of, as the script says, as we kind of sat down and wrote it out at the start of the season, this is how it's starting to go, and we're still on that same track.
So looking at the lower bracket, however, specifically, we have Death Row against Unlimited. I think both of these teams specifically, they definitely put up a fight. The first day here at CL, that was going all the way to those best of threes. And unfortunately, 2 of these teams that we're looking at right now, we're going to have to be saying goodbye to them next week. So looking at how they were played, what are we expecting from the first matchup, Death Row against Unlimited here?
Death Row need to be ready. I think that's one thing we've learned about Unlimited, is that you need to respect that team. That team was kind of the mystery choice that you'd get out of the box, but no, I think Unlimited shown the capabilities, being able to stretch 10-star as far as they did.
Yeah, I think for me, Unlimited, they've got a battery, and it's a finite energy source, and it really is about how quickly they can get games over the line. We saw them really start to flag toward the later part of that 10-star game. It was a whole best-of-3 series. We saw all 3 maps played, and they really struggled in that final map. So a little bit more endurance now. They've been through it once. Now they know what to expect going into another. But going up against a side like Death Row, it's going to be no mean feat. You know, we know this Death Row roster to be very capable.
Yeah, whereas when we're looking at LAN Party Hotel against JZLING's esports, I feel like we haven't really seen the full potential of JZLING so far. No. It's kind of just got cut short, whereas when we're looking at LAN Party Hotel, when they were playing up against WYLDE, it was very obvious what they were capable of. Yeah,
again, I want to see JZLINGs. I don't think we've seen the full force of them tonight. Again, what's happened is what happened, but I think they'll bounce back with a vengeance, which actually means, I'm sorry to say, LAN Party Hotel, you will be playing an angry JZLINGs the next time.
I think coupled into that is we've maybe not even seen the best of LAN Party Hotel either.
You reckon?
They went up against WYLDE tonight. It was a very quick second game. We saw them contend in the first game on Clubhouse a little bit more, But even still, I don't feel like we've seen their full potential just yet.
Okay. I like it. Ascend versus Tenstar.
I'm not saying they're going to win. I'm just saying we're not.
Okay. He's like, oh,
really like, what's he saying? But yeah.
He's like, you tired? You tired all
I'll
this?
just let him do what he wants to do.
Yeah. Well, Ascend against Tenstar, however, I think that's one of those matchups that we're all looking forward to. I think, no bias here. NPL, you've seen Tenstar. Ascend here for the, I don't know how many time. So both of these teams here, they're looking to make some sort of impression on the CL. Like Tenstar this year has been incredible for them. Ascend, they're looking to solidify their position even further. How are we expecting that to go?
It's difficult to not be biased in moments like this, but then again, I think the Ascend, Ascend team has showcased that they have a lot of capabilities also. You've mentioned before they had to fill the hole for EFAC. Deadshot. He's gonna cause problems for Tenstar. We know that. Jeg's life game inbound could happen again. Moments like, you have to remember that Tenstar game. They did still get dragged out of a hole.
Yeah,
by Jegs. That's what you have to say about Tenstar. If Jegs didn't do what he did, it'd be Tenstar in the lower bracket.
Something to mention is that with all of the teams that we've pitted as favourites in this, all of them have had a talisman player that's really dragged them out of the mud.
Nobody's been perfect, which
Nobody has been perfect.
WYLDE has probably been the best team I think we've seen play so far, just because I think their executes were very clean. I think adaptations were very, very good tonight as well, which I don't personally believe I would have been saying that WYLDE are the teams that making the less mistakes, because we've seen how they play in the group stages. We know what kind of team WYLDE are, but all credit to them. They played well tonight.
They did play well indeed, but that's also going to be the end of this evening and marks the end of the week as well, as we've had both play days. We're going to be back on Monday, and that's very much looking forward to Tenstar against Ascend and a lower bracket run potentially from one of these teams. We're also next week going to be saying goodbye as well, so you want to make sure that you tune into that and support your favorite team. However, we're going to be going off and get a good night's sleep. You should do the same, so have a good evening. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next week.
Gifted the kill here. He is. I don't think that's how he was anticipating getting the demo, but it's. Find himself something, but it's going to be Jay to close things out here. WYLDE, they are going to...
This whole series, it hasn't happened. Well played, MKERS, but there's going to be a...
Done with the TCSG Speaks Why. Gemini gets that final pick, and at the end of the day, we finally